They stepped on our heart. They tried to tear our country apart. But we stood strong, and when the dust cleared, they saw the USA. Yes, we're still here. Together, together, together with Old Glory, we're together, together, together under God, we're together, 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 we're the USA, 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 USA. Yes, 911, we will never forget. Flight 93 saved us from a bad hit. People of the world saw our Twin Towers gone. Cries of help were heard from our Pentagon. But we're together, together, together with Old Glory. We're together, together, together under God. We're together, together, together. We're the USA, 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 USA. Another time, another call. The jewel in the sea, Pearl Harbor's call. They sought to rip our country apart. Instead, they awoke our giant heart. Together, together, together with Old Glory, rest together, together, together under God. We're together, 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 we're the USA, 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 USA. And on 911, our heroes.
What's going on, everybody?
Responders red and blue, great courage they shared. So many were lost.
I hope everyone's
and
having
the
a
shock
fantastic
was
evening,
great.
afternoon, prenoon,
But
no matter
through
where you are
all,
in the world.
We're the USA.
That is Dana Dean. Together, 9/11
Together,
Christmas.
Together, together with Old Glory, we're together.
Look at those animals.
Together,
Look at the cats.
together
the dogs.
under God, we're together, 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 we're the USA, 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 USA.
That's right.
We
It
stand
is.
together, together, together with Old Glory, we're together, together, together under God, we're together, 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 we're
9/11.
the USA, 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 USA.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9/11. Hold on. I got to fix my audio because I was doing a bunch of, I was doing some interviews. So, of course, oh, here it is. Okay, fix the audio. We're back. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9/11. Never forget, it's 9/11 day. When the towers fell, you already know what it is. It's a very, very special day as always for us. It's Thirsty Thursday. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, 9/11, 2025. It's September 11, 2025, 11:04 a.m. I'm early. Well, not early, but like right on time, I would say. 11:04. And there's a lot going on in the world. I mean, there's a lot happening in the world. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news for all the parasocialists out there in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so much has happened. But in the world of HasanAbi Piker, not a lot has happened. Let me tell you why. Okay. I mostly spent the night with my family and also trying to calm the temperament and fears and anxieties of my friends, which is kind of funny because, like, I think I should be the one that's anxious and worried, and they should be trying to, cool me off. But I'm not, because whenever people are like, well, aren't you worried? Aren't you going to get, like, worried? What's your next steps for security? All this stuff. Like, do you feel under threat? And it's like, well, this is a normal part of my existence. This is a normal part of my existence. This has always been a part. This has always been a fear. So, there's a lot of conspiracies and whatnot flying around. We'll talk about all of that. But, it's just, for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is what it is. This is what it's always been about. This is what has always been a ever-present danger, especially when you're on the left. So I don't know how we're going to actually, put the toothpaste back in the tube, but it does look like to me the American years of lead are upon us. But I'm obviously going to dive into all of that. And, I've been doing a bunch of interviews. I've been doing a bunch of interviews with news outlets who are like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you guys knew each other. You were supposed to debate one another. And apparently also, I just found out that there was a bomb threat at the DNC spokesperson this afternoon. There was a bomb threat at DNC HQ that was determined not to be credible by the U.S. Capitol Police. That's just like that's, again, normal part of the process. Normal part of the process. It's just that the intensity and the frequency and the magnitude of incidents is probably going to increase quite a bit. But it's just, it's America, baby. It's America. It's the United States of America, baby. 6 HBUs around the country are on lockdown. All right, we'll get to all of that in a second. Fucking Christ, dude. What a time to be alive, folks. All right, so where to begin? Oh, personal news-wise, everyone's in a state of freaking panic. Everyone is freaking out. Everyone is absolutely freaking out. Losing their minds over, what might happen in the future. And, there's people celebrating, people crying. We will, of course, take a look at some of the Republican reactions, some of the liberal reactions. There's just a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world. All right. I still balled, though, and I played incredibly well. That's all I'm gonna say. Personal news wise, I obviously when my manager, I was on a call with my manager, and he's talking about, here are the new security initiatives that we have to do. We have to do a security assessment. We have to, hire 24/7 around the clock security. And then he hears me on the background tell Kaya to get up, and he's like, "Are you at the fucking park right now?" It was very funny. He's like, You're out in public right now?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am out in public. What the fuck?" Like, I am. Look, ball is life. To be fair, ball is fucking life. That's number one. Okay, ball is life. Is life. Is not just a hobby. It's an occupation. It's life. It's a lifestyle. You just can't do that. And also, the reality of the matter is, like, you can't live in fear. I can't let fear dictate my life. I can't let fear lead my life. People might consider that to be stupid, but the reality of the matter is, that is not a life lived in fear is not a life worth living, a life worth pursuing. Like, that's so funny. This guy's name is Luigi Pew Pew, and he says, "Why are you mentioning it, dude? For fuck's sake." So anyway, my point is, I've been doing a bunch of interviews and stuff like that. Obviously we got to wait for the temperature to cool down a little bit, because obviously right now things are very heated. People are looking for vengeance, and there's a lot of instability. There's a lot of anger. Why the left judge a lot if you don't think the same as them? Can someone explain me? What the fuck what does that even mean? So, right wingers are losing it. Yeah, no, they are. They are losing it. They're losing it a lot. They're losing it big time. But when are they not losing it? It's just like, will this be the moment? Will this be the moment that, like, snaps people because they're already on the verge of snapping? Or will they just go back to eating? Because remember, American culture is gun burger, right? You got gun on the one side, and then you got burger on the other side. The hope for all of us is that they are so desensitized to violence in general that they whip themselves up into a frenzy, and then they go back to the burger, because, like, Applebee's is open and there's $5 jalapeno poppers. Like, I'm genuinely thinking, like, a real policy to, like, soothe the masses' discontent in this very moment in order to get ahead of potential decentralized violence coming from right-wing groups would be to just, like, make jalapeno poppers free at Applebee's and TGI Friday, stuff like that. Because, like, I think if that was the case, then people would just, like, hyper focus on that rather than wanna, I don't know, do like a self-defense style mass shooting situation at their local HBCU. So for the betterment of mankind, I think in order to cool down the right wingers right now that are very agitated and want to kill people for literally nothing that they've done, right? And assuming that this is just about like, you know, taking revenge and punishment on the left or something. In order to cool them, we have to give them like some kind of material improvement, immediate material improvement. So think of it as like a cash infusion, but this time it's just like a jalapeno infusion. It's like treats. If they were to do that, I think we could just like kind of cool down and get together and realize that we shouldn't talk to one another like this or actively pursue one another to kill them. But I don't know. I mean, I'm joking around. It's like gallows humor if you want to think about it like that. But of course, it's crazy that it's 9/11 right now, and I thought that most of the coverage today would be about two of the people running for New York mayor and losing by wide margins, trying to use me as a last-ditch effort to attack Zohran Mamdani. I thought that would be the coverage today. But of course, that's not the coverage today. The coverage today is going to be featuring Charlie Kirk and his assassination, his assassin. New revelations have come out. There's been a lot of fuck ups. There's a manhunt going on. I'm going to talk about all of this stuff. Don't worry. But you know, let's just blast off and let's get it started. Let's get it twisted. Yeah. Charlie Kirk assassination creates violent, retaliatory panic. Conspiracies are all over. Manhunt continues. Shooter photo revealed. Yeah. It is the American. I think they wanted the Reichstag fire event to make an announcement on 9/11. I hope I'm wrong. I'm just gonna say this, okay? I know yesterday I was heavy-handed in my snapbacks at people who were immediately rushing to conspiracies. And I don't think it's a conspiracy. It's just America is so fucking violent that, like, you know, this kind of incident happens so frequently that it's only a matter of time until it happens again, you know. But I will say there is some stuff about the horrible job that law enforcement has engaged in, and like I don't know, there's just some very strange about like the overall environment. That's it. I'm from Iran. Who cares about Charlie Kirk? New war between Iran and Israel is about to begin. Just check the news. Anyway, there's so much happening though. Holy shit. I don't even know where to begin. Oh my God. Charlie Kirk assassination creates violent retaliatory panic. Conspiracies are all over. Manhunt continues. Shooter photo revealed. Trump wants to use Kirk to attack the left and liberals and more. Get in now. Breaking news. Press conference postponed due to rapid developments, according to CNN and also Fox News here. All right, let me just blast off real quick. But I think that things are not great, okay? Things are not great at all. Obviously, I'm going to be covering the new information as it comes along today, throughout the entire day. And yeah, there was supposed to be a press conference this morning, but apparently it's been postponed due to rapid developments. Not entirely certain what that means, but a lot of stuff happened while I was not live. Okay, here it is. We blasted off, by the way. Feels like this just divided the nation more. I mean, this nation is... I don't think this divided the nation more. I think this nation is divided. And this is simply just another reflection of how divided we are in general. Okay? That's it. This nation has been violent. I said this when Donald Trump got shot at too. I was like, I don't think people understand, like, this is something that happens to regular Americans a lot more frequently than you would think. A lot more frequently. Did you hear what PBD said? He was definitely invoking your name. Who's PBT? This is something that happens a lot more frequently. Patrick Bet David? The fuck was he saying? Is about the FBI raid on a house that just happened. Manifesto found. Patrick Bet Tavit. Oh. Did you see what Sneeko said about you? No, man. Listen, dude. Every fucking right-winger is going to say some shit about me today. What are you talking about? every dumb fuck on the planet has an opinion. Every dumb fuck on the planet has a take on this matter, and most of them are going to be ideologically bound. Okay, if you're even remotely right wing, you're probably going to look at this and say, "Scream bloody murder! It's war. This is warfare, and we have to go fucking kill the left." Is the attitude that a lot of people have, or they're not going to directly say that. Random people online are going to say that. Their fans are going to say that, but they're going to say something along the lines of like, well, this is happening because like the left is so violent. And the reason why I've consistently kept repeating myself over and over again with respect to like, Charlie Kirk is because like, obviously if I was invested in like a violent means of dealing with someone like Charlie Kirk, I wouldn't be fucking going on stage with him. Okay. That's it. Why would I put myself in the, like, even if you can't comprehend it from an ideological perspective, just think from a perspective of self-interest, Why would I do that? Like, just think, please, for like 3 seconds. I know it's very hard for a lot of people on the right, or anyone really, for anyone with like an ideological perspective to ever really assume that the other side is also like a normal human being. I know it's difficult for a lot of people to comprehend that, but like, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay. Thousands of children in Palestine died exactly the same way as Charlie, and no one has fixed their fingers the same way about them as they have about their fascists. Yes, it's white supremacy. Chatter. Yes. That's what it is. No one, the reality of the matter is Americans broadly do not care. They look at these incidents, they look at this death and destruction in Gaza, and they think to themselves, yeah, that's just like collateral damage. It sucks, but it's collateral damage. That's the way they analyze it. And I try to describe this to you guys over and over again. They do not care. They do not care about the humanity of Palestinians. They just care about the money that is being sent to Israel, for example. They care more about the money being sent to Israel than they care about the humanity of the Palestinians. Okay? And there is also an incredibly parasocial aspect to this as well, because like white children get slaughtered in American schools as well. And Americans don't do the flag at half mast shit for white children. They kill white babies, bro. Americans don't even care about kindergartners getting shot at. Like this is a totally separate thing. Okay. Anyway, I have a lot of feelings. I have a lot of opinions. Everything is just like flying away. Everything is flying around in my brain, swirling around. And I don't know where to begin. Is MLK killing about gun violence? No, MLK's killing was not about gun. No, I don't know where to begin. Is MLK killing about gun violence? No, MLK's killing was not about gun violence. But are you comparing Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I think a targeted assassination by the state is a little bit different, no? Unless you personally think Charlie Kirk was like assassinated by the DNC or something. You compared him to Gaza? I didn't. A chatter just said, why do people not care about thousands of children, also human beings and children, getting killed in Gaza in the same way that they do about Charlie Kirk? And I explained to him why. I did talk to Politico Mag. I can't let fear dictate my life. Hassan Piker on the fallout from Charlie Kirk's killing. Popular leftist streamer gets candid about sparring with a late conservative activist and his own fears about political violence. For all the obvious reasons, hearing that Charlie Kirk has been shot was shocking for Hassan. The progressive influencer Twitch streamer has a massive following, but there was another explanation for why his stomach sank. Not only had he known Kirk, he was set to debate him at the Dartmouth Political Union about young people in politics, left versus right, in just 2 weeks. And soon after, Piker watched his own death threats started to arrive. That is one fear that's always in the back of your mind when you engage in any sort of political advocacy when you do these events. As a recipient of millions of death threats at this point over the years, watching that unfold in real time was devastating. Piker said he would likely wait for the temperature to lower a little bit, but would ultimately keep doing public events. He doesn't want to live in fear. In a wide-ranging conversation, Piker also talked about his worries of a new era of decentralized violence in the United States, why Kirk found an audience among Gen Zers, and whether our political discourse can be healed. So, you cleaned your desk for this interview? No, this is not from the interview. This is, that photo is different. But look, the reason, in a lot of, like, in many respects, the reason why this is like so high profile is because he's a high profile person. He's a high profile person that was like beloved by a lot of the people that these people see as like genuine, like most Republicans see as like genuine cult leaders almost. Okay. Do you understand? That's it. That's what it is. It's like a beloved figure for them, a beloved figure of notoriety. Donald Trump gave him credit for securing the Gen Z vote and stuff. Do you understand? They want to give him a Medal of Freedom, and they're gonna pump it. They're gonna pump it. The Republicans are going to talk about this and turn this into a martyrdom and use this for political persecution. 100%. They've already started agitating in that direction. There are major demands coming from prominent Republican figures, friends of Charlie Kirk, and many others who want to punish. They want to punish people. They want to punish liberals. They want to punish the left. They believe the left and liberals are responsible for it. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than the fact that, like, an instance such as this one is understandable. It's a tragedy, right? Like, it's understandably a tragedy. It's understandable that tensions would be high in this situation. This is a disgusting environment you have created. I hope you stay safe because things seem to be heating up due to jokes you allow to fester in places like this. Stop hiding behind Palestine and justify your radical views. God bless you all. See, this is what I mean. It's like, I deal with this shit all the time. It's like pussy ass like fake threats, and also very real ones, right? Like, where it's like, you deserve what's coming for you. Okay. Like, can you imagine if I ran around and was saying that about Charlie Kirk? No, of course not. But that's never the expectation. You can't ever, if you're on the left, you always have to have moral clarity at every given moment. And right wingers get to fucking unironically cry as they hit you. Okay. They get to say that they are victimized while they're trying to make you into a actual real victim. It's so crazy. It's so fucking nuts. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate to be the recipient of death threats, no matter what your fucking political ideology is. But it's just like, if you're in this business, as I have been for quite a while, it's just an unfortunate byproduct. You know? That's it. Patrick Bet David clip. What is this? Calling white Nazis might do it. How dare they? Story time? What do you mean? Like, that's the other side of the story where people will just be like, hey man, I can't believe you're calling someone a Nazi. They just want to do National Socialism. They just want to do concentration camps. Why the fuck are you calling them a Nazi? They want to do concentration camps for black and brown people. Why would you call them a Nazi for that? And it's like, you're actually the real villain for doing that. You're actually the real villain for saying, well, this is objectively a fascist policy. You know? It just doesn't make any sense. The point I always present to many others is like, let's say someone fucking shoots and kills me. What changed about your life? And I mean, the same goes for Charlie. Someone shot and killed Charlie. Let's say that person was like a leftist or something, right? It's not. There's no evidence for this. But like, did that help you at all? No, it didn't. Like, do you understand? That's why I consistently try to bring people back to argue at the legislative level, to try and make changes, to try and organize, to make changes, you know? Because as I mentioned in this Politico magazine interview as well with Adam Wren, like, this environment has been a violent one, right? Both in terms of foreign policy, both in terms of Gaza, but also and this environment is also an incredibly violent one at the domestic level, right? So the more desensitized we become to these issues, the less interested we are in solving some of the underlying material inequities that frustrate people, the more decentralized violence will take place. The more that exact same kind of decentralized violence will take place because people are frustrated and there's no fucking pressure valve for them. And the more the right turns around and says, this one was a trans shooter, this one was a black shooter, it's because of, black supremacy. We got to deal with undocumented migrants, all of this and all of that. Like, instead of actually addressing the pain that people feel, okay, that causes this instability, we're just not going to change the trajectory of America. We're just going to keep killing ourselves over and over and over again and get increasingly more desensitized, increasingly more gruesome. And it's just a shitty environment to live in. That's the most basic way to explain it. It's just a shitty environment to live in. It sucks. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, he said, I guess we should start off, before we get to the press conference, we should start off with the FBI. So, for those of you who don't know, if you were under a rock or something, I don't know. Charlie Kirk, at the age of 31, the founder of Turning Point USA, a right-wing organization that is funded by right-wing institutional donors, who goes around college campuses and was credited by Donald Trump with like securing the Gen Z vote for Donald Trump. Okay. He was shot. He was shot in the neck at UVU in Utah. And he, shortly after being shot in the neck, died. Okay. And he was at an event. He died. There was another person that caused some instability at the event, and law enforcement hyper focused on that guy. Meanwhile, the actual shooter, who was potentially above a rooftop 200 yards away, was able to get away. Okay, they were able to get away. They shot and killed Charlie Kirk, and they were able to get away. And in the aftermath of that, they found out that the one guy that was in the crowd was actually just like a known person who just like was experiencing a mental health episode. So instead of releasing him, they basically kept him in prison for obstruction of justice, which is crazy. But they basically cleared him of the not being the shooter. And then they apprehended another suspect who I believe was a dude with an Arab name, but it turns out he was a Heritage Foundation guy who was just. It feels like they just only apprehended him because he is a dude with an Arab name, I guess. But he's like very clearly, he's a Heritage Foundation guy. He's a Trump supporter. He was there, to watch Charlie Kirk. So they released him as well. They cleared him as well. And now they have officially found and released images of a person of interest in the Charlie Kirk killing. Now, this is a person of interest, so we don't even know if this is actually the person, but like this is the closest we've arrived at whether or not this is the person. Now, one thing that I do want to mention here, however, is that outside of this person of interest, there was another revelation that came out, which I think is perhaps one of the most insane things I've seen with mainstream media in general. Steven Crowder this morning released an exclusive. This morning, my team received an email from an officer at the ATF. The email included a screenshot from what appears to be an internal message describing a weapon and cartridges located by an ATF and other law enforcement near the scene of the Charlie Kirk shooting at Utah Valley State University. And what's crazy about it isn't the fact that Steven Crowder actually released this information, right? Because that's the expectation. He's a fucking Rumble guy. Of course he's going to like go with unverified, unconfirmed reports and really feed into the narrative that like the shooter was probably trans, right? What's actually completely unacceptable is the fact that Wall Street Journal also ran along with this report. And the report is filled to the brim with spectacular misinformation. Like, they were saying that the bullets were engraved with anti-fascist and pro-trans messaging. Okay? Like, how are you engraving the bullets? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? But this kind of misinformation goes crazy. Okay? Kirk was shot and killed at Utah Valley University at Orem, Utah. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as a part of the American Comeback Tour. Multiple SLC 1 and 3 agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in the adjacent building on the campus, and surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing in the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older imported Mauser 30 .06 caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to the 3 unspent rounds at the top-fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted, and ATF SLC working leads generated by the trace. Now, I want you to understand something. Okay? Like, do I think this is a deliberate piece of misinformation? Or do I think this was a misunderstanding that obviously got elevated by a charlatan such as Steven Crowder? The point is, it doesn't matter, okay? The New York Times assessment on this was a lot more sober than mine, but they basically said, and I'm going to pull that up real quickly, because this is a spectacular fuck-up. The New York Times had a follow-up on this and basically said that this report, according to a preliminary internal report circulated inside the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, federal and local officials recovered ammunition with a rifle that appeared to be engraved with statements expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. But a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by the ATF analysts, did not match other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. In fast-moving investigations, such status reports are not made public because they often contain a mixture of accurate and inaccurate information. Now, I don't know if this is the case. I also personally don't even understand how transgender ideology could even be engraved on a bullet, okay? But revealing this information on an unsubstantiated internal report is not doing journalism. It's actually doing the opposite of journalism. Unless you actually see what they were talking about and engage with follow-ups and get the verified analysis, this is unimaginably, this is the type of shit you expect from Steven Crowder. It's not the type of shit you expect from CNN, okay? Which CNN also did. But they said cultural phrases, which a lot of people are mad about as well because they think that CNN is hiding the truth. A range of phrases related to cultural issues were found scrawled on the rifle and ammunition found in the woods near the conservative activist Charlie Kirk was murdered on Wednesday, according to sources with knowledge of the investigation. Authorities are analyzing those messages as they seek to identify a suspect in the killing, sources said. But it's not yet clear if they point to a motivation in the attack. I don't know if the media environment is responding to the utter panic that they experience from independent resources being first to market, okay? And they just, in an effort to get ahead of other people flanking them out, or other people like leaking certain stories, they just don't do their due diligence and they don't think about how they are supposed to respond in this situation, okay? I don't know. What is this? From one political commentator to another, and then the person you fucking sent me is shoe on head. The last 2 weeks have completely blackpilled me on the left. Why would you ever send this to me, man? This is another person literally saying, I'm leaving the left because the left sucks, when they never were a part of the left. Please, man. Oh my God. You guys like encounter these people without knowing their background. And then you think like, well, this person must be sincere in this moment. Like, it's okay to be a little bit more critical of the shit that you read online, bro. What the fuck? Wow, I can't believe it. This person is leaving the left. This person who was never a part of the left is leaving the left. Wow, how shocking. How many people have done that? How many times have we seen that, you know? Listen, to me, it just feels like there's a lot of apolitical centrist or sometimes economically populist content creators out there, and there's a real issue with like people that get their notes from people such as this one, okay? And I think like you're just read a book. I don't know, just read a book instead of just like getting your fucking notes from like YouTubers, man. Please, myself included. Like, Jesus Christ, at least I have like a well-defined ideological point of view that I am not shy about revealing all the time. Anyway, look, I did an interview with Adam Rand. But before we get to the interview and my opinions on it, and the reason why I'm looking at the interview is because it's like it was right after I ended the stream, and I was able to like gather my thoughts without chat like spamming me. So I think it's like a decent, I mean, I haven't seen the final product, but it was at the time I thought it was a decent assessment of like the way I feel. So we'll go through it in a second. But right now there is an FBI assessment of who the suspect might be, the person of interest might be. However, this is a fast-paced, fast-moving media environment, a media landscape. And while I'm going to show you this, before we even develop any sort of inferences about who the shooter's profile or background might be, it turns out that the FBI has also said that the third suspect now, the third person of interest, is probably not the right guy either. Former FBI Assistant Chris Swecker warns Bureau's very inconsistent description of the person of interest versus the photo they released. There is one thing I think is very inconsistent, and it bothers me. Okay, so it could be the guy, it could not be the guy, it may as well not be the guy as well. It's just, it is a, I guess it turns out when you have podcasters who have made a living off of hawking supplements and engaging in conspiracy theories lead the federal law enforcement, the premier federal law enforcement agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, it doesn't help. It only seemingly hurts the way that the Bureau operates. Who could have fucking thought that that would be the case? It turns out, as much as I shit on liberals for their endless posturing about the infallibility of institutions, they're kind of right on this, where they're like, hey, you know, ideologically, you might want a guy who is like maybe aligned to your interests. That's fine. But like, it should still be a competent person, right? Like, because liberals, they will always look for a guy who's like a Republican to put into a position like this, because they think that this will somehow soothe the interests of the cackling hyenas on the right. Like, they'll just stop and be like, well, Jim Comey was a registered Republican his whole life, so I guess this is, the DOJ is truly and the FBI is truly apolitical or whatever. No, it doesn't work that way. But at least those guys are fucking competent, you know? At least those guys were competent. You need to have competent people in positions of power. I'm sorry, you know? And if you don't, this kind of shit happens, it seems, okay? That's why I didn't have a lot of issues with, like, Pete Hegseth being in charge of the Department of War now, formerly known as the Department of Defense, because it's like the output is already very violent. But it seems they're also doing a horrible job with that stuff, too. They're just become even more violent than they were before.
Good evening. In the last hour, the FBI has released images of a person of interest in the shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah. 2 pictures have been released. The FBI says a suspect, a person of college age, is still on the run, and that they found a high-powered rifle. Mr. Kirk, a right-wing influencer, was shot and killed while speaking at a rally at Utah Valley University last night.
We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation.
Well, our US correspondent James Matthews has the latest now from Utah.
Almost sounded like an open and shut investigation when the FBI held that 7:30 a.m. news conference this morning. They said they were confident, and there was a confidence in withholding these kind of images. You know, there was no immediate call to the public for help in identifying who he was. So, yeah, I do wonder.
My Walmart's flag is at half-mast today. That's crazy. I mean, look. Tragedy aside, if you're like a black person, if you have loved ones who are undocumented, if you're a brown person, if you are a trans person, or you know trans people, like, oh, because it's 9/11. Oh, Jesus. That's why, right? Okay, I was ready to pop off. But Trump is no. Hold on, though. Hold on, because this is still a fucking larger a larger thing, because the president ordered flags to be at half-mast, not because of 9/11, but because of Charlie Kirk. I can't believe we forgot. No, I just, like, Trump ordered it until Sunday, and it was openly not about 9/11 at all. He said it was for Charlie Kirk. He extended it for Charlie Kirk. And no, I didn't forget that it's 9/11 today. I already started the conversation, started today by addressing it. Anyway, my point is, if you're any of these marginalized groups that have been like actively dehumanized by Charlie Kirk, or like the right wing broadly, and you see a lot of like institutional liberals currently talking about like lowering the temperature aside, like just genuinely talking about the background of Charlie Kirk and like who he was and what he meant to so many Americans, all this stuff. Like, you got to feel a little worried, right? You got to feel a little worried that like there are just these people just like don't give a shit about you at all. Because like my expectation isn't for Ezra Klein to come out and be like, R.I.P. Bozo, smoking on that Charlie Kirk pack or some shit, right? Like that's not my expectation at all. That would be insane, right? And of course, if you're in a position of prominence, you shouldn't do that anyway, right? Because you do have some influence, but the point I'm making is that like when you go above and beyond to almost like whitewash their perspective and their political output, when this is a political operative, you kind of come across as you're either signing off on their worldview, right? Or you just don't care, right? Like you either are saying, I like what he was doing, I like what his worldview looks like, or I don't care enough about the dehumanization that he partook in, right? This has got to be, this has got to be a weird moment for a lot of people. I'm in this. I'm too close to the situation for me to look at it as anything but there has definitely been a when I saw the eulogies coming from CNN and Fox News and how close they were in the language and the verbiage used, like it kind of frustrated me a little bit. Like, you're supposed to be clear. You're supposed to be honest. There's no reason to be dishonest. And I even tweeted about this earlier as well, and people were obviously screaming bloody murder in my replies in the aftermath of this. But like, I tweeted two things. I said, shameful from the New York Times obit of Charlie Kirk, said Julia Steinberg. Mr. Kirk was so vocal in his willingness to spread unsupported claims and outright lies. He said that drug hydroxychloroquine was 100% effective in treating the virus, which is not. That Twitter temporarily barred him in early March 2020, but the move only added to his notoriety and seemed to support his claim that he was muzzled by a liberal elite. Now, what's interesting about this is like that's the least offensive thing Charlie Kirk had said, right? Like in terms of distasteful things, in terms of like objectively violent statements and dehumanizing rhetoric, like that's the least offensive thing, right? And I said, this is all but a fraction of Charlie Kirk's honest perspective. He was quite proud of his positions. He defended them vociferously. Not sure why you'd find them distasteful to mention. Can't you paint any person in a bad light? You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But my expectation in this moment is for people to be sober in their analysis and be honest in their analysis, right? Like, my expectation is not for the New York Times to be like, he deserved it or whatever. Obviously, I don't believe that either. But my expectation is for them to, at the very least, reflect a little bit about his positions, because this is the moment where you are. This is the moment where you are introducing Charlie Kirk to a much broader audience. Like, reflect on his real legacy. And Matt Walsh said some stuff as well. He said, all Charlie Kirk ever did was have conversations with people. He didn't insult anyone. He made arguments. He debated. He wasn't an extremist in any way. Everyone who knew Charlie personally loved him. That's the kind of guy he was. They still killed him. I'm furious and heartbroken in equal measure. I cannot put into words how I feel. Maybe that is for the best. To which I responded with, Charlie Kirk opposed the Civil Rights Act, called George Floyd a scumbag, said he'd be worried about black pilots, and that he forced his daughter to carry a pregnancy to term if she was raped. He shouldn't have been killed, but he was definitely an extremist. Like, the problem is, Matt Walsh doesn't think Charlie Kirk's an extremist. And the problem is, most Republicans don't think these positions are extreme positions. Okay? So in a moment like this, when tensions are very high, for mainstream institutions to also launder his reputation or his output and rewrite his legacy after years and years of reflecting on it, after years and years of honest coverage about what he had said, down to the wire, down to the very last moment, I think is disappointing. This is crazy. You think this? You think it's crazy that I think that someone saying that their daughter, if they were raped in a hypothetical, their daughter, if they were raped, that you would force them to carry a pregnancy to term is not an extreme position? Go ahead. Have that argument with anyone around the country. There are a lot less people who would agree with that position than there are people who would be repulsed by said position. He has a 10-year-old daughter. Yeah. I can't link Osita Nwanevu's blue sky take for you, but he said, and he is totally correct, and that's what my frustrations are a little bit as well. My sense is that most Americans had not heard of Charlie Kirk until yesterday. The first and perhaps only thing they're going to hear about him from the most trusted and important voices in American politics is that he was a model and constructive participant in good faith political discourse. That's crazy, because when you stake your reputation on a statement such as that one, you're signing off on all of this. You're signing off on all of this, and you're turning around and you're saying to the people that are listening to you that those are a part of the honest political discourse. You can say that this is a tragedy, that this is supposed to have no place. This is supposed to have no place in any country's political discourse. Like, it's true. It's true. That's why we live in a civilization, okay? You don't have to demonstrate empathy for someone who does not have empathy for you, but you can still look at the situation and reflect on it and realize that this is a dangerous, unstable environment, okay? An environment that absolutely requires legislative solutions. Look, the State Department indicated it would review the legal status of immigrants praising, rationalizing, or making light of Charlie Kirk's fatal shooting. What are we doing? But yes, Osita's take is correct on this. He covered Ezra Klein's New York Times article on this. He said, "This is frankly incredible to me. Would Klein have said Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA was practicing politics in exactly the right way this time last week? Exactly the right way? Really? Would that have been a broadly accepted characterization of left of center? You can dislike much of what Kirk believed in the following statement. It's still true. Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would still talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. When the left thought its hold on the hearts and minds of college students was nearly absolute, Kirk showed up again and again to break it. Slowly then, all at once, he did. College-age voters shifted sharply right in the 2024 election. This did not happen because of Charlie Kirk. This happened because of the anger and resentment that people had towards the administration that was in charge leading up to the election and their inability to address their economic anxieties. Okay? That's it. That's it. Charlie Kirk was an accelerant, certainly, but yeah, you can take him out. You can take her out. But to make this false notion that he was like single-handedly responsible for this betrays the reality that is unfolding in front of us in real time. If Charlie Kirk was singularly responsible for the Gen Z turn towards Trump, and it wasn't more a systemic shift born out of, okay, guys, please be quiet. 1 second. You can't hear them, but I can. There's a lot of commotion in my house right now. So, where was I? What the fuck was I saying? Oh, if this wasn't a systemic shift, with younger people responding, if this wasn't a systemic shift with younger people responding to the existing administration at the time, the Biden administration, and their inability to address some of these economic pressures that they were experiencing, and them falsely assuming that Trump would present an alternative vision that would be better potentially. If you think that it was something beyond that, Charlie Kirk, until yesterday, was still very much an operator in the field. He was still going to college campuses. So why did that Gen Z swing back happen already? Because in the first 9 months of Trump's administration, Gen Z swung wildly back towards an antagonistic position against Donald Trump. This is not only a bad political assessment, but it's also a dangerous one. Exactly. This isn't to say that Charlie Kirk wasn't impactful. Of course he was, for sure. But he was taking advantage of the systemic forces, the systemic shift that was happening broadly, because he was still very much right there. He was very much still in operation, and yet the Gen Z attitude swung directly back in the opposite direction and became antagonistic to Donald Trump. This is inconsistent. This is bad analysis, and it is inconsistent with reality. It is inconsistent with the New York Times Siena polls that just came out this past week, reflecting on Gen Z attitude that is antagonistic to Trump now. Anyway, and it's also incorrect in terms of like, this is broad persuasion, or these people are actually using the field of debate to arrive at a truth. Like, everybody knows that this is content. You're cutting content and you're doing propaganda. Okay? There is a reason why Charlie would pick the targets that he picked. And it's not Charlie who started this process. It's not Charlie Kirk who was responsible for, the college campus debate field. Ben Shapiro did it all the time as he elevated his status as well, taking a bunch of hysterical college campus freshmen who have never been in front of a microphone, in front of a large audience, and like ritualistically humiliating them so you can make SJW-owned compilations, is not actually arriving at the truth, arriving at any sort of serious truth through testing your ideas in the field of battle. It's just propaganda. Shapiro did it. Steven Crowder did it. Also, very famously, the whole "change my mind," that was Steven Crowder, right? So the assessment here of the assessment here of debate and why Charlie Kirk was doing these debates is also false. Is also built around a falsehood. When the left thought it's holding hard, slowly, then all at once he did. College age voter shifted rapidly. That was not all Kirk's doing, but he was central in laying the groundwork for it. That is fair. He says that's not all Kirk's doing. I did not know Kirk, and I am not the right person to eulogize him, but I envied what he built. A taste for disagreement is a virtue in a democracy. Liberalism could use more of his moxie and fearlessness. In the inaugural episode of his podcast, Governor Gavin Newsom of California hosted Kirk, admitting that his son was a huge fan. What a testament to Kirk's project. Osita continues. He says, Charlie Kirk was not engaged in respectful political debate. Charlie Kirk condemns Zohran Mamdani for how he disgustingly eats rice. We in the West value cleanliness. We have utensils. Charlie Kirk says it doesn't feel right for London and New York City to have Muslim mayors. This is not respectful debate. It's just not. It's just pure racism being intellectualized and then being washed over by an intellectual giant such as Ezra Klein amongst the liberal intelligentsia, of course. Ezra Klein is a revered figure, is a respected figure by liberals. He has a prominent spot at the New York Times, and he's using that prominent spot to basically wash over a whole bunch of completely racialized screeds as though this was a reasonable disagreement that people had. Make no mistake, however, this is like the solution to this is not fucking gun violence. Obviously, that is insane. Okay? The difference, of course, here is that, yes, as someone also brought this up, if he said this about Jews, Ezra would not have this opinion of him. You know, that's also true. As someone who can tonally be incendiary, I think there's a role for incendiary in politics. And I am certainly not a stranger to an incendiary tone myself, as you guys know. You know, I have some of my highlights and lowlights. It's filled to the brim with incendiary statements. Okay? And yes, Charlie Kirk has said anti-Semitic shit as well. It doesn't matter. He's super pro-Israel. And for a lot of these guys, it doesn't matter if you say stuff like that about Jews, okay? Calm down. As long as you're pro-Israel. And Charlie Kirk certainly was unimaginably pro-Israel. And I have an assessment about all this. I have an assessment about all the other conspiracy theories that are running around as well. Okay? Just stop posting your RP Bozo shit. There's already a Canary Mission style Charlie Kirk Death Celebrators website up and has doxed over 10,000 people so far. No matter how you feel, have some self-preservation, please. It's not worth it to say the same dumb shit others have already said. Exactly. Like, you need to have a little bit of messaging discipline and operate from a position of self-preservation. You think you have anonymity online? You do not. You do not. These guys are literally out for blood. They're looking for anything and everything they can get out of the situation. While everybody understands that, like, I did not engage in any sort of celebration whatsoever and even told people not to do so for self-preservation purposes, especially. There are still people who are upset with my analysis on, like, Alex Jones. Like, they're looking for anything that they can hold on to say, like, you are not sufficiently sad about this. You understand? They're using anything and everything they can under the sun to try and punish their ideological enemies. Anyway, as Osita says, as someone who can be tonally incendiary, I think there's a role for incendiary in politics. My problem with Kirk wasn't his tone, but the content of what he said, which I believe was immoral. All that aside, I wonder how readily mainstream voices would canonize a dead leftist speaking in this register as having engaged in respectful debate. Of course not. Of course not. If the equivalent of Charlie Kirk on the opposing side is someone like myself, if I were to be assassinated under gruesome circumstances similar to Charlie Kirk, they would be celebrating it. They would literally be advocating to release the shooter if he were ever apprehended to begin with. They would call him a hero. They would say, we need more of that. We need more. We need more of this kind of death. Let's be real. Of course, if the right-wing pundits goading listeners towards violence, as Kirk himself did, get their way, we might find out soon enough. Exactly. The New York Times comment section is the best moderate publication in America. He was a traveling salesman, not interested in debate or listening to ideas, but performative showmanship. The spewing of vitriolic hate towards outgroups disguised in the rhetoric of conversations is nothing to be commended. This is true. This is going to get so out of context. What are you talking about? So you make it sound if there's a massive witch hunt going on in America. Chatter, are you around? Are you alive? Is your brain functioning? Have you not seen this? Did you not listen to Donald Trump's own words where he said we're waging a war against the left and liberals in general, and we're going to punish them? Anyone and everyone that is responsible for this, that has ever like called a Republican correctly a Nazi or whatever, is liable. And this is, of course, on top of the existing witch hunt against migrants or people suspected of being migrants. How severe do you think it is what I meant? I don't know, man. I guess the severity of it is dependent on your position of privilege, your position of comfort. Like, for example, when Mahmoud Khalil was apprehended, when numerous pro-Palestinian writers and student activists were apprehended black bag and threatened with deportation, did you think that that was a severe escalation and a severe violation of the First Amendment? Or do you think it was just simply, people are just like grossly exaggerating this, perhaps because you don't think that this would ever impact you in a meaningful fashion? So yeah, interesting. The right way in politics to spread hateful comments against Americans you don't like, or to condone gun deaths to have the freedom to bear arms. His death was sad, but don't sugarcoat his actions. That's my assessment as well. Like to be gunned down in that way at the age of 31 is horrifying. It's a tragedy. It is. And it's unacceptable in American politics, and it's unacceptable across the board in all politics. There is a reason why we live in a society where there is a social contract that we abide by. This is ripping apart the social fabric, okay? But that social fabric has been unwound for the past multiple years of unimaginable gun violence that Americans have experienced. That social fabric has been ripped apart by all the death and destruction that we deal overseas. And that death and destruction has violent consequences here on the home front as well. The fascist boomerang, okay? And in the absence of any sort of serious considerations of how to solve some of these issues, that decentralized form of violence is only going to continue. And I think liberals, instead of taking a sober approach here and trying to engage with the structural inequities to address these issues, are simply just responding. And they're responding in the same way that Republicans are responding, by hailing Charlie Kirk as a champion, a hero, laundering his reputation, making it seem as though the way that they have covered this, the way that Charlie Kirk operated was actually good.
I need you all to realize
what is this?
that debate will never save us. And the reason you have all of these left debate bros crying over Charlie Kirk dying is because they were actually buddy-buddy and everything was actually just a game to them. This demonic rhetoric that actually causes harm to people of color, to minorities, to actual people, real, genuine violence and harm that is enacted through rhetoric that these people would...
I mean, I've been saying this. I've been saying that, like, realize how everyone hates Hassan Piker? Yeah, because he's not friends with any of them and they hate him for it. I'm reminded when Hassan Piker was at the DNC, Charlie tried to dab him up like they were buddies, and Hassan was so confused and ignored him. It absolutely is a game to the debate bros. They do not seriously care about the issues they speak about and rhetoric, or their rhetoric has on the masses. Like, none of this is to say that it's a good thing that this happened, okay? I'm not doing that, obviously. But I do think I do think that it's a disservice to the public if all of these trusted liberal institutions are engaging in the same kinds of obituaries that you hear from Sean Hannity. Kind of weird how everyone turned on you. It's not weird, man. It's not. It's just it's an expectation. A lot of people, if you believe that there is an ideological goal here, if there is a higher purpose here, then you don't give a shit about petty disagreements because it comes across as narcissistic. If you have a broader ideological goal in mind, even when others are attacking you nonstop and in increasingly more belligerent ways, what do I always say? What do I always do? I have a policy, a principle of not actively attacking those to my left flank because, one, I understand that we don't have any power in this country, okay? And two, that these guys are ultimately on the same cause. They're directionally fighting for the same issues. Bro, you literally say you're against the death penalty and even advocate for everyone, including Nazis, to get health care? Of course. Of course. That's true. I've never seen this much Hasan hate over ever on Twitter until now. I mean, it's fine. It's all right. This is not new. It's just increased in its intensity. That's all this is. That's all it is.
Create and spew all over the world. And then the left guys would come in and believe that they're saving the world, doing justice, but in reality, it was all just a fucking game to them. That's why they're crying because he's gone. Because it was all a fucking game. Debate was never about...
This nerd is trying to sound scary. You had a Houthi on your live stream. Instead of calling American heroes extremists, you should return to your native Turkey before we prosecute you for material support of a designated foreign terrorist organization. Come on, man, dude. Please, you are such a pussy. Like, do you feel like a big man? You're like, hey, man, I'm going to get daddy to prosecute you. I'm going to get daddy to prosecute you. Oh, I don't like it. Assuming such an interview would be material support doubtful, Houthis were not even a foreign terrorist organization at the time of the interview. I understand tensions are high, but maybe you can stop calling for baseless criminal prosecutions of your political enemies. Okay, we got a liberal lawyer defending me. This is a former Destiny Orbiter, liberal lawyer. It's just, like, this is... I expect this from the right, which Will Chamberlain is from the right. But what I don't like is when I see people who present themselves as like liberal figures. Okay? I do not expect this from people who present themselves as liberals online, you know, like Ethan Klein or the fucking losers brigade, right? Like the people who present themselves as like centrists, apolitical people. They do this exact same thing. They use the exact same language. They demand the exact same criminal prosecution. And it's like, it's ridiculous. Like, are you Will Chamberlain, not Wilt. Did I say Wilt? I've seen multiple TikToks of people celebrating his death and saying they unfollowed left-wing people who were saying this shouldn't have happened. I truly don't get how to reckon with that. It's fine, dude. Tensions are high. What do? You know? I think people need to let go of petty disagreements that they have. Anyway, I just think to myself, when like, how do so many Americans feel when they see when they are aware? Like there's a reason why like TikTok's response to Charlie Kirk from liberals and leftists alike has been very different than I think like all of the other mainstream news outlets, because that's where Charlie Kirk actually found a massive audience. But because of that, that's where Charlie Kirk was also hated severely, right? Because they know his takes. They've seen his takes, right? Those same positions that garnered a lot of attention from young conservatives all around the country were exactly the reasons why that dehumanizing language, for example, that he used all the time is the reason why a lot of people actually were very frustrated with him and maybe even despised him, right? But a lot of these people are completely oblivious to Charlie Kirk's worldview, and they are being presented a totally false image, okay? Disagreeing with you does not mean being right wing or far right. I'm Norwegian, voting left, which basically means more left than you even understand. Your takes are largely dogshit, polarizing, and borderline crazy, Hasan. Thank you, goodbye. Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean. Because there's never people always say stuff like this, but they never actually follow through. They don't actually say like, this is what I disagree with you. This I think is very polarizing. And then when they do, if in the random circumstance where they do actually fucking reveal their position, it's not even my position. It's just one that another person has negatively framed that they've been duped into believing. Like the most improper, the most negative framing that you could ever hear. Something like what Will Chamberlain was advancing here. Okay? It's additionally funny for a Norwegian leftist who fancies himself to be a left voter in Norway to say this about someone like myself, because on the legislative front, a lot of the things that I advocate for is basically trying to get the United States of America to have modest social democratic reforms that reflect the Norwegian social democracy that is also withering away in front of the eyes of the Norwegian left. So, you know, like nationalizing the entirety of our extraction industry, as is the case with Norway, for example. The entirety of the energy and the forestry in Norway is nationalized. This is great. I would like to do that here. Will Chamberlain, the guy calling for de-workwear and Mehdi Hassan to be deported because he disagrees with them, is a trust fund kid who assumed control over a significant amount of money at 25, failed to fulfill his dream as a financier, and now works for the most shameful culture war factory slop job, and was chilling with Andrew Tate and a bunch of other groypers, as a matter of fact. Interesting. That was the guy who was like, you interviewed a Houthi, wait until we destroy you. My dad just openly posted saying they're done with passive action and that myself and others need to be dealt with. So fucking heartbreaking. Okay, this is a great example, right? You're hearing this from a lot of conservatives. They're very, very angry right now. They're very agitated. They're always agitated. Agitation is a part of their politics in general. That's what it is to be a reactionary, right? But like, what's he gonna do? That's your dad. Is he gonna do anything? Probably not. Expand on that assessment and you will arrive at a more comfortable, just the more likely outcome of all of this. Yeah. I'm hearing a lot of messages like this one. You killed the one man that was willing to come to you peacefully and debate. The talking is over. Like everybody out here, everybody's basically operating like they're fucking anime villains. You know, everybody is like Sephiroth posting on the timeline. Like, oh, it's time. Your time is going to come. This is like, it reminds me of like the 2016 era, you know, Antifa, what's his name? Grimmy, whatever, the Philadelphia logo, like, you know, young college freshmen who first were learning about like Marxist Leninism, gritty posting. It reminds me of that. Of course, the difference is like young college freshmen who have never shot a gun are not as serious about doing this kind of decentralized violence as you know, divorced dads with an arsenal of weapons and a willingness to go out and you know, do this kind of violence. So it's a little bit more serious when you know, MAGA family annihilators actually make these sorts of threats. It still hopefully will not amount to anything super consequential. I hope. That is my hope. Anyway, we are living in Eddington for sure. The issue on the people on the left are, the issue is people on the left who are saying him being killed is a good thing. Brother, wake up. Do you not see what's going on here? How do you not understand that this is the exact same thing, but on the other side, and this side actually has the ears of the administration who is saying similar things, at least on the point of political persecution against political dissidents. Okay? A bunch of random TikTokers and a bunch of random people being like, I hated this guy, I'm celebrating his death, is not the same as like an administration that is going to now use as an opportunity to literally engage in political persecution and maybe even more. Okay? As a matter of fact, the people cheering on the left are doing so because of their lack of power. It's a recognition of not having any power to change anything at all, any of the structural inequities. Do you understand? That's who cheers for this kind of thing. People who have completely lost hope that any sort of real, tangible, material improvements will happen for them. This is what I mean when I say the social contract has exploded in front of our eyes. Do you get it? The social contract is gone. People do not feel like they can ever own a home. The American dream is not happening for anybody. And that causes a lot of enmity, that causes a lot of anger, that causes a lot of resentment. And in that resentment, there are those on the right who redirect their anger and animosity, led by, shepherded by even the likes of Charlie Kirk and, you know, the Trump administration in general, towards marginalized groups. And the people on the left look to these structural inefficiencies, recognize their inability to change them, and then basically sit around and celebrate when stuff like this happens. Okay? But to say that the deck is not stacked against the left and liberals in general as well in a situation like this is so fucking stupid. You are denying abject reality that is right in front of your eyes. Okay? You're getting mad at a bunch of people that you have presented in your mind as like the real enemy here on the left for doing something that Republicans have never stopped doing. Okay? Never, ever, ever. They're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. Do you understand? Like, you're over here saying, well, you know, it's because the real issue is a bunch of leftists are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. Okay, well, there's a bunch of right-wingers here saying, like, we have to start killing these leftists. That's why I said all these, like, prominent right-wing figures online, key search George Floyd, key search Hassan Piker on their fucking accounts, key search, keyword search any high-profile Democrat that has been assassinated, for example, to get a better understanding of what their opinions are. Keyword search trans. If you want to understand like what their positions are when it comes to political violence and how much appetite they have for political violence, you will realize that like the only reason why they're saying this right now is because they're saying this right. Oh yeah, Paul Pelosi, Pelosi's husband. There are a lot of this use flying around here. Look, they lectured us about the dangers of the right. Then they cheered when Charlie Kirk died. It's a sickness. This you. Congrats, George Floyd, 5 years sober. A victim of police violence. Like, ridiculous. This is abject cruelty. It is utterly ridiculous. And it's so ridiculous because like they say this is comedy. When you turn around and get mad about this kind of statement, they say, what's wrong? I'm just doing comedy. Okay? But if you do the same, they go, you need to be murdered. You need to be prosecuted at the very least or murdered. Comedy is legal now, right? Remember, here's another example. Yeah. Have some class and respect for the dead. Imagine if it was your father that was shot while the whole media is making fun of it. Bye-bye, Gaza, he says. Again, so many examples. Yeah. Congratulations to George Floyd on being 5 years sober today. That's comedy. Charlie Kirk's death will not be in vain. I'll be spending my night making everyone I find online who celebrates his death famous. So prepare to have your whole future professional aspirations ruined if you're sick enough to celebrate his death. I'm going to make you wish you never opened your mouth. These people need to be condemned in society, and there must never be a place for these people to gather without facing the shame of their behavior. That's it. Charlie Kirk said black people were better off in slavery and subjugation before the 1940s. It was bad and it was evil, but they committed less crimes.
Thousands.
Yeah, he did.
It shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation. But I guess,
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that affected
in the last 80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just it shows they were actually better in the
Somewhat decent statements from a lib. There are violent extremists on the left, but they are not in charge of the party. You can find them on social media, not in the halls of power. The violent extremists on the right are in Congress, on courts, sitting in the Oval Office. Every single major Democratic politician condemned the murder of Charlie Kirk. Meanwhile, before even knowing who the shooter was, the Republican president gave a speech calling for violence against the Democrats. There are mass thugs running through the streets, dragging people out at cars at gunpoint. There was an attempted violent coup at the Capitol building brought on by the president himself, and Charlie Kirk too, by the way. Make no mistake, that's another part of the thing. That's another part of this puzzle that's like so interesting. Liberals who only care about January 6th, I guess, forgot Charlie Kirk literally paid for buses. Charlie Kirk bussed people to the Capitol. Turning Point USA bussed people to the Capitol to participate in the insurrection. So it's even shit that they care about that they seemingly don't care about, right? Like, even if it's someone like Ezra Klein maybe doesn't give a shit about all of the dehumanizing language that has come from many conservative figureheads, including Charlie Kirk, right? Including but not limited to Charlie Kirk. Maybe you don't care about it. Maybe you think like, well, that's just like political disagreements. It's fine, right? But you care about January 6th. That's like a thing that you care about. That's what you talk about all the time. Dehumanizing language says brother, I have said over and over again that I am a firm and committed advocate for universal health care and universality in general in all of my legislative items, including but not limited to Nazis as well. If you cannot comprehend that, I don't know what else to tell you. Okay? Always and forever. It's just that you don't know that. You don't understand that. You don't care to understand that. You've been primed into thinking that I'm this like evil person, and it's fine. But if you were to actually expand, if you were to actually watch a clip that you saw out of context and, you know, watch the next 20, 30, 40 seconds of it, you would probably get a better understanding of what I truly believe. Some years of lead video to prepare the Americans for what's coming could be appropriate. Yes. Anyway, hell, he threatened to invade an American city 4 days ago. I'm genuinely sad the man died, not because I agreed with a word he said, but because he was a misguided person who himself was caught up in the culture of violence. He deserved to be shouted down for his backwards ideas, not murdered. The most sickening part of this whole ordeal is the excitement you see in Republicans, how quickly they move past any respect for the dead, any reflection on the environment they help foster, straight into who should be murdered next. This is actually a pretty solid assessment. Did you see Pedo Troll was kind of blaming it on you? Yes, dude. He is in a very weird environment himself. I think he's like trying to like design like a reasonable liberal position for himself, where he just like actively says like the real evil in this country is not the Trump administration or reactionary conservatism, but instead is HasanAbi Piker and others like him. It's the Twitter leftists that he thinks are the primary villains here. Pedo Troll doesn't really narrow it down. Pedo Troll is the former username of my former podcast co-host Ethan Klein. Okay, he was outed as having a early Reddit account where he would just like engage in what he said was pedophilic trolls. He called himself that. They don't even know who the shooter is, yet they're ignoring the obvious marks of a professional killer who clearly had high-trained military background and the fact that these guys tend to be right-wing nut jobs with an obscure axe to grind. But they've already given him, and we all know it's a him, not a her, an identity, the faceless embodiment of everything they hate, and a fear with a clearly coordinated messaging campaign to call him a leftist. So it's clear that what they want is not peace. They want a justification for more violence. They want a bloody shirt they can point to and say, see, this is why there are thugs in the streets in mass pulling people from cars at gunpoint. This is why we must end the American experiment in democracy. And the most pathetic part of it all is that none of it is necessary. Violent crime is down everywhere. This is all invented, and it was done so to protect the pursuit of power of one man, a dim-witted child rapist who became a violent extremist simply because selling his dark vision of America was the only way his corrupt, soulless ass could stay out of jail. Great take from Michael Gillette, by the way. It's true. Everything he said here is true. While I have ideological disagreements with liberals, like, this is correct. This is one of those instances where it's just fucking correct. It's objectively correct. That's it. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I think it is the most important thing to be honest in this moment, to be honest about your assessment, to be clear about your morality, but to be honest about your assessment of where we are, okay? Where we are right now in this day and age in the political discourse environment that we exist in, okay? This isn't just Trump, though. It's the entire right-wing movement. Yes, Trump is a beacon of modern reactionary attitudes. He is just a singular force that summarizes everything. Hannity, the left has given us 10 nonstop years of rage and hatred and a vile language. It is undeniable. It is poisoning the minds of many people in our country. I said all of modern conservatism is about making up a false reality to get mad at and then getting endlessly mad about said false reality. That's it. Wow, the left is really violent in their rhetoric. Why? Because they say conservatives who dehumanize entire swaths of the population are being brutal and ruthless and violent in their words. That's the real violence. Everything always goes back to liberalism. Everyone is a liberal. Sean Hannity is behaving as a liberal here when he says words are violence, except when it's directed against me, as opposed to the violent rhetoric that I traffic in on a nightly basis, okay? And the summarization of this is basically, it's not the racist thing that I said that is actually fucked up. You calling me racist for the racist things that I said, that's the real problem. That's it. This is the guy who said you should be blackbagged is deleting his post apparently and blocking people who called him out. I mean, that's not surprising. This is the same principle that I have maintained for years. At the peak of campus culture, cancel culture, and free speech panic, when everyone kept pointing the finger at the left and liberals in general for engaging in cancel culture and all these narratives, and certainly a lot of people were doing that, you know who was still the most successful group, the most successful ideological movement that was able to cancel people, were able to actually successfully burn books? It was the right. It was always the right. But they were able to market themselves as brave warriors engaging in the act of cancel culture for patriotism, a higher order, a higher priority that actually makes sense. There's never been a moment in U.S. history, all the way from the Red Scare, McCarthyist trials, all the way down to modern, contemporary American politics, where it wasn't the right that was actively canceling people, actively suppressing speech, actively silencing their opposition. Okay? That has always been the case. And we're seeing that right now. Wow, you are really delusional. There is evidence for this. You have nothing. Go look at organizations like FIRE, who dedicate, and they're right-wing organizations for the most part, who dedicate their entire fucking purpose to tracking where the cancellations are taking place and where the book bannings are taking place. Okay? I'll give you the greatest example. Conservatives say liberals want to do cancel culture. They hate free speech. But then it's the conservatives that turn around and successfully implement initiatives by claiming things are CRT, by claiming things are woke, by claiming things are DEI, and then successfully stopping the dissemination of truth in our schools. It is the conservatives that have, on the one hand, played the victim consistently, and on the other hand, actively stopped certain educational initiatives from taking place. Do you understand? Anti-woke is literally just a repackaged attempt to do censorship. That's all that is. And people don't understand that. The average person does not understand that. For conservatives, it's usually just projection. Do you not understand that? How is that confusing to you? And the more liberal institutions capitulate to this right-wing framing and right-wing grievances, oftentimes whipped up in a moral panic, the worse things are going to get. Okay? Yeah. Oh, look, yesterday the right had a coordinated campaign of lies to stir up violence, and here it is. Of course, immediately bomb threats are being issued. HBCUs are forcing, are shutting off campuses. They're on lockdown. 7 of them, I believe, at this point. The DNC headquarters had a bomb threat issued to them.
It says this afternoon there was a bomb threat to the DNC HQ that was determined to not be credible by the U.S. Capitol Police. Out of an abundance of caution, Capitol Police is conducting an interior sweep of the building. As DNC Chairman Ken Martin has said, political violence in every form has no place in our country. We are grateful to the U.S. Capitol Police and DNC building security for responding quickly. It says this afternoon there was a bomb threat.
Anyway, why are we abdicating the personal responsibility of KIRK and acting like he's some right-wing avatar forced to be so because of his conditions? Wait, what? Where is that coming from? For me, a list of Trump supporters who killed or tried to kill Democrats and opponents of Trump in recent years, since the right are now claiming all political violence is from the left. Here, this is on Zateo. Here are the actual facts for those with conveniently short memories. The man who targeted and killed Democratic state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home in Minnesota in June was a Trump supporter. Far-right evangelical televangelist pastor, as a matter of fact, and a security contractor. The man charged with the attempted assassination of Pennsylvania's Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro in April was a Trump supporter. He was also literally a paranoid schizophrenic as well. The man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings at the homes of 4 Democratic elected officials in New Mexico in 2022 was a Trump supporter. The man who tried to kidnap the Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband Paul in 2022 was a Trump supporter. Republicans celebrated that, including Donald Trump Jr. Okay? If you recall. So when they turn around and say, like, we got to really tone down the political violence, or even moving away from that, turn down the political violence to directly doing more political violence, saying, like, we have to punish the left. They did this without any evidence to suggest that is what's going on. The very same people that are engaging in that were also very much making jokes about this shit. Okay? The men who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6th were Trump supporters. The man who killed the son of Obama-appointed district judge Esther Salas in 2020 was a Trump supporter. The men who were convicted of trying to kidnap Michigan's Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020 were Trump supporters. The man who sent pipe bombs to the homes of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and other top Democrats in 2018 was a Trump supporter. The man who killed left-wing activist Heather Heyer after driving his car into a crowd of counter-protesters in Charlottesville in 2017 was a Trump supporter. There are a million different versions of this in terms of all the right-wing, far-right mass shootings that have taken place, by the way. Okay? It is ridiculous. Black and white much? What do you mean? It is ridiculous. The notion that it's actually leftists that are so violent and constantly doing violence is just not true. It's misinformation, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Because it actually corresponds to the feelings of a lot of people, right? It corresponds to people's personal feelings, and therefore it's fine. And this list is so short as opposed to the much larger list if you were to factor in a lot of the far-right white supremacist acts of violence that have taken place. Even the guy who fucking shot Trump, Thomas Crooks, was a registered Republican. Ryan Ruth was definitely libbed up. He was a NATO lib by the point of his attempted assassination. Having said that, he had literally voted for Trump in the prior years. What are we doing? All of you are weird, not gonna lie. Okay, no more vague gesturing. Just point to what you take issue with, please. We can't have a normal conversation if you just go, oh, I don't like what you're saying. Okay, yeah. I don't like a lot of things that I hear on a daily basis. But at the very least, I try to address the issues that I have with people rather than just like vaguely gesturing in the direction of discontent for one reason or another, you know? People love presenting Charlie Kirk as this like beacon of a debate, a beacon of discourse, even though he used debates and discourse in an effort to basically cut, right-wing propaganda. But if you want to appeal to that notion, then at least the very least you can do is explain what your position is. Okay? Looks like this could be the type of shirt a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's shooting had on. Land of the free, home of the brave. Yeah, this is what it looked like. But I don't know. I mean, it's very clear that it's an American flag and an eagle in between. For sure. But then again, we don't know. How do you justify debating him? Justify? I don't need to justify debating anybody. The fuck do you mean? Charlie Kirk is an incredibly powerful individual in the Trump administration. Okay? Charlie Kirk was an incredibly powerful figure in the Trump administration. Okay? I don't believe that debates are the end all be all, and it's mostly pseudo-intellectual sparring for entertainment, with quippy one-liners to ritualistically humiliate your interlocutors in the quote-unquote marketplace of ideas. Having said that, there is some utility to it, especially when the person that you are engaging with is also a very influential figure. My metric on who deserves debate and who doesn't has always been clear, okay? There are certain people who I do not entertain debating because I feel like it's I weigh out the negative consequences, right? Someone who is an otherwise irrelevant white supremacist, for example, who's trying to build a prominent platform for themselves, do not require someone like myself dealing with them. Because that would elevate their status. That would normalize their opinions to a certain degree. But if those opinions are coming from the likes of Charlie Kirk, those opinions are already normalized, right? Charlie Kirk's positions are so normalized that he was seen as a massively consequential advisor to the Trump administration.
Why now they have taken that step? I suppose time is a factor. This is a killer on the loose, an assassin on the run. So there is danger inherent in that, clearly. Although they say, and said this morning, the community is not at risk. They reckon this was a targeted shooting. But clearly, this individual has to be brought to book very quickly. And that will be the pressure that is on the FBI. The pressure that's on them now, of course, is to find out where he went. We see him climbing stairs in those images, presumably before the assassination. We are told that
we don't even know if that's the actual shooter or not, but like he does look groiped up, I will say. Like, he does look incredibly groiped up. He looks this is a very groiper posture. I mean, one might say that he is simply wearing this to blend in or whatever, but like this looks like a groiper, if this is even the guy, at least on a first glance, right?
He was running afterwards. There's no indication that we're looking at the aftermath in those two still pictures. He doesn't look like a man in a hurry, but yeah, he could be anywhere. If he got into a vehicle, then that widens the scope of the manhunt considerably, and they will be sifting through not just video evidence, but also, number plate recognition, eyewitness evidence as well.
Well, speaking during the 9/11 commemorations in New York, Donald Trump paid tribute to Charlie Kirk and announced he would be awarding him the Medal of Freedom.
Let me express the horror and grief so many Americans at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk have felt. Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people.
What does groiper mean? For those of you who don't know, groiper is a term for like far right neo-Nazis on the internet. It's a self-described. It's a term that they call themselves. Nick Fuentes fans and people like that. People who just believe like esoteric neo-Nazi shit. Oftentimes they have a proclivity towards lolicon, hentai, things of that nature. A lot of Gen Z fascists are groipers, and many of them also despise Charlie Kirk. I actually have a very interesting perspective on this. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it in a second. What's really interesting about the way that a lot of people, a lot of groipers themselves, including Nick Fuentes, is stating that they are so shocked and saddened, and that maybe Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel. Maybe somehow Jews had a part in this. Is, I think, coming less from a place of making every conspiracy about the Jews, and more so from a place of probably recognizing the formative role that Charlie Kirk probably played in their political development, even though they became actively way more radicalized than Charlie Kirk and started despising Charlie Kirk in the process of said radicalization. Because Charlie Kirk, for all intents and purposes, was an extremist by every, by every metric, I would say, even though, Donald Trump is president. So what does that mean? I don't know. But he absolutely was pro-Israel, pro-administration above all else, right? And a lot of people within the far right actually despise Charlie Kirk for it. Nick Fuentes made a name for himself by, hitting Charlie from his right flank, right? Over and over and over again. Yeah, here it is.
Charlie Kirk will not debate me because I would fucking devour him. I would eat him alive. And at the end of the day, that's going to happen one way or the other.
Now, I'm not making any inferences, by the way. I'm not saying that it was one of his boys that did this, right? I don't know. I have no idea. But I think a lot of right-wingers right now, like that InfoWars guy and many others, are fantasizing about this somehow being an assassination conducted by the state of Israel, because Charlie Kirk any moment now was going to turn on Israel, right? And that's the reason why they're basically fantasizing about for a bunch of different reasons. Like, some of them are fantasizing about Charlie Kirk seemingly turning on Israel because they wish it to be the case. Some of them are claiming that this is happening because some of them are claiming that Charlie was at any moment now going to turn on Israel because they just want to shit on Israel and say that it's actually Israel's fault that he was assassinated. And others are doing that, I think, because they used to be fans of him, and now that he died, they feel bad about it, and they want to, in their own mind, make it seem as though he was actually on board with the cause,
Whether he chooses to confront me or not, whether he has dignity and honor or not, it's just a matter of time. My ideas are already there. I've already impregnated your organization. I took Turning Point USA and I fucked it. I took your organization, I took your baby, Turning Point USA, and I fucked it.
I'm no Groiper, but there's some merit to the Israel narrative. I mean, there are a lot of suspicious elements involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination, okay? It does have, maybe it's just totally happenstance, totally random, but, you know, the way that this guy was able to line up a shot and create a little sniper perch for himself, unbeknownst to everybody else, and then was able to jet away by taking advantage of another person that was in the crowd that like redirected all of law enforcement attention towards himself. One shot, one kill, directly in the main vein on his neck. All of that stuff is strange, but I'm gonna be 100% for real. No, there isn't a random hunter who could probably hit that shot, even if it's a crazy shot. No, I know a lot of people are saying a random hunter could hit that shot, but I've heard this a lot. Okay. But I don't think a lot of people understand. It's not the shot in and of itself, even though it's like relatively a relatively competent shot would be able to do would be able to do that. But like I think shooting deer is a little bit different than shooting a human being, especially for the first time ever. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it's actually the stakes, it's the pressure, and the setup. The very fact that he was able to get away, because you see this in school shootings all the time. People make this. People basically design how they're going to conduct a school shooting for a very long time, and then when the moment comes, obviously, like what HasanAbi is proven wrong and clings to his incorrect beliefs. You've been told repeatedly you were wrong. On what? Can't wait to see how long it takes for HasanAbi to start screaming at his chat for no reason. Acts like a baby. Chat says take a break. HasanAbi yells at chat. Classic. Brother. Here, take a day off, dude. You're obviously a little unstable. My point was that planning something like this and then being able to successfully implement it is two entirely different things. And in most circumstances, like the shooter usually doesn't get away. He gets killed or kills themselves. So the fact that this guy was able to get away is unique, I think. The fact that they still haven't been able to find the shooter is unique. Now, it could be a matter of incompetence in law enforcement, okay? For sure. It could be a matter of incompetence in law enforcement, but there are some interesting aspects of this assassination, of this hit, that I think that make me feel like it smells weird. I don't think it was... I don't think Charlie Kirk was not assassinated by Israel or Trump or likely any organization. This happens with every assassination. Is it really that hard to believe an unhinged weirdo with likely incoherent politics shot someone famous? This happened for like a century. No, I agree. I don't disagree with you. I agree. I think that is like in order of priority, or in order of the hierarchy of like likelihood, I would say that it's most likely what it always is, which is like a fucking dude, oftentimes right wing, who just has like indecipherable, incoherent politics and has took it upon himself to take matters into his own hands because like of a serious disagreement that they had. That's usually how these things go. But oftentimes these guys don't get away with it, you know?
Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd.
The news is coming in very fast now. Breaking news in the hunt for the assassin in Utah. Brand new evidence now. Bill Malutian. Bill, tell us.
Yeah, Harris, good morning to you. We heard earlier today that the FBI said they recovered that high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area. Well, now several federal sources confirmed to Fox News that messages were found written on both the gun and the ammunition here, and those messages are currently being reviewed by investigators. We can't confirm what were in those messages, only that messages were found scrawled on both the gun and the ammunition that investigators have found, and that is under review right now. That gun will be having what's known as an urgent trace by the ATF. That is when they're going to try to find out where the gun was purchased, when it was purchased, what the possible chain of custody was. Keep in mind, the FBI also announcing earlier this morning they found a partial palm print. They also found some footprints, and they do have good surveillance video of the suspect. They just say they're not going to be releasing that video right now. They say those images show that person, whoever it is, jumping off a building and running off into a neighborhood, and that person appears to be college-aged. But again, Harris, multiple federal sources telling Fox News that messages of some kind were found written on both the gun and the ammo, and investigators right now looking at those messages, as here we are about 20 hours after this assassination and still no suspect in custody.
Make no mistake, this could very well be true. It's just that releasing this information without proper confirmation is incredibly irresponsible. The New York Times has reported on this. The original source comes from Steven Crowder. He was the one who fucking leaked this. Okay. And he was the one who leaked this. And the New York Times said, but a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by the ATF analysts and did not match other summaries of evidence and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. The reason why I'm saying that is because the Wall Street Journal reported on it, CNN reported on it, and the reason why it's dangerous and irresponsible is because, like, you don't fucking know. You don't know if this corresponds to the shooter's actual ideology or if they're like an opportunist that wanted to foment like race war or something, you know, because like Reuters do stuff like that all the time. You don't know if it's actually a left-wing ideological perspective that was true and real and genuine. And you have to analyze all of the evidence that's readily available before you make a release like this, before you make a statement like this known, because that kind of dangerous misinformation just goes crazy. And then a lot of people, by the time new information comes out, you know, people have already made up their minds, right? So that in and of itself is like very dangerous. I'm asking rhetorically, but why is no one bringing up that Fuentes has been going hard against Kirk? And in the last few weeks, calling him a traitor, Judas Goat, and shit. Look at the Groyper reply guys under his post. If the cops and media were serious, this is who they would give attention to. I mean, you could say that about me too, man. You can say that about like a person who is like overwhelmingly antagonistic to Charlie Kirk, and his audience is antagonistic to Charlie Kirk. Like that, the right wingers are never going to blame the right anyway. But the reason why I showed you this stuff is because, yeah, Nick Fuentes. Here is Zay Squirrel saying, Nick Fuentes, a Nazi Frankenstein monster created by conservative alt-right, is now turning on his masters and vowing to destroy the GOP while harassing Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. As Malcolm X would say, the chickens are coming home to roost. So,
Ben, it's great to see you. Why did you give a 45-minute speech about me at Stanford, and you won't even look at my
Hey, he's with his kids.
Come on, I'm right here. Hey, let him cross, man. Let him cross. I know you're with your family, but I can't.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he was doing. He's done this for quite a while, as a matter of fact. He made a big name for himself by like doing this at Turning Point USA events. So there is a lot of animosity from the far right as well. I think claims of the shooter being related to a pro-trans men should be held extra scrutiny given the recent attempts to ban trans people from owning guns. Yeah, I mean, it's just, here's another problem with having charlatans in charge, biased charlatans in charge that are willing to drop all notion of conducting a serious investigation, right? Zay called you out. What else is new, man? It's like saying you're getting death threats on Twitter. Okay, that's every day. Who gives a shit? Keep pushing. So, anyway, where was I? There are a lot of people, I think, that are saying that he was going to turn on Israel any moment now, and I don't think that's there's evidence for that at all. And I think there are different reasons as to why some people are saying it. Some people are saying it because they just want to like shit on Israel and they think everything is Israel. He already did turn on Israel. You're wrong. No, he didn't, man. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Every now and then, these guys speak out of both sides of their mouth all the time. You guys are so fucking stupid. You don't know these people as well as I do, okay? You haven't tracked their behavior as well as I have, I guess. Please stop. The notion that this guy was actually anti-Israel is so fucking weird. he has said in a couple different instances, like marginally correct statements. That's it. That's it. I think a lot of you want to. He called him out multiple times. Oh my God, it's like Trump. It's Trump. Is Trump anti-Israel too? Any day now, he's going to turn on Israel. Are you guys that fucking stupid? He has literally consistently said it's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. Palestine isn't real. Palestinians are not real. Famine is fake. He's just trying to manage the overall anti-Israel sentiment in his base, okay? That's why he's on a delicate tightrope. It's the same with the Epstein stuff, okay? It's the same shit with the Epstein stuff. He on the one hand literally got the boss call from Trump, and he turned around and said, I'm done with the Epstein shit. I'm never going to talk about it, okay? But also simultaneously, he kept repeating, we should release all the Epstein files. Nah, dude, you're wrong. Just send me the fucking links, and I will send you 1 million extra links of Charlie Kirk dick riding Israel into oblivion. There's no evidence that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. What we do know is a hyper-violent transfer. Okay. Like, I understand why people want to believe that this was Israel and that Charlie Kirk was like seemingly turning on Israel. And that's the meta right now. That's the narrative right now.
Of course.
Fox News just aired a segment. Charlie Kirk's legacy of supporting Israel with special guest Benjamin Netanyahu, who calls Charlie an extraordinary friend. He says Charlie wrote him a letter in May declaring, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is coming from the original like InfoWars guy, a couple months ago saying like, I've heard that Charlie Kirk is afraid of his life if he were to turn on Israel. Okay, that's where this started. That's where these suspicions started. There was another Groyper guy who went viral as well, also a couple months ago, where he said like Charlie Kirk is going to turn on Israel and then Israel is going to kill him. Okay, but
team civilization here.
If you look at his interview with Ben Shapiro from 2 fucking days ago, so 1 day prior to him getting shot and killed, you will probably develop a better assessment on his opinion on Israel than whatever random clips that were put together in an effort for these guys to at least like make themselves appear more palatable to the populist right who fucking hate Israel. Okay? Charlie Kirk quite literally was in favor of mass deportations for people who were critical of Israel. He said, I think you might be botted. You have 75K viewers, law, or maybe my fucking debate opponent got assassinated yesterday. And this is a nationally important news story. Yeah, Israel's not starving Gazans.
Being lied to, and I hate being propagandized. And this weekend, there was an all-out propaganda campaign trying to make it seem as if Israel is intentionally starving the people of Gaza. I hate being lied to, especially by the media networks. They lied to us about COVID. They lied to us about the vaccines. They lied to us about open borders. They lied to us Hunter Biden laptop. Joining us now is Rabbi Walicki, a great friend.
Really pure propaganda, as you said. Approximately $500 million just from selling aid to the people of the Gaza Strip since the war has began. So Israel has realized for a long time that this is a problem because while the aid has to...
Anyway, I posted a link to watch all the videos and tell me he wasn't calling him out. You're wrong or too afraid to admit it, in which in the later case, I don't blame you. You said post the links. Now watch all the videos and tell me you disagree. We both know I'm right, and I don't blame you for also not wanting to be hit by Israel. Are you fucking stupid? You think Charlie Kirk is anti-Israel, and you think me, this guy, is actually afraid of calling out Israel? Are you lobotomized? Are you a victim of a lobotomy that you were unaware of? What the fuck are you saying? Then watch the videos. What do you mean? The video is him literally saying that Israel's not starving people. This was at the peak of Israel starving people. What the fuck are you talking about? I guess I'm getting rage baited or something. That's not the video I sent you. What is the video you sent me? Charlie Kirk talking to Ben Shapiro? Is this the one? Watch all 3 videos and tell me he wasn't turning on them. Oh, okay. Okay, 1 minute and 49 seconds. Let's take a look at some of the, and I already explained this to you. Tim Pool does this all the time. Ben Shapiro doesn't do this because obviously he's like even more pro-Israel than these guys. But independent media is much more aware of the audience's attitude, okay? And therefore, they have to manage a situation that is an 80-20 issue for their base. Okay? Charlie Kirk knows that a lot of his fans fucking hate Israel. At the Turning Point USA conference, he literally saw it. He saw it in real time. Okay? Let's take a look at these clips, but not the one where he conducts an interview with Ben Shapiro.
Epstein with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, but there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun.
Yeah. So what's really interesting about this is a correct assessment that Charlie Kirk is engaging in. What's even more interesting about it is that after Donald Trump told him to shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein, he literally relayed that information to his own audience and said, I'm done talking about Epstein. The Patriots are in charge. Wait, the chatter is right. What are you talking about? Of course, there were moments in a sea of pro-Israel propaganda where a guy who has to fucking address real live crowds who are incredibly anti-Israel, especially because they're Gen Z, okay, is going to every now and then try to manage the situation. That's it.
He was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are active.
Take the Ella song, Why Are You Dying on This Hill? Oh my God. This is not a hill. You think this is a hill. It's my least favorite type of fucking argument, okay? You didn't present a position. You didn't present a serious position. This is your point that you are presenting, okay, in your argument. And there are a million other points of evidence that I can present back to you, okay, offering minor criticism to Israel when you are unimaginably pro-Israel at every other moment is only done so you maintain some semblance of legitimacy in the eyes of your audience, okay? That's it. That's one clip. I'm sure there's others where he's like said something as well. Literally 48 hours before he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk asked some critical questions.
Interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on, so like, maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, you know, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse.
Oh, that's it? That's the clip? That's the clip? The Nelk boy said the same thing to Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, some people have criticized Israel for doing ethnic cleansing. What do you think? Let's watch the full one now.
We want to see the maniacs of Hamas be defeated. So we've seen news this.
Wait, hold on.
Open an account. We want to see the maniacs. So we're on Team Civilization here. We want to see the maniacs of Hamas be defeated. So we've seen news this morning that, quite honestly, I'm a little confused by, and I was hoping you could navigate it and help us understand, which is that Israel bombed Qatar, which houses a lot of Hamas officials. What happened here? And if I were to introduce just the skeptical question, will this potentially endanger America's own interests in the Middle East? So please, Ben, help me better understand the situation.
By the way, one thing that I do take issue with here is that even if I'm open to Israel assassinating Charlie Kirk, I do not, and I will not stand for this fucking idiotic notion that it was because he was actually turning on Israel any day now. Okay? You are a fucking moron if you think this. Okay? And there are a lot of people who do feel this way, but like this stop being smug and learn analysis, man, is just like, even if it was Israel that did this, the notion that he actually fucking is critical of Israel is so wrong.
Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be, and how does one?
This is the point where the video cut off. By the way, here.
In your opinion, what would conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years? So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be, and how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing?
So ethnic cleansing, the idea, presumably, that population movement is equivalent to ethnic cleansing. I think ethnic cleansing is a term that's been fairly recently coined to describe population movement during war. And the reality is that's been ongoing for literally all of human history. The idea that Israel is, quote unquote, forcing people out of the Gaza Strip, that is not the stated policy of the Israeli government. The idea is if people want to leave, they can, but they're not being forced to leave. Again, moving people out of heavily urbanized areas that are honeycombed with terrorist booby traps pretty much everywhere is not the same thing as, quote unquote, ethnic cleansing. And I think that ethnic cleansing is very often used as sort of a softer form of the genocide attack. The idea being that Israel is trying to kill everyone, which of course is not true. As far as your earlier question about what we believe from the media, one of the things that I find kind of astonishing in some of the folks on the right who are highly critical of Israel is actually the lack of the lack of skepticism when it comes to legacy media. Legacy media are radically anti-Israel overall. The New York Times can certainly not be accused of being a pro-Israel outlet. It'd be very difficult to make the accusation that the Associated Press, which has worked hand in glove with Hamas for years, or Reuters, that these are wildly pro-Israel outlets. And yet, when it comes to the reporting, it seems to be sort of the opposite.
Ben,
so the
Ben,
perception of the legacy media is like owned by the Jews. And
I was going to say, Ben, come
pro-Israel.
on. You Jews own the media, Ben. So, I mean, come on. As you could tell by all the wonderful headlines you guys get.
Well, I mean, dude, the accusation.
Wow. A sarcastic quip talking to Ben Shapiro about how negative the media is towards Israel. Does that strike you as a person who's anti-Israel, Chatters? Or are you oblivious to how sarcasm works?
That we own the media has not prevented, the Daily Wire from employing people who radically disagree with me on all of these matters. I mean, I don't agree with Matt Walsh on foreign policy. Matt obviously is a major host over at Daily Wire, and that's just my shop. And I'm overtly pro-Israel. Right? I mean, I'm not making any bones about this. I'm a Jew and I'm a Zionist. I'm not going to pretend that to say otherwise would be absolutely silly. To suggest that some sort of atheistic Jewish person by birth who does not care about Judaism or Israel owning the New York Times means the New York Times is pro-Israel is to ignore literally every bit of coverage they have ever.
Yeah. They agree that the New York Times is not pro-Israel. Okay. Here they are saying that the most pro-Israel legacy publisher in the nation is actually not pro-Israel at all, because they every now and then accurately reflect on the events in an effort to maintain their credibility. I'm just saying, do you guys think that he's turning on Israel? Be honest.
Last question on this.
To ignore literal.
We're running out of time here, but just last question on this, Ben. I know this might be a tougher question, but BB.
Bro, that chatter is still saying watch the video. I am. I'm watching the video.
He said, quote, I didn't like he said this. I'll be honest. You can't be MAGA if you're anti-Israel. I don't like it for a couple reasons. How did you analyze that statement from BB?
I mean, I think that there is the ungenerous way of interpreting that and then the generous way of interpreting that. So the ungenerous way is to suggest that you have to hold a particular position on every Israeli governmental activity in order to be MAGA, which of course is not true. I mean, you can disagree from the right or from the left with Bibi's policies, and you can still be plenty MAGA. I think the idea that Bibi is putting out there is that if you are taking Hamas's side against Israel in a conflict, it is very difficult to align that with the stated positions of the Trump administration or what President Trump himself is doing right now. I certainly is true.
You cannot look. I think you can have disagreements on Israel and still be MAGA. Obviously, you should be America first. But if you're pro Hamas, you're something darker, and we shouldn't put up with that. Ben, tell us about your important new book.
Chatter's talking to an imaginary HasanAbi that isn't actually watching the video. It's so crazy that like motherfuckers can literally do unlimited pro-genocide propaganda for 2 years and people still will turn around and act as though, yeah, propaganda goes as Charlie Kirk was not a critic of Israel. What kind of revisionism is this? Mohammed Hassan says, Charlie Kirk's question of Israel was because we've crossed the Rubicon where to not question Israel clearly reveals someone to be a propagandist. Because Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson's critique of Israel, he had to adopt some of their talking points, the most mild ones, to avoid hemorrhaging his audience who have turned on Israel. He was a Ted Cruz, we must bless Israel Christian who championed the slaughter of Palestinians while repeating the most lazy hosbra about Qatar, Islam, the Muslim Brotherhood, etc. He was not a critic of Israel. But it's crazy that just people would rather believe this notion. Like, even if you think this was like a professional hit, maybe it was Mossad, the notion that it was because he was going to turn on Israel any moment now is so insane to me. Okay? That's it. Look at it from Israel's POV. Even this clip doesn't sell me on him being anti-Israel.
Stuff. They were hundreds.
No one, I saw the full one, by the way. I saw the full clip. No one is saying Charlie Kirk became anti-Israel, but when the head of the largest conservative youth organization in America with chapters on over, and I like Jeremy Lafredo. I mean, he's literally been arrested in Israel for his reporting and was held hostage for an extended period of time. Over 3,500 high schools and college campuses starts openly questioning whether the Israeli government and the military are lying about their war and regional ambitions. It poses a serious challenge. If that conversation were allowed to continue, it could shift the next generation of conservatives away from automatic support of Israel. The reality of the matter is the only reason why Charlie Kirk is saying this is because he doesn't want to hemorrhage the rest of his base of support to the Nick Fuentes of the world or the Tucker Carlsons of the world, because those guys are openly anti-Israel, and that position is infinitely more popular now, especially amongst the youth. That's it.
Hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate non-conspiracy question.
That's it, right? If you watch the entire conversation with Patrick Bet-David, you would actually arrive at a very different conclusion, okay? This kind of conspiratorial question, or not even a conspiratorial question, unironically, this is a very valid question, as a matter of fact, does not imply that someone is anti-Israel. You have to look at the totality of their commentary to recognize whether someone is pro-Israel or anti-Israel at all. And if you look at the rest of the conversation, because I saw this clip also circulating around, this is a much older clip, as a matter of fact, and then the rest of the subsequent things that he has said, you will recognize that Charlie Kirk is whatever Donald Trump is, okay? He was whatever Donald Trump was or is. That's all it is. And Donald Trump is pro-Israel. Every now and then, he might sidestep because he has to maintain a grip of control over his base of support. There's a shooting at UMass Boston now. Okay, guys, I'm not going to immediately fucking jump to the active shooting incidents that may or may not be taking place. You know, we don't normally do that. Okay, please stop. It's real though. I know, even if it is real, again, I'm not going to. Hasan hates Israel so much. Of course I do. What do you mean? What kind of question is this? Of course, because I have a conscience. I have a heart. I have eyes to see and a brain to think. What the fuck do you mean? Of course I hate Israel. It is an apartheid state built around a ethnic religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist at its heart, at its root. It is currently doing a genocide. Of course I'm fucking anti all of those things. Yes, I'm anti-Nazi as well. Is this a new stance, do you think? It's like saying, Hasan, why do you hate Nazi Germany so much? Why do you hate apartheid South Africa so much? What the fuck? Anyway.
Jewish.
And then the rest of it is him talking about secular Jews being responsible for Yeah, I did. I wanted to debate Charlie Kirk on Israel. That was going to be the fucking debate. That's why it's so fucking insane to me that everyone is now running around and like that was what we were going to debate on. You understand that, right? In 2 weeks at Dartmouth University, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk on the issue of Israel and his unlimited support for Israel and the Trump administration's support for Israel and how much that actually is directly at odds with a lot of the foundational principles, quote unquote, of conservatism, whether it be free speech, cancel culture, whether it be isolationism, whether it be being pro-peace and not pro-war in the way that Donald Trump actually presented himself. That's why it's making me go crazy, because like I did look at his fucking assessment. I did look at his perspective on Israel for that reason. That's what the debate was going to be about.
Have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using.
Yeah, Elon Musk said the same shit too. Do you think Elon Musk is anti-Israel? Any moment now, the Mossad is going to assassinate him because he's also said the same shit. Secular Jews have done unlimited open borders propaganda and anti-white hatred. That's exactly what Elon Musk said.
Against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Kopperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of the, so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforced.
Wait, you're going to take the pro-Israel side and debate against Charlie Kirk? Take a week off.
This. So I'm going to kind of, it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We were on top of it. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen.
You don't actually think Elon Musk would be forced to switch his views based on public pressure in the same way Charlie Kirk would be going in front of a young conservative all around the country law? That's a reach, though, law? No, man. These guys are anti-Semitic and pro-Israel. That's my point, okay? What the fuck? Is this new to you? He's an evangelical Zionist. That's it. On the one hand, they believe that, like, a lot of these secular Jews, these rootless cosmopolitans, are responsible for the death and destruction of Western civilization, okay? They are the ones who are responsible for the Great Replacement. That's how they think. That's how they feel. But also, simultaneously, they have a theological justification to offer unlimited support to Israel. If you do not understand the complexity of I guess, evangelical Zionism and its unlimited support for the nation state of Israel as an apartheid state conducting a genocide, you will find yourself duped by clips such as this one. Because for many people, they go, oh, well, he's saying something that comes across as anti-Semitic here, so he must be anti-Israel. That's not. It's not. He is a fucking, he can be both of those things at the same time. That's what's so funny. Like, you saw 3 clips, and that was enough. He literally said Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, and said that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has largely been financed by Jewish donors. Yeah, he's a fascist, dude. Yes. Is this new? It's not, you know? Anyway, this guy literally, like I said, stated over and over again, Palestine's not real. It's not real. It's not real. You know? That attitude shift is not reflective of like any sort of broader trend or anything. Okay? This guy is still tweeting at me. Under the gun 1776. Oh, it's because he's a fucking right-winger. That was the guy who I was cooking in the chat. It's because he's an anti-Israel right-winger who was desperately coping with the notion that one of his favorite political content creators was just like an ultra-Zionist. And in his moment of passing, he had to turn around and be like, nah, you don't understand. He's afraid of Israel. Bitch, if I was afraid of Israel, I wouldn't be saying fuck Israel every goddamn day. Far before October 7 and every day since. Suck my fucking dick, dumbass. You don't even know. I was about to fucking debate him I was about to debate him on his Israel support. God damn, these people are so fucking stupid. Yeah, you actually think he was a critic of Israel or Zionism? Seriously, get it together. Palestine doesn't exist. Islam is a sword of the left is using to slit the throat of America. Zero people from Gaza should be allowed to come to America, period. No, Israel is not starving Gazans. Kirk did not platform Tucker or Dave Smith because he had a change of heart. It was because he saw the tide turning amongst the Republican youth and had no choice but to try and co-opt the new anti-Israel movement on the right. If he didn't platform them, he would lose relevance. His job is to remain relevant and manipulate the conversation in the direction of Zionist and right-wing power players. That's his bread and butter. That's why he gains access to the White House. During his conference, he held a sit-down with conservative youth and used that dialogue to raise concerns over anti-Semitism in an effort to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Any criticisms he's made of Israel is simply so he can run cover for them. Kirk was a political performer, a grifter, a propagandist serving the most powerful people in this country. He should not have been shot in the neck in front of his wife and child. But let's be real here. He was a Zionist until his last breath. Yes, I do understand why it comes across as strange and a little bit heavy-handed that Benjamin Netanyahu and every fucking Israeli politician in unison started tweeting thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk literally seemingly the very moment that the first shot was fired. Okay. Benjamin Netanyahu was one of the first people around the planet that said, pray for Charlie Kirk. I was there. I saw it. We were all there. We watched it happen in real time. Okay. Is that strange? Yes. That's strange as fuck. It was, I think, and we can watch it. We can go back to the tape and review it if you want. It was fucking insane. He was one of the first people that issued, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. Okay? That was at 3:02 p.m. Praying for Charlie Kirk. It was before. Benjamin Netanyahu posted that before Donald Trump even posted it. I'm pretty sure. I would be more inclined to believe that this was a Mossad hit if it suspiciously turned out that the guy who shot Charlie Kirk was actually a super free Palestine guy. Okay? That is an infinitely, that is a narrative that I think would make more sense than what these fucking guys are saying right now. Okay? Do you understand? You saying BB woke up from his good night's sleep just to type praying for XYZ right after the guy got shot? Yes. I'm confused. How is this not even more proof that they took him out before he switched his public opinion? They were able to martyr him and keep him as a pro-Israel voice. Why would BB even know about this and tweet about it faster than Trump? There is no indication that Charlie Kirk was actually going to, any moment now, become an anti-Zionist. There's a literal fucking conversation that he had with Ben Shapiro one day before he got shot and killed, where he is very clearly still running the pro-Israel narratives. What the fuck is wrong with you guys, man? Please take some medication or something. Holy fuck. Oh my God. I know people get really mad at me when I'm so short with people on this issue. Why are you avoiding the real positions that he has presented as opposed to the positions that you ascribe to him? Is it true they found the shooter? No. Anyway, let's move on. There are even people who I respect who have fallen mercy to this kind of thinking. People do love conspiracy theories, though. You are 100% being brigaded to make you talk about this, and probably. Anyway, let's get back to the news that we do know.
Investigators are hot on this person's trail. That's all we got right now. Harris will update as soon as we have more. We'll send it back to you.
Bill, thank you so very much. We are at a clip now about every 30 minutes. We're getting something brand new. So we will come back to you as the news warrants right here on Focus. Thank you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here.
What happened to this video? Damn.
The news is coming in.
Shit. Breaking messages found on Charlie Kirk's assassin's gun. Fox is running with that too.
Very fast now. Breaking news in the hunt for the assassin in Utah. Brand new evidence now. Bill Malushin. Bill, tell us.
Yeah, Harris, good morning to you. We heard earlier today that the FBI said they recovered that high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area. Well, now several federal sources confirmed to Fox News that messages were found written on both.
Okay, why are you entertaining this conspiracy so seriously? There is not nearly enough information to be making all these inferences and even less motive. All it's doing is giving the shitlibs and conservatives more ammo. Because when there's an environment of uncertainty, there are a lot of narratives that take root. And my primary purpose in moments like this is to try to enforce critical thinking skills upon the audience, okay? That's my job. That's what I do. This is what I have done every single time there is an environment of uncertainty. Okay?
Both the gun and the ammunition here, and those messages are currently being reviewed by investigators. We can't confirm what were in those messages, only that messages were found scrawled on.
107, please.
The European Parliament rejects request for a minute of silence for Charlie Kirk. Jesus Christ.
You need to press.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam President, dear colleagues, the murder of political activist Charlie Kirk, a husband, loving father, and patriot, has shocked the world. We must strongly condemn political violence and rhetoric that incites violence. Please stand with me in reflection and prayer in his honor, and I yield the rest of my time for a moment of silence.
Herr Kollege Weimers, wir haben abgesprochen und Sie wissen, dass die Präsidentin hat eine Schweigeminute abgelehnt. Wir fahren daher fort. Wir kommen zum Bericht von Herrn Stefano Bonaccini. Die Präsidentin hat die Schweigeminute abgelehnt. Bericht von Herrn Stefano Bonaccini zur Zusammenarbeit zwischen Durchsetzungsbehörden im Hinblick auf unlautere Handelspraktiken in der Agrar- und Lebensmittelversorgungskette. Abstimmung, Eintritt in die Interinstitutional
He was never elected to office, but during his 31 years, Charlie Kirk was able to leave an indelible mark on American politics with his willingness to debate the other side.
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loves so.
Yeah, this is God. There is a neutrality applied to the assessments that people make here. People saying this is AI, by the way, I think there is listen, the reason why people immediately jumped to the AI thing was because there was a massive jump in between when he just like moves his hand in the first 18 seconds. And I think the answer and the explanation for this is clearer than this being like a complete AI video. But instead, it's just a hastily done Photoshop job that has AI upscaling in it. Yeah, his hand enlarged in the video. It's enhancement. It's a feature in DaVinci Resolve. It's AI-powered smooth cut. Yeah, I think that's the most likely scenario here, rather than the fact that it was AI or something. His face is drooping. I think he had a stroke. Okay, I don't think so. I'm telling you, I think like the AI that you're seeing on screen is coming from the AI boosting that takes place with like a lot of the editing software that is used nowadays. Okay. It's like a TikTok filter. When you put a TikTok filter on your videos and your face moves weirdly sometimes because the filter is not correctly applied, it's like that. I'll look at his face droop. Maybe they tried to artificially make his face not look droopy. I don't know. And I know the trees move weirdly in the background. I'm not saying that there isn't any sort of editing software utilized here. I'm pretty sure they used Morph Cut. It's a feature in Adobe Premiere Pro that morphs between two separate cuts. If you look under the hands, you see the tie reflection morphing weirdly on the table. I know. And you see the fucking hands, you see the hand size get smaller as well. This is another one of the the things that people are running with. One must ask the question, why? Like, what purpose does this serve if it's an AI generated video? I think what he is saying in this video is far more consequential than what he is saying in the video. I think is far more consequential than like this being an AI video or not. What is this? This is him today. What the fuck? What is this photo, man? Bro, it looks like shit, but he also looks like shit all the time. So who knows, you know? Is it just like old man shit, or does he got the stroke face? This looks like it's AI upscaled as well, for the record, which is funny that people are like, this is AI, but then they send me a photo and it's like, I think also bass boosted.
So much.
Kirk took his message to TikTok last year with a series called You've Been Brainwashed, traveling to college campuses, squaring off against students on everything from immigration to abortion.
Like, it's not dependent on the mom, and it can be like its own thing.
If you have a pacemaker, you're dependent. If you have a ventilator, you're dependent. Babies are in NICU units, neonatal intensive care units, they're dependent. Dependency does not equal its degree of moral worth.
Amassing more followers than Fox News, Tucker Carlson, even the Kamala Harris campaign. Speaking here about gender.
You can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video,
God,
the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views, but you don't know what a man is in your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Kirk voiced opposition to gay rights, rejected the separation of church and state, and described COVID lockdowns as government tyranny. He said he was simply speaking truths that others were too afraid to say out loud, speaking here on guns.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
Kirk began his political journey young. In high school, he led a protest against the price of cookies in the cafeteria. When he was 17, he wrote an op-ed claiming his economics textbook was pushing liberal ideas. That led to his first appearance on national TV. A year later, he co-founded Turning Point USA to take on liberal groups on college campuses. It grew rapidly, with thousands of chapters. By 2016, Kirk was speaking at the Republican National Convention.
We work on college campuses across the country. The only way we're going to take back the youth of this country is to storm them, and that is how we're going to make America great again.
Initially skeptical of Donald Trump, he quickly embraced the campaign, and during Trump's first term, he claimed to have visited the White House about 100 times.
Oh, wow. They even mentioned that. That's crazy. So a lot of people don't know this, and they probably don't remember this, but Charlie Kirk was anti-Trump in 2015. And I think it's important to understand that because he was anti-Trump because he was he's an operator for the Republicans, right? But once Trump won, he was like, this is the new meta. Trump is going to be the leader of the party. And he just went along with it. And as a matter of fact, he continued to go along with it. And I think this was good instincts for his own careerist ambitions. Even when the Murdochs and the Koch brothers and all of the institutional donors of the Republican Party were actually anti-Trump because they were worried that Trump was going to change the trajectory of the Republican Party and was going to be too much of a poisonous force for institutional Republicans. This is why Mitch McConnell was anti-Trump in the second before his second term, right? And for me, I think that shows that he at least had good instinct to stay on the Trump train, right? For his own career ambitions, of course. But that also shows that he was mostly just a Republican operative in general. He made the right bet, but you are being dishonest. What does that even mean? Like, for what reason? 2016, most people were. What's wrong with that? What are you saying? Most of them still are anti-Trump. You're an idiot. I'm confused. I'm saying that he had the right instinct when a lot of the institutional donors were anti-Trump to stick with Donald Trump, despite being an opportunist. J.D. Vance is a similar figure. They understood that Donald Trump is the Republican Party. That's it. And they went along with it. And Charlie Kirk, actually, there's a little bit more drama in the background here because like now Fox News is offering a lot of praise to Charlie Kirk. But when the institutional donors of the Republican Party tried to desperately move away from Donald Trump and even present Ron DeSantis as an alternative, if you recall, because like CPAC actually had Ron DeSantis as the primary figure that was going to supposedly be the next iteration of the Republican Party. And it obviously was a spectacular failure. And we all know that now. So most people forgot about it. But Charlie Kirk stuck with Donald Trump through that process. Okay. And he won big for that reason. But in that time frame, Fox News actually stopped having Charlie Kirk on for a brief period of time before Donald Trump obviously became the leader of the party and everyone had to capitulate to his whims once again. So that's also something to consider here.
Insiders calling him the Trump whisperer.
He's done something that is just incredible for somebody really of his age.
Yeah, I saw the Trump photos from the 9/11 memorial. I'm going to keep it $150. That motherfucker got a stroke, bro. That's crazy. Okay, now I am a little bit more committed to he got AI base boosted on his face. Yeah, no, that's not looking good. I can't believe I'm saying this. Blue and On might be right on this. That's That's strange. I have to see more. But blue and on. Might have to give that to you. Okay. Oh man, that Nussy got me acting up. Okay. Watch the clip. Watch the video is even worse. In all seriousness, what's going on here? POTUS scheduled to be at the Yankee game tonight as well.
Hilda E. Taylor, Lieutenant Colonel Kip P. Taylor, United States Army. Leonard E. Taylor.
I mean, he's just bored here, but
Sandra C. Taylor.
like he's just bored here, but like what's actually interesting is the lip. Wrong side of the face for a stroke. Do we know if it's just do we know if it's mirrored or it can be any side, right? Yeah, no, that he doesn't look good. I'll tell you that. I'll admit that. God damn, he doesn't look good at all. Holy fuck. Okay. He looks bad. Don't say nussy for a while, bro. Come on. What? Why? That looks like a couple massively. That's also the look of a couple massively in love. His face is just flying at half mast. Excuse me. That man is a father and a grandfather. How dare you make light of his possible stroke like this? Yeah, he's leaning left right now. Let me tell you, okay? First time in a long time. He's just mewing. Okay, stop. Can you change the tab away from the nussy? Oh, it got you acting up too, huh? That's what happened, huh? Steven Crowder has been subpoenaed by the ATF. Oh, that's so funny. Bro, it's stuck like that. Look at the full. Wait, is that from today? I can't get a good read on that one. But the whole day, he was drooping left, dude. It looks minor, though. I mean, and it's not... What the heliante, brother? What the hell? You can't see the Getty images is right in the way, but vaccine? Question mark? Okay. Let's get back to this.
Tremendous talent to do what he's done. Building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA, and I want to thank you, really, Charlie. Incredible job.
After the 2020 election, Kirk was among those promoting false claims of election fraud. 4 years later, after Trump's re-election, he was credited with delivering the youth vote.
His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace.
This is...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just could be bass boosted a little bit. Like, I mean, like I said, it's the reason why you're seeing all this like weird shit is because there is obviously like editing tools that factor AI, like AI upscaling and the artifacting and stuff that you see in that video is most likely a consequence of that. I don't think it's like a full blown AI video, like it's a fake Trump or anything like that. I think it's just like him talking. And there's definitely a filter, and people have said it's like a morph edit, but it's not dissimilar to the way like a TikTok filter works sometimes, and that's it. But I can see maybe they used something that was weird for his mouth or something if he's like incapable of delivering a speech without slurring or without his mouth like drooping off the side of his face or something like that. But people said like look at the hands and whatnot, but that like hand placement at the 18th second where his hand like literally changes sizes, like all of that stuff can happen with AI, or not AI altogether, but with some sort of like upscaling software that they're using that utilizes AI. Like that's it. So I'm still committed to it's most likely some kind of morph cut or some kind of AI enhancement, but not necessarily like a completely fake video that they just used like a generative AI tool to make, which is also what I said yesterday as well about like the AI upscaling. So that seems like the most likely outcome. There was a couple other conspiracies that I want to address as well. One which I also personally entertained in private, not in public, but last night. There were some Eddington moments, some Eddington-ass moments that took place with some of the information that was revealed. Some are completely ridiculous. Others are not so ridiculous. Number one, people saying like, oh, Charlie Kirk security detail, we're doing hand signals. Okay, there's three primary things that people are presenting outside of like the obvious reasons why this looks strange, like the fact that the shooter got away, they couldn't find who the shooter is, all this stuff is strange. But like beyond that, there's three primary things that people have pointed to. Number one is this video where they're claiming that there were hand signals being presented. Here it is. After seeing Trump's response and how quickly they had it prepared, I'm pretty convinced MAGA just sacrificed Charlie Kirk in an effort to save Trump from the Epstein files and the wars he can't stop. Add in this dude giving baseball signs while standing perfectly to the side of the bullet track only further convinces me things aren't as they seem, and the shooter vanished. We shall see more information as it comes out, but I doubt this was a liberal.
How many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
I don't think any of these are hand signals. Okay, I think this is a bit of a reach. This has 101,000 likes, by the way, and I've seen many different iterations of this. Now, I think it's a reach. I don't think that was like a hand signal that was giving an opportunity for a tactical shot or something. It's just his own security details. So that's number one. The other one was the fuck. What were the three different ones? God damn it! One was the hand signal. The other one was the private jet, and then, but I'm going to talk about the private jet one too, but hold on. I was talking to Kyle Kalinske about this, and I'm going to give you the private jet one. The private jet one is the one that I entertained as well, and I talked to some other like visual investigations people, and no way, man, totally normal to give kill shot signals from downrange, a meter from the target. Yeah, exactly. That stuff is kind of ridiculous, but hold on. Let me see what are the ones he presented. God damn, I got so many fucking people. Shit. Oh, and then the AI. We already covered the AI, Trump AI one. But the last conspiracy that was
This week, Mr. President,
Wait.
I witnessed more than 60 people in DRC Congo were killed. There is people
Wait, what?
affiliated with.
He doesn't seem so droopy now. What now, liberals? Blue and on. He doesn't seem droopy at all.
For Congolese people.
Well, we're going to be talking to them. As you know, we are talking to them. It's a very violent place. It's very, very violent.
Bad angle. He's cloned. No, man. He just doesn't look. He doesn't look droopy. Oh, come on. He got no droop. We can be honest, right? Maybe it's the camera angle, but come on.
It's
Move your
terrible.
face
They
more.
ought to be ashamed of themselves. It's terrible.
Why haven't they found the shooter yet, Mr. President? Are you concerned that it's been 24 hours?
Well, I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens.
Do you have any indication of the shooter's motivation, sir?
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later. Thank you.
You spoke with Uzbekistan president, and this last Sunday you sent greetings to Kazakhstan. UN General Assembly is upcoming. Are you going to meet with the presidents of Central Asian countries?
President where?
Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
I will be, yeah. They're very good people, and I will be doing that, yes.
So you believe the killer was a trained assassin? Usually your instincts are always on.
I'd rather not say. I think progress is being made. He's an animal, total animal. And hopefully they'll have him and they'll get him. What he did is disgraceful. Charlie Kirk was a great person, a great man, great in every way, especially with youth. And what he did, what this man did, was disgraceful. So hopefully we'll have him and we will deal with him very appropriately.
What's your reaction to Russian drone incursion into Poland?
Could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake. But regardless, I'm not happy about anything having to do with that whole situation. But hopefully it's going to come to an end.
Mr. President, in Brazil, Bolsonaro was just found guilty by the Supreme Court. You've been very clear that you would apply sanctions. Are you thinking further sanctions to Brazil because of this Bolsonaro?
Well, I watched that trial. I know him pretty well. Foreign leader. I thought he was a good president of Brazil. And it's very surprising that could happen. That's very much like they tried to do with me, but they didn't get away with it at all. But I can only say this. I knew him as president of Brazil. He was a good man. And I don't see that happening.
I'm very sorry for your loss, for everybody's loss. I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all. How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
You better say it a little bit more. Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. Channel 14
Okay,
is like
go ahead, do it
Israeli
again.
Fox.
Do it
okay.
again.
How do you think Israel's attacking Doha will affect the hostage deal?
Well, hopefully it won't affect it at all. We want the hostages out, and we want them out soon. Hopefully it won't affect it.
Mr. President, my condolences to you, sir. My condolences on the loss of your friend. Can I ask you a question? How are you holding up over the last 3.5 years?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Thank you so much.
Your message is
Okay, so we didn't get a Droop Watch. Droop Watch came up. But it didn't look too good for the Droop lovers. Okay, I'll keep it at $150. He looked droopless and dripless, but he's always dripless. Anytime you think this man is victim to divine intervention, he comes back harder than before. Okay, I'm just frustrated. It's just he's not drooping. Okay, you're trolling. I'm not. Wit gone out the window. You're trolling. I think he's got regular old man droop, not like what we saw at the photos at the 9/11 memorial. Anyway, he stared directly at the sun during his last presidency. Lamau got fucking COVID. We just keep coping. I know. What is this? FBI, please look into this man immediately. Oh yeah, this guy, I don't know what the hell was going on here, but apparently there was a guy who was like celebrating like when people were literally on the ground or something. I don't know what this is about. This was another thing that like the conspiracy theorists were just like pointing to. Oh, but we'll talk about, if you watch the video, it seems like he's chanting USA, trying to get them to do the, oh, you think he was trying to do the USA thing like with Trump? No, it's not before the event. It's happening while they're literally moving Charlie Kirk in the background. You can see right here. Anyway, listen. The last part of the conspiracy puzzle that even I found myself at the mercy of for a brief moment was the private jet that took off. The private jet that took off from the private jet terminal that is like 12 minutes away from UVU campus. Okay, so given that I loved Ari Aster's Eddington and urged everyone to watch Eddington as well, I am willing to admit that maybe I was a little heavy-handed. This is from a guy named Cillian, I think. He posted this. Oh, here. Okay, this is it. Why did a private jet go dark for 20 minutes after Charlie Kirk was taken out? Let's line this up. Charlie Kirk is assassinated at a Utah Valley event. Exactly 12 minutes later, a private jet, tail number N888KG, departs from a private airfield just a few miles away. The jet's transponder goes dark mid-air. No radar signal, no flight path, no destination logged. It reappears headed back to the U.S., not wherever it went. No public manifest, no confirmed passengers, no statements from the FAA or FBI. The FBI's manhunt has yielded no suspect, no motive, and no arrest. So I thought it was like also very suspicious. The private jet turns off its ADB transponder, which is illegal, obviously, and then it turns it back on when it's like landing in Provo, right? And I talked to Austin about this. I talked to a bunch of visual investigations people about this as well. And the thing is, that can happen. Like there are areas apparently where like that can just fail and you can just like lose connection. The websites that are tracking this stuff also are not very reliable in terms of like real-time information. I'm a pilot. Transponders aren't actually required for a lot of flight operations. Okay, that but it was on and then it turned off. That's what's suspicious about it. But when you look at it, it turns out that one, the websites that do real-time tracking are also not exactly very good. They're not always reliable. That's number one. And number two, there are dead zones from what I understand. Yeah, okay, if it's flight radar, that just happens. Yeah. And from what I understand, that is potentially a dead zone as well. So that's, I think, a much better assessment of the situation. Who owns N8KG? Why wasn't the FAA grounded it? Anyway, why was it a transponder off, a violation of federal law, blah, 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 all this stuff. But the pilot could have planned that going through a dead zone. Okay, but that's not reliable. I'm a better pilot, and the flight that aircraft was taking would have required a transponder. Okay, hold on. Is it common for private jets to take off the airfield? Yes. It's a private jet airfield. In Provo Airport, it left 30 minutes into the flight. The plane dropped its ADS-B, which shows location, altitude, speed, and air traffic control, and reappeared 45 minutes later, heading back to Provo. But no transponder on 9/11. Yeah, exactly. I just looked at the tail number on ADS-B Exchange, and it went through its flight history, and it makes the same trip it did yesterday a bunch of times. Yeah, I think it's just a Utah billionaire that uses, unironically, Taylor Swift style, uses his fucking private jet to fly inside of Utah with regular frequency. That's what I think it is. But where was it? God damn it. There's a ton of dead zones. Not suspicious at all. NA8KG flew into an area with poor reception, nothing weird as far as I can tell, until they flew below the line of sight of local receivers that were broadcasting the whole way. Lots of mountains and valleys get in the way of reception too. Yeah. So that is the what would even be the insinuation? Oh, that the shooter is I mean, it's like espionage, or not espionage, but like it's an intelligence asset that quickly was exfiltrated after the assassination, and just like got on a private jet and was moved elsewhere. Leftists famously use private jets. Wait, no, that's not the point at all. Private jets have been used in like CIA operations and shit all the time. That's normal. Or even Cessnas too. That's why I said it's Eddington. For those of you who haven't seen Eddington, there's a scene in Eddington where this literally happens. So, you know, I got Eddington on my mind. But yeah. Thoughts on the lib debate bros reaction? I mean, they're fucking kids, man. They're young and they're traumatized, and they feel close to the matter because of their proximity to Charlie Kirk. Like I don't know. I just like I know that the first inclination is to say like, oh well, why one of them was literally there, so that's already like an inherently traumatic experience, and the other again has like trailed him around. The other has followed him around. Parker was there literally, and Dean was slated to continue following him around at these like campus events so he can get like a dunk on him. So I think like that's mostly what it is. That's the reason why they were like crying and stuff. Wouldn't it be similar to your feelings? I mean, I'm a little bit older and been around the block quite a few times, and also have ideological convictions that it's just like that make me see every situation in a totally different lens. So I mean, but I was fucking traumatized by what I saw too, and remember, like I look at traumatic incidents every day. I've seen the charred flesh of so many children in Gaza. And while that is also insanely traumatizing, insanely brutal, and it desensitizes you to that sort of thing, it's still a little bit different when it's a dude that you know. And it's also a dude, not only is a dude that you know, even if you don't like them, right? It's a person that's basically doing what you do on the other side, which is why I kept repeating yesterday over and over again that I kept repeating over and over again, like, I am too close to this situation. I'm too close to the situation because, one, I was supposed to appear at a public event alongside him in 2 weeks. Two, this is a person who I have debated in the past at public events. And last but not least, as someone who is a political commentator who does public events with regular frequency, that is the thing that's always on the back of your mind. So watching it unfold is like, it's like seeing your own scariest scenario unfold in real time. That's it. So I think it's a combination of those feelings is the reason why these guys reacted the way that they did. You know, you fed into this machine. What is it? It's called empathy. Try it sometime. You fed into this machine. I'm empathetic to my enemies far more than they are to me. To such a, it's ironic because like saying it's called empathy, try it sometime about Charlie Kirk is such a funny thing to say in this moment because Charlie Kirk has said empathy is abhorrent, that he has no empathy. Empathy is a made up concept by wokes. Cap? You said Cap? Roll the clip. Who has it? I know a motherfucker in the chat was waiting for this moment. So why sake your own? Wait, I didn't.
And the word empathy, actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term.
Bitch. What happened? What happened, dumbass chatter? What now? Bro's just a tourist. Like, he's just here. He's just in it for the love of the game. You know, here, you want to see the full clip? This is the full clip. He said Bill Clinton invented it, I think.
There's some really good polling out of Alaska that shows that Kelly Shabaka is gaining on Lisa Murkowski and is in a very, very good position despite the unconstitutional, immoral, incredibly complicated rank choice voting system. Never should have been approved. It's silly. It's backwards. It's rigged. It's awful. So the new communication strategy for Democrats, now that their polling advantage is collapsing in every single state, it's collapsing in Ohio, it's collapsing even in Arizona. It is now a race where Blake Masters is in striking distance. Kerry Lake is doing very, very well. The new communication strategy is not to do what Bill Clinton used to do, where he would say, I feel your pain. Instead, it is to say, you're actually not in pain. So let's just, a little, very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time. Here's cut 65.
This is not the only time where he's talked about this, for the record. He has said, like, he said that empathy was invented by Bill Clinton. It's a New Age concept. Yeah, I mean, this man is a real yapper, or was a real yapper, right? Pretty sure that, what is it? The person that Hasan responded to is a massive Destiny/L3 freak. They're the one constantly posting clips of Hasan on Reddit. I recommend banning them. They have the same username on Reddit and Twitter. Wait, this guy is? Nah, Hasan, you're a Mossad psyop for sure. I know what he said. I don't like his ideas. Wait. Let's entertain the clipper for a second. Now that it's at your doorstep is a problem. A lot of these guys, whether they are on the right or whether they think that they're on the left or whether they're liberal, have made up their minds in the same exact way that these hysterical right-wingers have on this notion that the left is the side of the violence. Okay? The left is on the side of the violence, and now violent retribution is coming your way. Right? All they have in this situation is you the same, bro. That's all they got. Posturing about this supposed retribution coming my way when you are advocating and have been advocating for said retribution, this violent retribution, for some made up fucking reason. There's never been a moment, and the Groypers are doing this shit too, by the way, which is really funny. There's never been a moment where I've said that this is a good thing or Charlie Kirk deserves or anyone really deserves this, right? But you just have to operate on vibes where you're like, nah, violent retribution is coming your way because you're a violent guy. You're a violent guy. I know you're a violent guy. And the instances that they try to present in this regard are always shit that I was never advocating for. You know, things that they try to posture, things that they try to prop up as like as me being committed to doing violence. If I was committed to Charlie Kirk being shot in broad daylight, why the fuck would I want to debate him? Why the fuck would I say yes to being next to him at a public event? They never think. He posts Hutch clips of the H3 subreddit. Yeah. And it's so crazy. At what point, chatter, Tom Cotton, Rick Scott, somebody's got to do it. You know what's really funny about the someone's got to do it narrative? That's me describing the overall environment of uncertainty. If you go back and you listen to my commentary on Luigi Mangione, you would also realize, allegedly, when Luigi Mangione allegedly shot and killed Brian Thompson, I talked about adventurism and decentralized violence. And I talked about why society broadly was receptive to this otherwise very violent move. And the reason why society was broadly receptive to this otherwise very violent move is because of the increasing uncertainty and the social fabric unwinding in broad daylight in real time. The material conditions deteriorating. This causes a lot of enmity. This causes a lot of animosity. This causes a lot of anger. And in all of that anger, when there is no direction, there's no pressure valve to release in the form of democracy, in the form of the democratic process, in the form of like a comprehensive legislative agenda that provides tangible improvements that people can see and feel. They just get increasingly swept away with said anger. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Like notice also that you present yourself as a liberal, right? You think you're a liberal. You like H3H3. You like Destiny. You think these guys are liberals. And you yourself think you are a liberal. And yet, here you are cynically posturing at the behest of right-wingers in the exact same way that right-wingers posture, doing that same exact cynical virtue signaling, like, oh, this is really radicalizing, dangerous language coming from you. Is it that important for you to try and disparage someone your favorite content creator has decided is an ideological opponent? Okay? That's it. There is already enough, don't you think? There's already enough hatred directed my way from the right. People fantasizing about openly killing me. Why do you as a liberal also choose to participate in this pylon with also the exact same cynical framing? Like, what good does this do? As I've said before, even if I was like murdered in a similar fashion, right? Would that actually improve your life? And if the answer to that is yes, you really need to reflect. Like saying you're a cancer because you're a cancer. That's a problem for you. That's it. That's a real issue, man. Especially, I wouldn't be saying this if you were just like openly a Republican, right? Because I understand why a Republican. Okay, come on. If you were openly a Republican, I understand this level of enmity, right? I understand where you're coming from because Republicans have already deluded themselves into thinking that I'm like this cancerous force because I'm, anti-reactionary. I'm anti-fascist. I abhor all of these policies that they present. What I don't understand is when liberals do this, right? Liberals who have decided on their own that even in this time when there is so ever-present a danger of fascism in this country, they still turn around and go, nah, dude, it's not the Trump administration. It's not the Republicans. It's not the Republican commentary. It's actually the left. It's the leftist content creators. It's leftist organizing. It's a leftist Twitch streamer. You are a deeply unserious person, or you have a lot of unresolved issues internally if you don't understand what this moment requires. Okay? You need to lock in. That's it. And I need to lock in too. I need to stop talking to fucking shit libs who, even at this moment when Donald Trump is literally doing military invasions on American cities, talking about how he's going to destroy any kind of leftist and liberal organizing in the country, falsely blaming the entirety of the Democratic Party on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, while simultaneously really increasing the violent rhetoric on his side. Those who still turn around and say, it's the left's fault. You are a deeply unserious person, or you are delusional about your loyalties. You actually are a Republican, most likely. That's it. It's lunatic behavior. It makes less sense than the way that Republicans present themselves. At least I can understand that, I can understand why a Republican feels that way. I get it. They've spent a life of delusion. They have a lifetime of reactionary opinions that they have not checked. I can't come to terms with people who fancy themselves to be liberals who take this position, though, especially right now, because fascism is here. It's here. It's here. We have masked thugs blackbagging people at court hearings, at factories, at farms. We have unimaginable political repression We have an administration that is trying to actively beef up the Gestapo, right? Soldiers that are loyal to the cause and getting paid and rewarded handsomely to do so. And you look at the situation and you think to yourself, you know what's going on? You know what's the real problem here? Leftists who made me feel bad because it seems like their criticisms of the Kamala Harris campaign were correct, or their criticisms about Israel's behavior was correct. But that made me feel bad back then. So I'm just going to keep up that resentment forever. This should be a wake-up call for you, chatter. They're not just calling for my death. They're calling for yours, too. If you're a liberal, you're not going to be spared, you know? Snap out of this stupor that you have designed for yourself.
What Charlie Kirk did, went to colleges and high schools to spread his often controversial version of conservative beliefs. Wednesday in Utah, when asked about the numbers of mass shootings, Kirk asked if it would include numbers from gang violence. And then... Great! A single shot is heard.
Jesus Christ.
Utah's governor said it was clearly an act of political violence.
When someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened.
President Donald Trump took to social media to announce Kirk's death and later posted this video.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree.
Kirk was a huge supporter of President Trump, credited with helping swing many young white men in his direction and helping him win 2 elections. But Kirk was incredibly controversial.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life.
He often spent time on his podcast and social media degrading Islam, focusing on alleged crimes committed by African Americans against white people, once saying that the U.S. is the least racist country in the history of the world. Views that took hold with millions of his supporters, and there are concerns his death could lead to more violence.
It's as bad as the 70s and 80s. And that's when we had a lot of political assassinations, some of the most famous ones, 60s, 70s. And we're getting to that point now where, I think in the 70s they were having 1,800 bombings a year. I mean, that's the situation we could be reliving now.
Kirk was a big believer in the right to carry arms, once making this chilling remark.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Oh, my God.
Now the question, with his death that authorities are calling a political assassination lead to more violence in the United States. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Okay, love you. Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news.
Charlie Kirk was a
dude. All of the impact stuff is so crazy. What is this? You may not realize that every time you call the right Nazis, Gestapos, fascists, you feel some psycho to do something crazy like this because they think they're ridding the world of evil. We have to stop this rhetoric. Words have power. You do realize that virtually every single Republican has called for my assassination by saying that I am responsible for 9/11, loved 9/11, want more 9/11s to happen, am a terrorist, interviewed terrorists, love terrorism, and want it to happen all the fucking time. If you think that in some hypothetical scenario where there's going to be violent retribution towards the right because I'm correctly pointing out fascist sentiment, then what the fuck do you have to say about the other side's argumentation? And they don't just call me that either, by the way. Okay? They call elected representatives that all the fucking time. There is a major asymmetry in the violent rhetoric when it comes to active politicians on the right versus Democrat Party politicians on the left. You have not been able to figure out this asymmetry, though, because I assume that you are more angry about people calling out the fascism rather than the actual fascism itself. And that's the problem. You should be angry about the fascism. You should be angry about fascist behavior. You should be angry about Nazi behavior. Do you understand? This attitude is the identical one that Trump presented, as a matter of fact. He said, people that call me a Nazi, people that call me a fascist, were basically calling for my death. People that did that for Charlie were basically calling for his death. And now this fascist administration is going to take action against people who correctly point out supremacist ideals. They're going to, you're calling us a Nazi, their way into a Nazi development. What are we doing here? This is so ridiculous. Yeah, what does Chatter believes right-wingers think should be done to those who are branded terrorists or commies? Exactly. I think the point is that the Nazi claims appear hollow and hyperbolic considering the atrocities that Nazis committed. I know. I've heard from squishy libs over and over again. You can't call this a Nazi. You can't call that a Nazi. You're calling everything a Nazi. Meanwhile, that fucking permission structure only deflates to a certain degree where it's only Adolf Hitler that was a Nazi and nobody else. Okay? These are not hyperbolic or hollow claims. If someone is trying to design concentration camps and actually take away the citizenship of whoever the fuck they have decided are branded as villains, okay, then it is identical to the way that Nazis formed their political ideology. That's it. Considering that to be very similar to the early stages of Nazi development and calling it out as such is not wrong. The only reason why you think it's wrong is because you don't disagree with the policies of this administration. And instead of trying to reckon with that, instead of trying to offer counter narratives as to why this administration is different somehow, or the policies are different somehow, the ideological underpinnings are actually totally not the same as Nazi Germany, okay? You just posture vaguely and point to the aesthetic critique. That's it. And the same goes for Israel as well. An ideology of ethnic and religious supremacy, an exterminationist principle, consistently dehumanizing and advocating to exterminate the outgroup, Palestinians, Arabs, people who are not Jewish. It is a one-to-one comparison. It doesn't have to be the exact same methods that were deployed, gas chambers and death camps and concentration camps, for something to be considered fascist or Nazi, okay? And Republican politicians are saying this now. Yeah. This man says it's on the House floor and will turn around and say Republicans just want to be civil. They spread hate and fuel anger and cry when the fire they set consumes them. There is no longer any middle ground. Some on the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate God, the truth, the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. It's not only like violent rhetoric, which is, I mean, it's just a part of the process, right? But it's also wrong. Do you understand?
For us, well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some on the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly. And they literally will kill those with whom they disagree, just as their predecessor, leftist Marx and Stalin and Lenin and Pol Pot and Fidel Castro did. We must know that. And
you are the opposite of Charlie Kirk politically in a different reality. We'd be watching Charlie Kirk cover your death. Both sides are wrong, and people need to come together. No side is morally above the other. This does nothing to make us weaker as a country. Dog, my worldview does not revolve around consistently claiming that an ethnic group or any sort of inalienable characteristic or trait means that someone is inferior, okay? There is no both sides on this. This is fucking delusional. I believe in a very radical proposition that everyone has the capacity to reform and rehabilitate, okay? That's what I believe. People who just sit around and go, both sides are the same is crazy. Charlie Kirk has spent a lifetime fucking talking about like how fearful he is of a black pilot, of the Civil Rights Act was actually a mistake. Like consistently trying to draw the clock of progress backwards to the best of his ability and to some success, as a matter of fact. People with no political convictions who cannot comprehend how different ideologies yield different outcomes just look at the situation from afar and go, these guys are both talking about politics. You're not wrong when you say I'm the opposite of Charlie Kirk politically, okay? You're not wrong about that at all. It's something that I say too. I am diametrically opposed to everything that he presented, every single thing, okay? That's part of the reason why a lot of people want me dead as well, okay? But to say that the world that we want to see, the design that we have for a better future is equally as violent or abhorrent or repugnant is insane. The logical conclusion to the worldview that is designed by the right broadly, not just Charlie Kirk, but like by the right broadly, is something that we've seen before. Okay, it has been an abject failure. It's led to concentration camps. It's led to permanent violence, death, and destruction of groups that have been designed as the ultimate villains of society for no other reason other than the fact that they were a valuable target. They were a good enough distraction for these populations to hyper focus on. I don't do that. I want universal healthcare. I want a nationalized healthcare system. I want public housing. Okay? These two things are not the same. I don't want concentration camps for migrants. My starting point isn't that like people born on a different side of the planet are automatically worse than me and I must fear them for that reason. My starting point on this is everyone is the same. Okay? It's about the opportunity that is presented. It's about their material conditions that they're born into that actually dictate who they become. How can you say these two worldviews are just diametrically opposite, but also the middle is actually where the truth lies? Yeah. Let's get back to the way that this both sides are the same nonsensical bullshit. Okay.
A prominent conservative voice who motivated a huge number of young Republicans.
Fart P says, did you hear about what happened to Charlie Kirk? Yes, Fart P, I heard.
Through his organization, Turning Point USA. He used podcasts and campus tours to build his political momentum and movement and had a close and influential relationship with President Trump. Nancy Cortez has more on Kirk's impact.
You guys are the beginning portion of the greatest political comeback in American history.
For more than a decade, Charlie Kirk has been the leading conservative activist, motivating young people to back Republicans.
I want Trump to be president.
Kirk burst onto the political scene in 2012, launching Turning Point USA. He was just 18 years old, with high hopes of boosting high school and college Republicans across often liberal-leaning campuses.
We need to get on the college campuses, we need to get in the classrooms and challenge the ideals that are crumbling our democracy.
Yeah, back then it was all old people, by the way, that were both funding him and also knew about him. Post-TikTok Charlie Kirk is a different demon for sure, but pre-TikTok Charlie Kirk, he was just a guy who was going to college campuses and going to high schools and trying to manipulate student government body elections and was getting funded massively to do so. But he utilized that infrastructure that he had designed to churn out a lot of content and the unlimited funds that he got to churn out a lot of content and basically rode the Trump train all the way to the top. Yeah, I remember covering his limited success, the diaper party. Yeah, the diaper thing that Turning Point USA did, where they wore diapers on college campus. I don't know if you guys remember that, where they were like crying babies to make it seem like they're safe spaces or whatever. And they had no motion whatsoever. They were just basically getting money from older conservatives to do like a shit ton of ads that wasn't reaching young people at all beyond like the Young Americans for Freedom Foundation or college conservatives, like campus conservative movements. I will say, however, post TikTok, those dunk compilations, especially paired up with like the anger and resentment that a lot of young men felt, led a lot of people into the Charlie Kirk direction. It led a lot of young people to look at what Charlie Kirk was doing and enjoy what he was doing in a way that is not dissimilar to how Ben Shapiro and his SJW owned compilations blew the fuck up in the first Trump era. Okay? It's not new. Do you understand? This is not new. The concept was not new. The format was not new. He just had the infrastructure already built in, so he used it. The very same people, and many of you in here probably also found yourselves in the mercy of this kind of reactionary sentiment at a certain point in time where you watched those SJW-owned compilations, right? You probably watched that shit. You were going down the right-wing radicalization pipeline, right? And then you just snapped out of it at a certain point, you know, and maybe you found my content. Who knows? But Charlie Kirk basically did that exact same method, and he did it very successfully. Okay, he did it very successfully. He's the new Gen Z Ben Shapiro archetype. Now, for the record, this will always exist. There will be other people exactly like Charlie Kirk in the future as well. There will be other people that do the exact same format, ritualistically humiliating, college freshmen who are ill-equipped to have a conversation in an incredibly restricted format, where obviously the confident speaker, Charlie Kirk, has a lot more power seemingly, and with deceptive editing added on, you can just make it look like these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And then you can cast you can cast the entire modern left with that same exact cartoonish depiction. Okay? It happened with Ben Shapiro, it happened with Steven Crowder, and it happened with Charlie Kirk. The notion that this is unique or new is not correct, but also these are systemic forces that play. There are systemic forces that play a formative role in the way that people reflect on their own personal politics. If people were confident about a better future, if there was a political party with conviction on the left flank, on the left side of American politics, for example, that was presenting an alternative vision that truly, like a Zoran-style vision, for example, Donald Trump would not have been able to win favors with the Gen Z vote at all. That's it. And that's precisely the reason why, despite Charlie Kirk's consistent attempts, ultimately, the Gen Z opinion swung back away from Donald Trump over the course of the past 9 months.
The organization gained traction with its signature upbeat events centered on Christian conservative ideals. The nonprofit now boasts more than 250,000 student members.
Charlie Kirk, you know Charlie Kirk, great guy?
Donald Trump's presidencies propelled Kirk to national prominence.
What advice would you give to the 25-year-old Donald Trump knowing what you know today?
Don't run for president.
But we're glad you did.
At just 26, Kirk opened the 2020 Republican National Convention.
I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents.
4 years later, he was a leading force behind Trump's re-election, holding rallies and events to drive a wave of conservative young men to the polls.
If you say, I don't know if I could live under a Kamala Harris presidency, we need to do something about it. We need to go chase the ballots.
And while Kirk was a frequent visitor to the White House, he still embraced where he got his start, college campuses. While touring, he was known for debating liberal students, delighting in the open discussion of ideas.
Healthcare costs are exploding because we don't actually address the root cause.
He didn't always change opinions.
I care about excellence, not diversity. Because I do not believe diversity is a strength. I believe unity is a strength. I believe the pursuit of higher purposes is a strength. Does that make sense?
But
why can't diverse populations be united and be strong? Do you understand? This is just the same exact anti-diversity rhetoric that you hear from every right-winger. Okay? That's it. It's a way to signal to a right-wing audience, and also is a way to make this kind of attitude more palatable to a broader audience, even liberals especially, to go, oh, dude, I don't understand. What are you saying? He's just saying he wants unity. What, you hate unity? It's like, no, he is positioning himself against diversity by saying there can be no unity while there is diversity. That's ethnic purity. He's demanding ethnic purity. Yeah, multiculturalism is a failure. Saying that in America is so funny too, and a lot of people don't get it. And that's why I'm additionally frustrated with the way that people have eulogized Charlie Kirk without accurately reflecting on his political output as a political operative. That was his main output, you know? That's his whole job.
He did help shape the political conversation for a new generation. For CBS Mornings, I'm Nancy Cordes in Washington.
You don't whitewash the dead. Kirk did not practice politics in the right way. He boasted of fomenting the J6 insurrection. As I said, he called for televised executions. He used the most vile language. He practiced a McCarthyism on campuses. This is not free speech. There is no need in speaking. We can speak against political violence without somehow twisting ourselves around to defend others who spoke for it. We don't.
Yeah, that's it. It's true.
Have to imitate KIRK's violent rhetoric.
No one cares if it was someone like you because it would be another terrorist dead. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. The reason why, and the Democrats wouldn't do it either. They wouldn't defend it. And the reason for why is because I think in many ways, I think a lot of people, especially in positions of power, they also think Charlie Kirk just represents like a different perspective. They don't actually think about what that perspective is. You are such a victim, ha ha ha. I mean, I'm not, clearly.
Eric, and nor do we have to cover it up. So you're seeing some people saying, well, I disagree with what he said, but he was a champion of free speech. He died debating. Look, the fact that he was murdered doesn't change the fact that he was an opponent of free speech. There's no other way to cut it for a man who created something called Professor Watch List.
Yeah, not only is he an opponent or was an opponent of free speech, but Trump is actually using his death as a point of martyrdom to continue attacking free speech even further. And I'm over here being like, this is crazy. Look at what he's saying. Look at what he wants to do. And motherfuckers are still running around being like, nope. You know what's the real problem? The left. The State Department on Thursday indicated it would review the legal status of immigrants praising, rationalizing, or making light of conservative activist Charlie Kirk's fatal shooting. Like, think about that. We're going to start deporting people that are legally here if we don't like their opinion on the president's favorite fucking pundit. Do you understand how insane that is? It was already insane from the start to apply this kind of metric to sufficient loyalty to a foreign state, Israel. But how can people not realize that this right here is a clear-cut violation of free speech? It's crazy.
School board watch list to name and frighten people from teaching, who advocated restrictions on what school teachers could teach.
Our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, who spoke to the president right after the shooting.
What is this? It's not about not licking Charlie. It's about making fun of him. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? At what point is deportation appropriate for making fun of someone who died? Like even that. Are you fucking insane? How can you look at the situation and go, no, that's valid? Do you think I would be on board with deporting? Do you think I would be on board with because he's American? Okay, so am I. Do you think I would be on board with deporting people from this country for making fun of, I don't know, Joe Biden? Are you fucking stupid? I think I'm talking, but he was murdered and it encourages more. I think I'm talking to a child. Like actually talking to a child with a child brain. Yeah, Clay Higgins is advocating to deplatform critics. I'm going to use the congressional authority and every influence of big tech platforms to mandate immediate ban for life of every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. If they ran their mouth with their smart-ass hatred celebrating the heinous murder of that beautiful young man who dedicated his whole life to delivering respectful conservative truth to the hearts of liberal enclave universities, armed with only a Bible and a microphone and a constitution, those profiles must come down. So I'm going to lean forward in this fight. Ironically enough, you're talking about defending the Constitution while also actively demanding an unconstitutional thing, okay? Because you're not a random guy. You are demanding with the authority that you have with the government, the authority given to you with the government to actually encroach on free speech. Now, I don't think it's going to happen regardless, but it's just so crazy that these guys don't even recognize what the fuck they're saying. Here's what Clay Higgins had to, of classic, another this you moment. Here's what Clay Higgins had to say on social media after the attempted murder of Nancy Pelosi's husband. That moment you realized the nudist hippie male prostitute LSD guy was the reason your husband didn't make it to your fundraiser. By your own words, freedom of speech has consequences. Now it's against your side and you cry. This is comedy. What are you saying? If you have an issue with what I have to say, you can yell about it every day. And people do all the time. I don't give a shit. Suck my dick. What we're talking about is an actual violation of free speech, you dumb fuck. which is when the government actually intervenes in free discourse. What are you talking about? The shoe's on the other foot. How does it feel? You literally can look at your own words, moron. Oh my God. Sometimes I feel like it's just too much of a foolhardy endeavor to try to fucking to try to talk to people that are just too stupid to understand the English language. There's a difference between me saying whatever the fuck I'm saying and you not liking that and yelling at me over it. That's fine. People do that to me every day. Some people on the left even do that to me every day. Who gives a fuck? You want to attack our culture, feel the consequences? Our culture? What is your culture? What are you saying? If your culture is abiding by the constitutional protections, which literally very clearly define that the government cannot interfere in free discourse, in free speech, then it's not your culture anymore. You're defending a totally different culture. That's it. It means we can't live alongside with your murderous intent for now. And you're also fucking fantasizing about like murderous intent that I have for you. I don't have murderous intent for you. The monkey's paw has curled. You want to attack our culture, feel the consequences. The monkey's paw has curled. The hogs are back in chat. No, I love that. I'm fine. I'm excited that the hogs are here again. I miss them. It's important to understand. It is important to understand what these guys think, what these guys believe. Okay? This is what years of imagined self-victimization amounts to. They have built the permission structure to justify any suppression, violence, or harm. Yeah, I want to brutalize you and attack you by giving you free healthcare. I want to brutalize you and attack you by making sure that your fucking material conditions improve, okay? So that you no longer have to fear that you're going to be priced out of the housing market and live on the fucking street. That's what I want to do, regardless of whatever your fucking dumbass ideology is. Anyway, go ahead. Explain what you mean. You attack our culture. What the fuck are you talking about? What is your culture? Anyway, this is not American. This is un-American. But for a lot of people, I think American culture and patriotism is whatever the fuck the most right-wing person claims at any given moment. That's it. It's so funny that the Republicans tried this when Trump had that attempted assassination, right? Where they were like, you actually can't criticize Donald Trump at all because your criticisms are hurting our feelings. And your criticisms, your valid criticisms of the fucking person running for president is actually leading to violence. They were doing words or violence, but not directed at like dehumanizing entire swaths of the population. They were doing words or violence and directing that rhetoric towards like singular individuals with unimaginable amounts of power. Are you gay? You look the gayest man I've ever seen, gay dude. You suck, sucker, sucky as suck. Suck, fuck it, sucker, yuck, ugly sucker, you clown. Are you propositioning me? Do you want me to fuck your ass? Is that what it is? Why are you fantasizing about this, weirdo?
Good morning, John. What did he say?
Good morning, Rob. And I spoke to President Trump shortly after he learned that Charlie Kirk had died. I have to say he sounded truly shaken. Kirk had a profoundly personal connection with President Trump and with his family, and he was a singular figure in the MAGA movement. He was beloved by young conservatives, clearly, but his influence went far beyond that. He was, in fact, one of the very few people you could point to and plausibly say made Donald Trump's election victory in 2024 possible. And in our deeply divided time, he was one of the few prominent political figures on either side of the aisle who regularly engaged with people who he disagreed with. Now, Robin, he is a martyr, and I suspect that his influence may be even greater.
So what kind of a reaction are you seeing in the political world right now, John?
Well, within Trump's movement, there is sadness and mourning, clearly, over the loss of a friend. And there is also understandable rage over his murder. Key figures in the MAGA movement are demanding retribution, and they are declaring point blank that this is war. I fear that we are at a perilous moment in this country where too many people are seeing violence as legitimate.
I'm going to be honest. I really hope that they just like go back to the burger side of gun burger, you know, hopefully. That's my hope. My hope is that, Republicans love whipping themselves up into a frenzy with regular frequency. But eventually there will be like, $5 off jalapeno poppers deal or something that they'll actually entertain themselves with, and they'll just like forget, and we'll hopefully move on. The problem, of course, is that this is very beneficial for the Trump administration. They're going to use this as a way to advance their anti-left agenda, as a way to stop silence any sort of political dissent. And I suspect that that's where we're headed towards. You know, they already are. What is this? President Trump has signed an executive order directing War Secretary Pete Hegseth to create a standing National Guard Quick Reaction Force, a domestic military unit trained, resourced, and ready for rapid nationwide deployment to support law enforcement and quelling civil disturbances. Oh, brother. Under the order, Hegseth must designate Guard members in every state, ensure they're trained and equipped, and make them available for mobilization at the president's direction. This is from a week. Wait, really? This is from a week ago? Investigative reporter Radley Balco warned on Democracy Now! That Trump has long sought a loyal paramilitary force to crush dissent, calling the order a dangerous erosion of the line between the military and civilian policing. If the courts block the plan, Balco cautioned, Trump could expand ICE and Border Patrol into a de facto domestic army. I mean, he already is. Agencies are already flush with new congressional funding and less constrained by constitutional limits. Ever since Charlie's assassination, do you think yourself being more cautious in the future? Do you think it would be smarter to give it a few years before you make any public appearances? What? A few years? The fuck? That's a very sus-ass take.
Just think about what we've been through over the past year. The 2 assassination attempts on Trump, the murder of the Democratic leader in Minnesota, the firebombing of Governor Josh Shapiro's home, the shooting that we just saw at the CDC. This is truly a frightening time, Robin.
Yeah, that's what George was saying as we started the broadcast this morning, sharing those sentiments. All right, John, thank you.
We hope we get him. President Trump discusses the manhunt. FBI hunt for Charlie Kirk's killer is continuing. Dude, the incompetence demonstrated by the FBI is pretty crazy, though, actually.
And this is how it looks.
Sheriff Department, police force, SWAT team, they were all over.
FBI investigators examined the scene of an assassination as they hunted Charlie Kirk's killer, starting with the roof where the fatal shot was fired. They issued 2 images of what they called a person of interest, a man of university age in baseball cap and shades, wearing a jumper bearing what appears to be the American flag and eagle.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
It was a shocking murder on a university campus that woke up a crime scene with a sense of unreality at what happened here. In place of classes was a press conference about the murder in their midst.
Can you talk to us about their movements, their demeanor?
Suspect blended in well with a college institution. That individual appears to be.
If the FBI thought that the bullets were engraved with pro-trans, or the ATF guy who looked at this and said the bullets were engraved with pro-trans messaging because of TRN, a common brand stand for bullets from some manufacturers, and they thought it meant trans rights now, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, dude. Aren't these guys the gun perverts? I mean, there's no way an ATF agent doesn't know a common fucking brand stamp for bullets, right? Anyway, the caliber is not the same, but it doesn't matter. They have already dialed back the statement about the inscriptions on the bullet, by the way. So investigators are a hunting rifle for clues of the gunman's identity and the motive. A preliminary unverified report circulated inside the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives found that ammunition recovered with the rifle used to kill Charlie Kirk appears in grave statements expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. A senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that the report had not been verified by ATF analysts, did not match other summaries of evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. In fast-moving investigations, TRN is Turan, right? New Turkish Turan ammunition for 2020. Turan is TRN, typically Turkish 9mm round casings. Yes, Turkey mentioned, albeit not in the best circumstances. Where the fuck was I? What was I looking at? Oh, the FBI Salt Lake City. We don't even know, by the way, we don't even know if this is the guy anymore. Hasan, your boy is getting so fired. Me when I have no suspect after 24 hours. Dude, I know. He is so cooked. You were looking at an article on a non-Twitter website. Oh, you mean the New York Times? Thank you. I mean, he already is like the least credible person just on optics alone. No pun intended. But he has been so unimaginably incompetent in his communications throughout this process. Like, it would have been better for him to not say anything for the past 48 hours than to say the things that he had. Oh, we apprehended him. Oh, we got him. Never mind. We didn't get him. It was somebody else. Saying subject instead of suspect is funny to me. Anyway, An older Mauser 36 caliber high-powered bolt-action rifle was recovered in a wooded area just off the college campus in Utah where Mr. Kirk was shot, according to 5 federal law enforcement officials. Several cartridges, including what appeared to be a spent round in the rifle's chamber, were recovered. The weapon and ammunition are being traced by ATF analysts in West Virginia, but the evidence has not yet led to a person of interest, the law enforcement officials said. On Thursday morning, investigators in Utah expressed confidence that a combination of forensic evidence from the scene and video from the university and nearby homes would soon allow them to determine the gunman's identity. By the afternoon, the FBI had posted an image of the person the Bureau is seeking. The person was captured on security cameras on a flight of stairs and was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. The image was somewhat blurry. The FBI's request for help suggested that the image of a person was not clear enough to create a quick match via facial recognition software. A news conference with the FBI and Utah police officials was just canceled about 20 minutes after it had been scheduled because of rapid developments in the investigation. That obviously was 4 hours ago. What is the newest update here? Yeah, there's fear and vitriol intensifying in Congress. The European Parliament declined to hold a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Police clarified the photographs that they released earlier on Thursday showing a person wanted for questioning in connection with the shooting wearing a cap and sunglasses were taken by a security camera shortly before the shooting took place on Wednesday. The police have received more than 200 tips so far, and they say that they are investigating multiple leads, but the killer remains on the loose more than a day after the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. As the manhunt stretches on, it is relatively quiet here in the neighborhood surrounding Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated. One street in Orem remains blocked by police officers, and some parts of the campus are cordoned off by crime scene tape. But residents say they had seen law enforcement activity here dwindle after a lengthy search of the area yesterday. They're asking Grok for help. Oh my God. No. He's clearly in disguise as a... Okay, this is a meme, chatter. Shut the fuck up. He's clearly in disguise as a patriot. Wait, what? What? Oh, he's joking about this guy who's not joking. AI suggested this is what he really looks like? Lusty libertine of the masculine persuasion. Opinions are my own. What? Attempted to enhance and polish a grainy image of the person of interest in the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Grok has somehow turned the man into someone who looks more like the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro here, with a secret third hand. More right-wing clanker psychosis on the shooter. They're not going to catch anyone at this point. Thank God for AI. It could be any of these fake people. Much better view of his face. How is that a better view of his face? That's not... What are you doing? Sharpened a little. Had AI clean it, and this is what I get. That's Gemini cleaning up the pixels. Bro, I'm serious. We are so cooked. Because Kash Patel is exactly the kind of dipshit who I feel like would do this, who would get duped by this. Okay? I could totally see that. They're transvestigating. Oh my God. What an incredible moment in time. Old enough to remember the ineptitude of Reddit detectives misidentifying the Boston bomber. Now we have AI guys transvestigating suspects by using Gemini to enhance the image, thereby making a ton of new fake photos. Just incredible stuff. Based on the body shape, hand size, jawline, and apparent lack of prominent Adam's apple, you might be looking at a biological female either transitioning into male or disguised as a male. And then this guy turns around and says, women can't shoot like that. That's the other thing. That was definitely a part of the, a part of the problem was like, a lot of people immediately were like, oh yeah, this guy's a real good shot. Like this is a professional operation. So in their minds, this like kind of eliminated the shooter being trans from the equation, because they were like, trans people can't shoot like that. I saw that so many times. Online. Just people being like, ain't no way someone who's trans could shoot like that.
Of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual.
Investigators have gathered a palm print, a forearm imprint, and a footwear impression. This is also key. The escape route taken by the assassin being examined by agents of the FBI. This is where the gunman ran, over this road towards this woodland. And in amongst those trees, a high-powered bolt-action rifle was discarded and recovered. Attending a 9/11 memorial, President Trump announced he would honor his old friend formally.
I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The date of the ceremony will be announced, and I can only guarantee you one thing, that we will have a very big crowd.
Charlie Kirk was a significant player in the Republican movement.
My name is Charlie Kirk.
In Utah, arrangements were made to fly his casket home to Arizona aboard Air Force Two. Vice President J.D. Vance flew to Utah to make a last journey with his political soulmate. Overnight at the hospital where they tried but failed to save Charlie Kirk, members of the public paid tribute, some who'd witnessed the horror.
And I was doing okay, and then I was putting my 5-year-old to bed, and she had me read her story about love. I just couldn't finish the story. I was thinking about Charlie's little girls, his wife. He was such a powerful human being.
The FBI has issued a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to an arrest. It is a bounty of some size and a manhunt of some significance. James Matthews, Sky News, in Orem, Utah.
Ne diyorsun baba? Ne? Hayır.
This morning, the murder of Charlie Kirk is heightening concern about the rise in cases of political violence across the country.
Our nation is broken, and I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Charlie Kirk's a cat.
Dude, I saw so many videos on Twitter and also on TikTok of angry conservatives crying and screaming bloody murder, saying that they are going to enact a revenge of the most epic proportions that no one has ever seen before. And once again, considering that, well, I mean, Trump survived, but considering that, like, in the shortly in the aftermath of Trump's assassination attempt, that people just like kind of went back to business as usual. I really do hope that this just stays to like a brief period of people doing these fake bomb threats, and then it goes away without like any sort of real vengeance quest by people who decide to take matters into their own fucking hands. I do, however, fear that the administration is not going to let this go and will absolutely use this as a reason to continue enacting a dangerous political agenda, a fascist political agenda of political persecution of dissidents.
Casualty of war.
Then candidate Trump was shot at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania last year. An audience member, firefighter Corey Comparator, was killed. Months later, a second attempt on Trump's life at his Florida golf course. The suspect is now on trial. This past June, a Minnesota state representative and her husband were shot and killed in their home. And in April, police say a man tried to kill Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, setting his home on fire.
This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. It is not okay, and it has to stop.
The list goes on. Then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked in his home. And years earlier, Congressman Steve Scalise was shot at a congressional baseball game. This year, threats against members of Congress are surging, with nearly 14,000 compared to 9,000 during all of last year. Many are asking, is the political temperature too hot?
Whenever people say like, somebody's got to do it, like you've done the somebody's got to do it conversation, this is precisely what I'm talking about. I'm analyzing the environment and the temperature and how average normies are basically saying somebody's got to do it. And that means that like some change must take place. And if it doesn't, in the absence of some kind of change that takes place, people are going to get increasingly more violent as they take matters in their own fucking hands. Okay.
And is social media adding fuel to the fire?
A lot of it has to do, I think, with a fragmented media landscape. People can express their views on social media freely. And I think that breeds a certain amount of incivility and division.
Historian Mark Updegrove compares today's political divisions to the 1960s.
The last time we saw a political climate that was as heated and divided as we're seeing today was the 1960s, a very tumultuous, tempestuous time in our history, where we saw the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963, Malcolm X in 1964, and Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy in 1968. It shook this country to its very foundations. And it was a time of great change and upheaval. We saw the civil rights movement in full bloom. We saw the Vietnam War, which was wildly unpopular.
Famously, all right-wing figures that once again were assassinated by the political left, I guess. Yeah, I wonder who was responsible for half of those fucking assassinations. Yeah, he's a based conspiracy parapolitics guy. And he's saying the CIA assassinated Charlie Kirk.
Popular. These things ripped us apart as a nation. Eventually, we came out of it. But I think we saw then that political violence was not the answer to our problems.
As for the threats against Congress, more funding has been allocated to boost security. Elizabeth, Perry.
Andrea, thank you. A moment of silence for Charlie Kirk on Capitol Hill turned chaotic.
The moment of silence gave way to a shouting match.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
A Republican House member asked lawmakers to pray for Charlie Kirk. Democrats then demanded prayers for the victims of yesterday's school shooting in Colorado. One Democrat shouting, "Pass some gun laws."
Charlie Kirk, of course, for all of us who know him, who knew him, remembered for so many things today. And one of them is his staunch support of Israel. He visited in 2018. I remember. That was the first time I met him.
Dude, this is the craziest. This is the craziest eulogy yet, by the way. Didn't even see this? Eric Adams tweeted about you? No, I did see it. Dog, you literally had Sneeko on your fucking stream. He denies the Holocaust. What do you mean You can't be playing the association game. Anyway, let's continue.
It was at the U.S. Embassy after it had moved to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv. That was one of then President Trump's first term decisions. And Charlie was there also the following year, supporting Israel's war against Hamas and against the anti-Semitism that followed. Watch.
When we as Christians go to Israel, we are celebrated and treated like the most amazing. I was reading Bible stories my whole life as a committed Christian. And all of a sudden, I had a life-changing experience. The nation of Israel actually has a place in God's plan for us on this planet. There's something special about Israel, and I think we have a moral commitment to that land.
Bro, I should have just shown this morning instead of debating people on whether or not he had a fucking change of heart.
Israeli community has been very welcoming of us as Christians and our faith to the homeland.
Yeah, they only spat on me like once or twice, bro. It was fucking dope. The number of spitting incidents was so limited. People greatly exaggerate how many times you get spit on. It's like twice. Barely any spit at all.
And it will not go unnoticed. The Israeli Foreign Ministry said this morning Charlie Kirk was a steadfast friend of Israel and a true ally of the Jewish people. He stood proudly for the Judeo-Christian values which bind Israel and America. And Charlie's fearless commitment to truth and freedom cost him his life. Violence may have taken him, but it cannot silence his legacy. May his memory be a blessing. The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, in focus now. Prime Minister, you have your own...
It's so insane to me that this fucking war criminal took time out from his unlimited baby murder campaign to offer his condolences to motherfucking Charlie Kirk on Fox News. I'm looking at to see if... Oh, this is just mostly Israeli people saying like they look up to Charlie Kirk.
Memories of Charlie Kirk. Please share them.
Well, Harris, before I do that, I have to say that we're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son, actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. Was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate.
Bro, Free speech is so crazy. Saying Charlie Kirk loves free speech is crazy. One of these LARPers says something that will stick with me forever. The next American Civil War is going to have a lot of factions. Make allies where you can, brothers and sisters. Pick your trench mates now or they will be picked for you later. Tarbers. I guarantee a lot of those pronouns melt away when they're staring down the barrel of a gun. Exactly why blue-pilled normie cons will die. They'll point their guns at some gender bender or anarchist. He'll renounce his ways to get out of it, then kill them later. Why is this guy taking an L in his own, like, ultra-violent fantasy of civil war?
He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And, you know, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the, you know, on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra-progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or, you know, they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
You know, the young people in both our countries look to him, and I don't know what is being said with regard to that right now in Israel, but I am curious. I mean, he is a beacon for so many in his young generation. Your last quick thought.
Look, sometimes people can be irreplaceable. Charlie was 31 years old. He was a great hero of our common roots and common culture. My own brother, my older brother, was 30 years old when he died trying to successfully rescuing Israeli hostages that were held by German and Arab terrorists in Entebbe, Uganda. And I often I thought about my brother all my life, and I think of Charlie. I'll be thinking of Charlie all my life. You know, they're gone, and maybe they're once in a generation, but generations then live by their legacy.
Amen to that. Prime Minister Netanyahu, grateful for your...
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu said someone tried to assassinate him, but of course didn't reveal that the person who tried to assassinate Benjamin Netanyahu was like an 83-year-old Jewish aunt. That's not even a joke. That literally happened. An Israeli Jewish aunt who's like 80 plus years old was stopped before she could complete her assassination attempt.
Christina Coleman is back live with that. Christina.
That's right, Tracy. We're hearing that this political contributor, Matthew Dode, got fired. And unfortunately, some on the left in the media, they've made some controversial comments following Charlie Kirk's political assassination. Take a listen.
After one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. No. You can imagine the administration using this as a justification for...
Bro, how does TMC get this before law enforcement, bro? This is camera footage of the suspect walking. Also, he's limping. What the fuck? You think he has the gun in his pant leg? Or is it because he jumped off of a roof? No, because this is before the shooting, chatters. They're saying this is before the shooting. He might have the gun in his... he might have, like, stuck the gun in his leg or something. And then this is after the shooting. This reminds me of Weapons. I can't see him here. I don't know what's going on. Wait, oh, this is it? Is that him? Is that him in the corner? No, that's not him, right? I can't tell. Oh, wait for the vid to finish, man. Bro, chill. It was just nothing happening for like a long ass time. Calm down. Also, he's not limping no more. So obviously it probably was him like hiding the gun in his pants or something. Sky Valadez is allegedly their name. Dude, what are you talking about? We have no idea yet. Okay, that's crazy. Don't do that stuff. What are you, the FBI? What are you, the ATF and the FBI? Someone has to have a higher standard for reporting around these goddamn parts. We're not the Wall Street Journal. We're not CNN, and we're certainly not the FBI. Okay, we are not going to abide by the Kash Patel standards when it comes to accurate reporting. I'm sorry.
Something. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech.
Yeah, so that comment got him in some pretty big trouble.
That's crazy, by the way. Free speech, guys. Free speech. They fucking clapped the one dude who was like, hey guys, you know, he's a pretty, like, let's be serious here. He's like a controversial figure who makes a lot of inflammatory remarks. I mean, it's true. He didn't even say anything inaccurate. It's pretty crazy that that was enough to cook this guy. They fired him.
NBC quickly addressed how inappropriate it was, writing, quote, during our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dode made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements, as has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise.
Guys, I know there's gait recognition software. I don't think that's the reason why his gait looked like that. Okay, especially because after the shooting, he was running. Okay, please. I know everybody wants to tell me about gait recognition software. I know that it exists. Okay, no, not gait as in like the walking gait. GAIT.
And tonight, President Donald Trump also called out anyone making comments demonizing.
You're slow. He said a lot that was inaccurate. Rest in peace to Charlie. And I hope they can come back to think about. I hope they can come back, but think about your choice words. Come on now. Shame on greed. You're slow, ... He said a lot that was inaccurate. He didn't say anything that was inaccurate. Everything he said was accurate. Charlie Kirk was a divisive figure, and he did use a lot of incendiary language. And also, on top of that, he actually used a lot of dehumanizing language. Nothing he said was inaccurate. It just, like, hurts your feelings. That's the issue here. You know what's funny about this? Yeah, he didn't say Charlie deserved it or anything. No one is saying that. But what's funny about this stuff is that it basically exposes something that I find to be very interesting. The shame that Republicans feel about their worldview laid bare. Because if you just took Charlie Kirk's top moments of owning people in the marketplace of ideas and you slammed them into the New York Times obituary, a lot of right-wingers would get mad at that. They'd be like, how dare you do this? But he wasn't ashamed of those takes. He loved those takes. You don't even need to say, like, this is what Charlie Kirk said and we disagree with it. Even if you just wrote it without any editorializing whatsoever, Republicans would hate that. They want you to just say he's a father. They want you to just say he was a loving father, a loving husband, and a advocacy machine, a turnout machine. That's all they want you to say. Why don't conservatives want you to reflect on a lot of the positions that Charlie Kirk was very proud of? Perhaps it's because they too recognize that if the broader field is made aware of the output of this person, then they wouldn't feel too fondly about him. Yeah, I already covered this with the Charlie Kirk, right-wing force and close Trump ally, dies at 31. The founder of Turning Point USA played a central role in organizing young voters and giving shape to the pro-Trump agenda. He was fatally shot during a speaking event in Utah. Absolute fucking ghouls. Like, this isn't even a negative framing. If anything, this seems fairly positive obituary. They didn't even go provocateur, which they should have. What was that, Chatter? He was wrong?
Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know. It's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own. I couldn't make it on my own, so I needed to take opportunities from someone more deserving. You know, this is how arrogant Joy Reid and Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee are. They're so narcissistic, they think this is persuasive. They think we're like, oh, of course. That's why we need affirmative action, because you have impressed us with your brilliance. Of course. Oh no, imagine the world without Joy Reid.
Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson. They think this is persuasive. They think as they kind of now reveal that I'm only here because of anti-white, anti-Asian forced discrimination policies. That turned me into a bitter, resentful activist that hates white people, honestly, through our politics.
I mean, Charlie Kirk.
Hey, I'm from Germany, so thanks for complimenting on our innovation.
Guten Tag.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi.
Deutschland über alles.
No, not quite.
You don't like your country? No?
I love my country and I'm a patriot.
No.
Bro got the fucking German national to I mean, that's literally illegal to say in Germany, chat. That's why the German responded the way that he did. Yeah, it means Germany above all, which was a Nazi slogan. Vice President carries Charlie's casket? What the oh my God, dude. We're going to get so cooked on the left, dude. I swear to God. The fanfare exhibited, like the symbolism, all the stuff. This is by design. There's a deliberate reason. Bidaka Baba, I think you're muted. No, I muted myself for a second because my dad is trying to talk to me because he wants me to order food. Or rather, I ordered food already for him, but there's been an issue. What is this drone footage showing how far it was? Drone footage of UVU crime scene where Charlie Kirk was assassinated today. Footage provides an overhead breakdown showing the location of Charlie Kirk's tent, the shooter's position, and the route he took to flee after the attack. Do I think the killer not being caught yet makes the administration look bad? Yes. But do I also believe that Republicans, I think, kind of enjoy that there is no evidence so they can just make up whatever the fuck they want to? Also, yes. So I think on the one hand, yes, this is a pathetic and incompetent administration that can't even fucking figure out the assassin, who the assassin is of a beloved figure by their own estimations, not mine, right? So it certainly reflects poorly on them that they are so incompetent that they can't even figure this out with all of the surveillance that they have at their disposal. But having said that, I think this yields a new opportunity for the admin. And therefore, they could just basically say the shooter is anyone and everyone that's ever hurt their feelings. That's it. So in that vein, like, they get to continue entertaining their delusions. They get to run around and posture. You showed this clip of Charlie, right? Yeah, I did.
Shows they were actually better in the 1940s.
Yeah, he said black people are better off in slavery and better off in the 1940s. Than they were after the civil rights movement. Another view from the Reuters drone. Reuters drone image shows reported location from which the shooter killed Charlie Kirk. Wait, what? Oh, I guess that's it. That's not a really difficult shot, I think. Okay. The difficulties of this shot is establishing a shot position that allows you to be at an elevated perspective without other people actually finding you out and you know, reporting you to the authorities. The difficulties there are pulling the trigger on a human being. Okay, like, it's not something that you can do without having sufficient training. It's not. I don't think it's that easy. There's a reason why when you go out and like hunt deer for the first time ever, like, you get the yips. You have a hard time. Like, ending life, ending organic matter is not an easy endeavor. And it's especially difficult when it's a human being. Well, yeah, if you're perched up, I would go so far as to say the easiest version of the shot would be being perched up at a fucking at a hunting stand, okay, and then having a deer off in the same distance. But the first time you take that shot, that's still going to be difficult. The second time you take that shot, that's going to be less difficult. But it's obviously not going to be easy to take that shot if there's a human being on the other side of your scopes, okay? And it's especially difficult when all of the other pressures of the environment are factored in to the decision making at the time, and then you are able to make a swift escape. Okay, that to me reveals that. Wait, hold on. That to me reveals that this person might have had some experience at least, like, because I don't think you have a situation. I don't think you have a situation where someone's like first ever kill shot on a human is a one shot, like clean one shot straight to the fucking artery the main artery, and then you just make a swift escape. Like, that's it. He didn't even fucking shoot a couple times or anything like that. It's just crazy. That wasn't clean. That was a miss. I keep seeing the end of the clip, the end of your debate with Charlie posted on Instagram. I'm sure you know, but it's a 53-minute mark. Yeah. Yes, I debated Charlie Kirk twice, not once, but twice. And that's where the famous I live like a capitalist everyday jank clip comes from. That caliber drops 4 inches at that range. Maybe he was aiming for the head. The shot went off his chest and ricocheted into his neck. He was wearing a vest, and this will be proven. That's what I heard. But that sounds pretty crazy. Because remember, it's not a joke. No, I know. Remember when I looked at the first shot from afar and I told you that like it didn't seem like he got shot in the neck at first because his t-shirt moved around? Like that didn't actually make any sense. That didn't actually make any sense as if it was like a direct shot. And I guess I thought it was like maybe the impact, but I don't know. I don't know enough about like the only reason why I don't believe it's a vest though, because I have heard this before. The only reason why I don't believe it's a vest is because there's no armor that is that concealable under just like a straight t-shirt. I'm pretty sure it would show. Like, and an armor that is like soft padded armor that is concealable under a shirt would probably not ricochet a bullet like that. At most, it would probably soften the impact. Nah, he would have had ceramic which shatters. So I don't understand why. Like, I don't think armor ricochets a bullet, right? Doesn't Kevlar and ceramic they just soften the impact basically. They just like eat the bullet. It doesn't like it doesn't end up ricocheting it, right? I always thought that it just like gets lodged in. The entry to the neck was very clean too. I don't think it was a bounce. That's if that's possible. Kevlar is a shock absorber. Yeah. Obviously, if armor was to deflect the impact instead of absorbing it, no one would use it because I feel like it would. I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm not an armor expert, but I'm simply stating that if a bullet were to immediately deflect off of an armor, I feel like it would be ill-advised to use in the field of battle or ever, as a matter of fact, because of what technically, if that was the case, happened to Charlie Kirk. Steel does at glazing angles, but most armor has aramid layers that can catch it sometimes. You need steel or ceramic. But I watched a lot of GunTube. You were right. It would make a huge bulge on the armor if it was ceramic. It's the same thing, but ceramic is really thick. Yeah. It's called spaling, which is an issue with steel plates. It's an issue that fragments go into your neck. Oh, so you think he got shot in the vest, and then the vest actually ricocheted directly into his neck, and the neck wound that you see is actually a consequence of the ricochet potentially. Mapping the Charlie Kirk assassination? What the fuck is Hoog?
Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. Charlie Kirk speaks.
That's crazy, bro. This dude's body hasn't even been buried yet, and there's already a fucking 9-minute YouTube video.
At an event in Orem, Utah. It is at the Sorensen Center courtyard on the campus of Utah Valley University. The event, part of his American Comeback Tour, features his signature Prove Me Wrong debate format. Kirk is positioned at a table beneath a large tent. Students come up and have a chance to ask him a question and debate with him. Approximately 20 minutes into his presentation, an audience member identified as a student questions him about mass shootings.
Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay, now 5 is a lot. I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Kirk asks a question, but then it gets interrupted.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Oh my God. Go.
When Charlie is 18 years old, he speaks at a college. He just seems like any other young American conservative. But at that college, he catches someone's eye. Will Montgomery sees that Charlie gets attention. While other conservative speakers are boring, young people listen to Charlie Kirk. A month later, in September 2012, he and the 18-year-old launched Turning Point USA.
What Turning Point USA stands.
So before he did that, the OG is that he didn't, before he even got invited as a speaker, real ones know, real Charlie heads know, his starting point is actually writing an article for his high school newspaper about how potentially a black woman took his slot at West Point Academy. Okay, this is an admonishment of just a straight rejection of DEI before it became known as DEI, but like affirmative. What am I saying? Affirmative action, right? He attacks affirmative action in a hypothetical racialized grievance. Okay, he wrote that when he was 18 years old. And of course, he had no proof for this, but it didn't matter. And Breitbart took that and posted it. And then as soon as Breitbart posted it, he became a conservative fixture. Like very quickly, he was plucked out, and he became one of those like young conservatives, you know, because they were like, oh, he's just the kind of racist that we need, but he's also young. Important context: before that, there really weren't any young conservatives. No, that's not true. There's always been young conservatives. Breitbart, for the record, is an outlet that is like super far right. Andrew Breitbart's operation. But I mention this because it just shows you how easy it is to become like a known figure and what it takes for someone to be plucked up as a commentary person.
For what we're trying to do is we're going into the high schools and the colleges to challenge these textbooks that publish flat out falsehoods and fallacies.
It's a nonprofit organization established to promote conservative values, specifically among young Americans through high school and college.
Also, bro, look at the young people after. Oh my God, Tom McDonald made a Rest in Peace Charlie music video. That's crazy. That's disrespectful. That's more disrespectful than anything any like leftist could ever say about Charlie Kirk, in my opinion. Tom McDonald making a music video post-mortem to honor you is unironically the most disrespectful thing you can do to any human being.
College campuses.
I'm only 19 years old. I'm fighting this fight every single day. I get to go to college campuses, high schools. I debate professors. I debate socialists.
It's not an immediate success, but Turning Point steadily grows into something larger than Charlie.
We'll probably recruit 4,000 to 5,000 new students, collect their data. It's a high energy conference for us.
Yeah. So when Turning Point USA, play it, bro, please. No, I'm not going to play Tom McDonald. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't want you guys to die out of cringe, maximum cringe. When Turning Point first comes into the fold, Charlie Kirk goes to Foster Freeze. His dad knows him, I think, through construction work, and Foster Freeze is a major conservative donor, right? So he gets audience with Foster Freeze, and he pitches to him an idea. This idea is, you know how they have super PACs that manipulate elections? I want to create a super PAC fund to manipulate student government body elections, both in high school and also in college. Okay? He says these are breeding grounds for left-wing radicalism. High schools and college campuses are breeding grounds for socialism and many different woke ideology that is an ever-present danger. The next generation is becoming too fucking right-wing. And that's how it starts. And for the longest time, it is an abject failure. Okay?
It's a way to reward our best members that have been...
They organize speeches with ever bigger conservative American thinkers. The young Charlie Kirk quickly becomes a fixture of the American political conservative landscape.
I started an organization, Turning Point USA, 2.5 years ago, around two key values: free markets and limited government.
In 2016, he speaks at the Republican National Convention. When Trump secures the Republican nomination, he and Turning Point embrace the MAGA movement. Charlie Kirk gets a direct line to the president.
Yeah, in 2015, he was anti-Trump. 2016, he very quickly, once Trump wins the primaries, he's like, I'm pro-Trump all the way.
At the same time...
But again, at this point, he's not drawing crowds, okay? At most, it's like YAF, Young Americans for Freedom, right? Like, at most, it's like another... At most, it is yet another young college Republican advocacy group. It obviously has a lot of moneyed interest involved. It has a lot of donors involved from right-wing alumnus. But having said that, it's not actually making significant impact amongst the youth. And it's more so just like an operation to get money from an operation to get money, farm money from wealthy Republican old donors, and basically lie to them that you're making an impact among the youth.
He begins using modern media outlets as a way to spread his political message, but they're also a means for generating content that gets attention. He gets millions of views, in large part fueled by debates on college campuses. In 2018 comes Campus Clash, a college tour with Candace Owens. In 2024, the You're Being Brainwashed tour, a college tour with former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. On September 10th, 2025, Kirk initiates the...
Like, the big jump off here goes from, like, what gained Charlie Kirk, like, a real young audience? Because I remember covering this stuff back in the day. There was a demographic profile of, like, his marketing initiatives. I don't know if I can actually find it, but there was a demographic profile of, like, who Charlie Kirk was targeting on Facebook with Turning Point USA. And I remember laughing about it because it was all, like, 50 plus, 60 plus year olds that they were farming ads out to. So, like, their entire audience was comprised of like old people. So it was just old people giving Charlie Kirk money with the hopes that they were actually reaching out to a younger audience, but only reaching out to an older audience that just wanted to see a young person say these things. But something changed with the TikTok meta. This is something that I do admit. A lot of people don't realize that, like, TikTok elevated Charlie Kirk to a real audience. TikTok put him in front of real human beings and real young people, and it worked so perfectly alongside the Trump movement the second time around. Okay, that's when he actually started seeing, like, mass audiences show up to these events that he was putting together, and it wasn't just like the Trump Republicans at college.
American Comeback Tour, a series of events for college students across the United States. The format includes his classic Prove Me Wrong table sessions, where he invites attendees to debate his political and cultural viewpoints in a public setting. The event at Utah Valley University is designated as the first stop on this tour. Eyewitness accounts describe hearing a loud bang.
Are they, like, restricting you guys up here or what?
Nah, it's too crowded. It's just, there's just so much. Before we had a flag and we had it so it was positioned above the tent so it would be in the camera. They just moved. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Immediately following the sound,
he doesn't actually
Charlie Kirk's
show,
head
right?
Jerks backwards. A significant volume of blood gushes from his neck. Although an autopsy is yet to be released, speculations state he is hit partially in his jugular and spine. Phone footage shows that audience members react to the noise instinctively, collectively looking to the right and then crouching down. People scatter in multiple directions.
Yeah, in 2016, Charlie Kirk was used to convince old Republicans they had the support of the youth when they were with Bernie. In 2024, liberal Gen Z people are used to convince old people that they, Dems, have the support of the youth when they are with Charlie Kirk. How the turntables? That is exactly right. And that is the reason why I was thinking about, how Turning Point USA initially was just an abject failure. And the comparison was with the modern version of exactly that. Also, anyway, let's continue.
His security personnel and multiple police officers cover him and try to bring him away to surrounding vehicles as soon as possible.
Stop, folks! Stop!
Through phone recordings later released on Twitter, a figure is identified on the roof of the Losey Center.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? From over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
A building located approximately 200 yards or 180 meters from Kirk's position. It seems the shooter is lying in a prone position, shooting down with a clear view of his target. This individual is observed both prior to and following the shot, and is seen retreating from the rooftop. Based on these videos, the shooter is placed at a more accurate guesstimation of 100 to 120 meters from where Kirk is sitting. Presumably, the shooter escapes over the roof of the building after taking the shot. Charlie Kirk is carried to a police vehicle, parked just behind the tent where he is speaking from. He's then transported to the local Timpanogos Regional Hospital. Initial reports indicate his condition is critical. Utah Valley University spokeswoman Ellen Trainor states that a suspect is in custody, and it's not a student. Dare you! Political figures begin to issue statements. President Donald Trump posts on Truth Social, calling for prayers for Charlie Kirk. Vice President J.D. Vance also expresses calls for prayer. Utah Governor Spencer Cox condemns the violence, as does California Governor Gavin Newsom and many other prominent political figures. At 2:26 MDT, FBI Director Kash Patel also announces on social media that a suspect in the shooting is in custody.
Now, we have a person of interest in custody.
But only a couple of hours later, all statements are retracted. Cox clarifies that George Zinn, the individual initially detained, is not the assassin, but has been charged with obstruction of justice. A second suspect is also...
They found the identity of the shooter just now? I don't think they did yet. Chibi Reviews tweeted about you 25 minutes ago. Please check it out. This guy is spreading lies and hate throughout his audience.
also arrested, but later released. As of right now, the authorities state their investigation continues. At around 2:40 MDT, Charlie Kirk's death is finally confirmed. President Donald Trump announces it on Truth Social. He is survived by his wife, daughter, and son.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah.
The cause of death is confirmed as a gunshot wound to the neck. No further suspects have been taken into custody as of September 11th at the time of this upload. President Trump orders all American flags to be lowered to half-staff.
Breaking police have not, this is AZ Intel. Breaking police have not yet identified the person in the interest in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Utah Valley University officials told KUTV Thursday, denying a CBS News report that federal authorities had obtained a name. What the fuck, man? My friend's mom was talking to his mom while all this was happening. She told her that he had been dead for an hour prior to Trump stating it. What? Why would your friend's mom know that? The mom network is real. Okay, look, I suspected that he was dead as soon as I saw what his neck was doing, but the time of the confirmation doesn't really matter. What is happening with this? What is going on here? Why is it that the all of the federal law enforcement arms are just like demonstrating how unimaginably incompetent they are
across the country until Sunday evening as a mark of respect. We are reminded again of how real the present danger of political shootings is in the United States.
It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
For us, on the outside, looking in from Europe, it's a brutal reminder of how politically heated things are in the country across the ocean. This video wasn't a walk in the park. It took us less than a day after the shooting happened.
I can't believe they were able to put this together in such a short period of time. But it turns out like maybe woke is not so bad. It turns out that woke is perhaps good, because just like I take back my previous speculation and watched the video I was thinking of for the first time, and I'm definitely wrong. Sorry for contributing to the misinfo hell. I'm a stupid fuck and accept that. No, it's all good, M HUD. Shooter most likely understands that federal government tracks people and was able to evade leaving traces and probably has left not much for them to find. I don't. In this day and age, a high profile shooting such as this one is supposed to immediately yield results. But of course, this was another thing as well. Law enforcement have absolutely no control over the crime scene. Incompetent. They should all be fired. Yeah. Dude, after the shooting takes place, literally walks up to the scene of the crime. Now, obviously, like, this person is not, he's just taking the hats and he's just throwing it to people and it's whatever. But like, that is fucking crazy that you could just walk up to the scene of the crime after it had taken place. TMZ claiming they have footage of the suspect walking to the campus. Yes, I already covered it. Yes, I did. Here, he's got a weird limp here as well. TMZ obtained chilling video that shows a man dressed in all black matching the description of the FBI's person of interest hobbling down a residential street in Wednesday in Orem, Utah at 11:49 a.m., heading towards the Utah Valley University campus a couple blocks away. There was another guy who did that, by the way. This dude, Elder TikTok, stole all the blood-soaked Charlie Kirk merch to sell on eBay and left his fingerprints all over an active crime scene as soon as he finished recording his selfie vid. New fave shooting deep event character. Yeah. I can't lie. I think Elder TikTok is a goated style individual. Truly one of the best and brightest that we have. as you guys probably saw this video, I showed it yesterday, but it bears watching again because it's just like it's peak 2025. He is, I mean, let's take a look.
It's your boy Elder TikTok. It's just a gunshot. We're in Utah. There's a gun. This is not a joke. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. It's your boy Elder TikTok. There was just this is not a drill. There is a gunfire in Utah. Shots fired here in Utah. Charlie Kirk, Elder TikTok, Mormon Central, Utah. There was a gun that just fired off here at Charlie Kirk. I am not playing with y'all. Hey, make sure you go to church on Sunday. Read the Book of Mormon. This is not a drill.
Make sure you go to church on Sunday and read the Book of Mormon. In between promoting his TikTok, on his TikTok that he uploaded to TikTok in the immediate aftermath of a shooting. No indication that the shooting is done. Okay? No fucking self-restraint, no self-preservation, just all vibes all the way down.
Hey, Jesus is Lord. Jesus will protect you. Jesus is your savior, bro.
That's probably why, because Jesus is our Lord and Savior and our ultimate protector. So, you know.
I'm not even lying. Make sure you subscribe to Elder TikTok on Instagram. It's your.
And then he hits the fucking peace sign at the end too, which is crazy. So he deleted this TikTok after people yelled at him, which again, they just don't understand pure cinema and real art. This guy, he's like Sakamoto Days, one of the assassins on Sakamoto Days that always has a camera on him in like one of the last episodes that just came out. That's who this guy reminds me of. He's just always filming shit. Okay. He's got a real talent, real eye for mise en scene. Now, he turns around and he apologizes. Okay. And his apology is even fucking funnier because his apology is, I'm going to become a better content creator. I'm sorry. He said, I'm sorry. I'm going to become a better content creator. That's what he said. Okay. But of course, that didn't stop him from getting a devious lick in. Once again, going in to get all the Blood-Circ Charlie Kirk merch to sell on eBay while simultaneously leaving his fingerprints all over this active crime scene.
Guys.
Oh, this is another one. This is another one that I saw, which is also insane. But this is the libbed up version. Okay, so Elder TikTok is the goated Mormon boy, right? I don't know if this guy's a Mormon as well, but he's definitely a liberal. I watched this video as well. Gen Z is not all right. Okay. Remember when I told you, like, this is a fucking Charlie Kirk event? Like, there's gonna be hella dudes with their phones waiting to film. Let's watch this guy.
Used to be a shooter. This is wonderful. I feel safe. Everyone go this way. Get going, please. Everyone go. Go this way. This way. This way, quick.
Sorry, but I stopped recording to lock in and help people get off the ground to safety, and went around with medical supplies to make sure everyone was safe.
That was crazy. Everyone good? Everyone good?
Bro, I'm being honest, like, this has to be a byproduct of just like being the generation that has seen so many school shootings, right? Like, that's it, right? 46 just this year. And you're just like, yeah, well, you know, there's another school shooting. Like, time to fucking film myself. Like, what the fuck? This is, I mean, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Oh, that was a fun transition.
He's doing like epic bacon voice too. Like, he has like, for some weird reason, he's doing like Failenial voice as well.
So due to the fact that there was a pistol being shot off after evacuating people, I'm going to leave. These guys aren't, I guess. That's weird. Anyway, Second Amendment, yay, whoa. Okay, I just heard from some passerby that he got shot in the neck. Yikes. Baby's first mass shooting. Yay. We need gun reform. What's up, guys? I'm currently making my way out of UVU. I just had to make sure everybody was getting out of the fire exit, and dropped off a few families to other parts in the parking lot. But long story short, right after a certain comment was made about firearms by Mr. Charlie Kirk, someone in the audience took it upon themselves to shoot him in the neck. And I was there.
Like, I know this motherfucker's Gen Z, but why is he giving Failenial? Why is that? Is it because he watched too many millennial YouTubers or something and he just kind of got stuck there vibes wise? Like, because you dipshits passed that shit down. I don't sound like that motherfucker, and I am that generation. Trauma response? Why the fuck would trauma response make you sound like Tobuscus? What do you mean, trauma response? Yeah, my trauma response, I sound like, what's his name? Shane Dawson. Who's gonna tell Hasan? Wait, I do sound like that? Yeah, I got epic bacon voice, actually.
We need gun reform. But yeah, I'm good. Just making sure. I know a lot of you knew that I was here, so confirmation. I'm alive. I know a few other people here, and I'm just double checking with them that they're good. I didn't hear any other shots go off after the initial one, so I think the shooter was specifically targeting Charlie and no one else. So I'm good. I think everyone else there is good. I made sure like 99% of the people were out. There were some people like still hanging around the area for some freaking reason. I don't know. But I made sure everybody else was out. Oh shoot. Yeah, I think we're good. But yeah, I'm good. We're good. No one's wounded. We're chilling. And yeah.
After making it home and after quite a few calls, I'm chilling. I just edited the clips that I took while I was in there. You know what's weird about this? This is my first time, being in a shooting, I guess. I think what shocked me even
We watched your buddy pretend to cry yesterday and he got pissed at us. Wait, what? Who was my buddy? Alex Jones?
more than the shooting itself, which is going to sound terrible, were the people who
I think they mean Dean. I haven't even seen Dean's video. Oh, they mean Parker.
After some of the things he said. And a big chunk of those people.
How do we know who Tobuskis is? Bro, he's literally issued a death threat against me. Any motherfucker that has like at a certain point hit that right-wing pivot when their career falls apart, that's the same guy, right? He's like right-wing now, no? Isn't that the guy? Yeah. This is the guy. Yeah, he went right-wing. And then when he went right-wing, he like, since he went right-wing, he's been talking big shit. Yeah, look, see? You know what's funny? I wonder, yep, that's it. That's him. I wonder if, hold on. I wonder if he's like talking about toning down the political violence recently. Never mind. He's just been posting crazy shit. He's just been posting like an insane person. Is everything AI? What's the catch? Let's go for a walk. Bless your face to find out. Be good. There's some weird stuff going on. I love you. So confused today by this stuff. Okay, never mind. We're fine. What? He is right-wing? Motherfucker, that was my literal idol as a very weird child. This makes me want to throw up. Hasan, he was a huge YouTuber. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I only know about him like this. This is how I know about him. As a guy who was like, Hasan Piker, I'm coming to kill you.
Were LDS. And they were cheering. Not after he got shot, but he would say a one-liner about how like,
Okay, I don't know where this video goes. What is this? Dean's video is wild. Dean Withers talking about Charlie Kirk is so crazy. I think it's crazy that he's like talking about some serious shit and he's like crying, and then there's a join my fan club sticker on his head. But I guess like that's just TikTok, right? Like that is just a crazy look. You know what I mean? Fake. He changed after he got negative feedback. What do you mean? Who changed? Who got negative feedback? I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. He could have turned it off and he didn't. It'd be like you doing what you do as a VTuber. What's with all the animations going on in the video? How am I supposed to take him seriously? Yeah, it's a TikTok live, man. Dean got negative feedback and posted a follow-up to his stream. I mean, like I said, I understand why people like Dean or Parker, especially Parker who was there. POC Twitter and POC Talk are just pissed at liberal debate bros because they've only used POC struggles as a talking point against people like Charlie, just to turn around and shed more tears for Charlie against centrist clicks and MSM Night live invitations. Sean the Black was right again, Hasan. I don't know if it's as cynical. It might be, but I suspect it's because like you fucking saw they saw a dude that they know that they've been around getting shot. For real though, on Insta, like 40,000 libs defending Dean. I do understand why people would be frustrated at any empathy being shown to someone like Charlie Kirk, because like Charlie Kirk's entire output, like his entire political output, is just straight up dehumanizing black people, brown people, gay people, trans people, You know what I mean? It's just like that's the whole thing that he's done. So when you see somebody who you thought was like defending you and defending your rights, defending your humanity, right? All of a sudden shed some real ass tears. It probably pisses people off, where they think like this is not just a talking point for us. This is our lives, right? Having said that, however, like I said, he's a young dude who just saw a guy who he was like following around the country trying to debate him get fucking shredded, you know? And that probably is traumatizing. I mean, it was traumatizing for me too, you know? He's a commentator himself. He does these like public things himself. It's like seeing your worst fear in real time materialize in front of your eyes. You're on his dick so hard. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm riding his dick. I'm just giving you my reaction to the initial video that I watched was also fairly traumatic. And as you guys know, I see this kind of stuff from Gaza all the time. Dean's biggest problem is that he still hasn't addressed Charlie's role in the creation of this climate. It's only been tears and no analysis, and not being marginalized is frustrating for a lot of people. But I also think he's allowed to be sad. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I don't know his commentary at all. But I do agree, if he hasn't like talked about Charlie Kirk's pervasive and negative influence, you know, then that's a whole different story. You're on his dick so hard, describing Hasan in a nutshell as a top. Great way to join. Yeah, when you watched the close-up, it made it obvious it was traumatizing for you. The vid was shocking. I'm sure live was worse. I mean, he wasn't there live, but his friend was. Parker was. So I get why he'd be crying and shit, you know? I mean, if you're in an active shooting situation where you watched a dude that you have debated that kind of does the same thing that you do, it makes sense. What is this? There was a tweet about your reaction. Y'all need to chill. It's very much okay for Hasan to be upset and nervous about the shootings. A political commentator that came up with him on the opposite side is terrifying. Yeah. I mean, I get a lot of death threats, you know? That was, I don't know if people were mad about my reaction, but I'm not even aware of these things. They're mad because he's a man and mentioning cry. No, I don't know about that. I don't think that's the case. I think people understandably, especially if people are like black, brown, undocumented, trans, like they see this stuff. They see this stuff and they go, what the fuck is this? They see this stuff and they go, oh, you're not like in that heated moment. I think they just assume that this person has like, more empathy for a peer, a counterpart than they do for like all the people that they're supposedly speaking for. Friend of the show, Vanilla, had a great take about Charlie. Ooh, let's see.
I'm gonna get on here and make a video about this, but y'all done pissed me off in my Instagram requests. I basically reposted something on Instagram on my story saying that Charlie's death cannot be separated from the systems that he spent his entire career platforming and trying to, you know, promote. And yes, before you ask, every single person who messaged me something like that, along the lines of being like, fuck you, Vanilla, what the fuck, they were, you guessed it, white! And they also all had profile pictures of them and their fucking mid-ass husbands standing on a beach that looked exactly like this. But that's beside the point, because then if I was like, hey, there's children in Palestine that are getting killed every day, they're like this. And then I'm like, hey, so what about all the school shootings and everything?
It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. This is it. This is it. Our foreign policy is incredibly violent. Our domestic affairs are incredibly violent. Like, you know, it's crazy. A lot of these people exist in this incredibly violent environment, and they just have no fucking real tears or no real reaction or no real demand to stop this kind of bloodshed from taking place. Okay. And they just want to use this situation. It almost feels like they want to use the situation to be like, why aren't you responding the way I want you to respond to this? You know, what the fuck? CNN posted a highlight of my reaction. That's crazy. I struggle with leftists who wouldn't take the time to think about why watching a video of a dude getting shot in the neck would make someone cry. Of course, I understand that split-second reaction from folks in marginalized communities, and it's still like, damn. So can we not have empathy for his wife and kids who will never get to see their father again? Wait, what are you fucking talking about? Did I say that? Am I saying any of those things? No, you're imagining things that I'm not saying. Calm the fuck down, man. Here's the thing, okay? A lot of people are demanding that you grieve, okay? A lot of people are demanding that you grieve for a person who absolutely, and we don't have to we don't have to engage in hypotheticals. A person that has not grieved for people like yourself and has actually used every single opportunity to continue advancing a very violent agenda. Okay, I think that is a little unacceptable. If you are to say political violence is completely unacceptable in a civilized society, it should not happen, I'm with you. That's my take as well. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I too was traumatized by the footage of a person that I've known for many years, a person that I've debated on multiple occasions, and a person that was supposed to debate. Having said that, however, I think a lot of people just turn around and go, no, it's not enough that you said political violence is unacceptable. It's not enough that you said, it's unacceptable that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed, right? I want you to fucking cry real tears for me right now. And that demand, I think, requires someone to cynically lean into whatever your ascribed notions of humanity are. Like, what do you mean? People react to it differently. Okay, that's it. Like, it's so weird. It's such a weird fucking thing where people just come up to you and they're like, you have to. It reminds me of how Democrats would be like, it's not enough that you voted for Joe Biden. You have to actually be excited to vote for Joe Biden. You weren't sufficiently excited to vote for Joe Biden, so you're still a fucking fake. You're a phony. You're not with the cause. And it's like, the fuck do you want, man? You just want me to lie? Like, I don't get it. You want me to engage in performative grief? Like, this is so fucking strange. It's such a strange demand that you're making. That's what it feels like right now. The environment is like, demanding that there is performative grief. And if you don't demonstrate sufficient grief, and I've seen it online, okay? I've seen people clip my, not immediate reaction, but like subsequent statements that I've made after. And people are just like clipping them to be like, see, he's making fun of Alex Jones. He's not sufficiently saddened by the atrocities that unfolded. And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, where are we at? Where the fuck are we at? She ate y'all right on up. Stop trying to shame people for not mourning Charlie Kirk. He wasn't just a conservative we disagree with. He was a fascist organizer who built his career spreading racism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and anti-immigrant hate, actively harming marginalized communities every single day. If you're compelled to send his family condolences, fine. That's your personal choice. But don't turn around and scold others for refusing to shed tears over a man who dedicated his life to dehumanizing and endangering them. This doesn't make you a better person. And if you're a Christian, it doesn't make you closer to going to heaven. It just shows you don't stand for anything. Where were your sympathy posts with 1,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza, deaths Charlie Kirk celebrated and justified? Where's your compassion for the immigrants torn from their families by ICE, an institution Kirk defended? Where's your energy for the trans kids, the Muslims, the black and brown communities he spent his career attacking? Empathy is not owed to oppressors. Mourning is not mandatory. Pretending that civility in the face of fascism makes you morally superior is nothing but cowardice. Y'all give me a headache. And that's the other side of this is like, I know for a fact, maybe not Charlie Kirk, because he likes to keep up appearances to a certain degree, but the overwhelming majority of the conservative and even liberal infrastructure would be fucking popping champagne openly if I was in the crosshairs instead of Charlie. The very same people that wrote these glowing obituaries talking about how he was an incredible organizer, was an incredible activist, not reflecting on his output overall, not reflecting on his message overall. Simply sheltering the public from what his major output was, but simply just saying this was a real mover and a shaker, but not in which direction, are the exact same people that would be talking about how I had it coming. You know, I'm not doing that for the record. Okay, I'm not doing that at all for Charlie Kirk or for anybody. But it is ridiculous that it's not enough. It's not enough that you say, this is unacceptable. This is terrifying. This is really fucked up, right? It's not enough that you say that. You have to also just mourn in the same way that they're mourning, feel the same things that they're feeling. And it blows my mind. I don't know. Luckily, I've never had to do that in my career, and I will not do that. If there's something that I think is the utmost indecency, it's just like engaging in performative grief. Like, if you are a liberal author and you wrote if you're Ezra Klein, if your name is Ezra Klein and you're a liberal author, what do you think your black and brown coworkers are going to feel about the thing that you posted on New York Times? You know what I mean? What do you think they're going to think about you? Because they're either going to think you subscribe to Charlie Kirk's worldview and all of the heinous things that he has said, or they're going to think you at least don't give a shit. You know? That's it. They're going to think you don't care about these kinds of values. This is simply a talking point for you. The extent of your advocacy about these issues stops at optics. Okay? Why would I feel sympathy for illegal immigrant families? They did something illegal. I don't feel sympathy for them. Trans kids sympathy. What kind of fucked up world are we living in? Yeah, see? This is it. I mean, this is it. This is the point. Like, this is someone who has a similar mindset to Charlie Kirk. This is a person that is exactly like Charlie Kirk in his worldview. And a lot of people who do have sympathy for those groups, because they recognize that those people that you're talking about are human beings, just like Charlie Kirk was a human being, okay? He is a human being. You don't even pretend to care about these entire subsects of humanity. You don't even pretend to care. And that is unironically the reason why other people cannot demonstrate fake empathy in this moment or grieve for you. Engage in the act of performative grievances so that you feel better about your allegiances. Like, that's crazy to me. Respond to XQC. On what, dude? On what? Let me guess. Dude, Hasan, dude, he's responsible, dude. He killed Charlie Kirk, dude. I don't know anything, dude. But also, dude, he did it, dude. Dude, he did it, dude. Did I get it right? Did I reach, yeah. They hate you. You demonized him the most, Turk. I demonized him the most. What am I supposed to do? Not fucking argue against them? Like, this is what it... Do you understand? There was never a moment where I've ever advocated for fucking violence against Charlie Kirk, right? But I have obviously argued with Charlie Kirk, both in person and also on the internet. And the question remains, what do you think I should have done in this process? Should I have just said, oh, well, he's got some good ideas? Should I just lie? Nah, he mostly claims you're farming subs from this. That's all. Yeah, bro, that's a fucking pure projection. For content creators with no discernible worldview, no real policy opinions, okay? That's all this is to them. It's a trend to follow, okay? That's it. So whenever they say that, they're just projecting their own personal ambitions in this process, like why they're talking about it. Yeah. You demonize them the most, Turk. What? So when Charlie Kirk goes on college campuses and fucking talks about how, trans people are not human, immigrants need to be punished, whatever the fuck, that's just like spirited debate. When I turn around and say, hey, man, that's a fucking fascist ass take. What the hell are you talking about? These guys are just our neighbors, okay? They're contributing to our society in very meaningful ways, much better ways than yourself. I'm demonizing him. That's it. These guys don't want to actually have a debate. They just want like a one-sided yelling session where you just have to sit there and go, I'm so sorry for being a pussy-ass woke libtard. I'm so sorry that I got vaccinated and now I'm autistic and I'm gay. I'm so sorry. Thank you for yelling at me. That's the only type of debate that these motherfuckers want. Otherwise, God forbid, you're demonizing your opponent. Yeah, I just got to sit there and be like, thank you, sir. Please keep telling me more about how Islam is actually a sword at the neck of Western civilization, doing fucking JQ ass takes about Muslims, but it's totally acceptable because a lot of other members in the halls of intelligentsia are also just as Islamophobic. So they just like overlook it and they say stuff like, well, this is a reasonable and polite disagreement here. That's what's also funny about this is like, obviously Charlie Kirk didn't fucking feel this way because he was willing and ready and able to debate me. These guys are speaking for him, but it's clear that like, his opinions weren't of this sort. Another confirmed video of Kirk Shooter from TMZ. Yeah, we already saw this, man. Why are you guys showing me the same shit over and over again? I know, we saw this already. It's white supremacy. Your grief for Palestinians is performative because they're not human. Their mockery of trans people is not hypocritical because to them, we are not human. You need to grieve for Charlie because they see him as human. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Why are you saying CNN clip? Why? Oh, the CNN TikTok of me? Yeah, this is just me. Devastating. Holy America is so absolutely This is insane. I never thought I would see something like this.
Was it a handgun?
But I guess if there's one country where something like this could happen, it's this one.
Hasan Piker is a 34-year-old progressive influencer and political commentator. He has millions of followers on YouTube and Twitch, where he's known as HasanAbi. Piker reacted to the shooting on Wednesday.
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God.
Like KIRK, Piker appeals to a generation of young men, often referenced as the manosphere, but he's on the opposite end of the political spectrum.
This is a person who does what I do, but you know, on the opposing side, I have a lot of opinions. They're about to start coming at you, my friend. It's very sad to see, like, harder than all the orbiters do every day. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That has never stopped. That's literally never stopped. The Republicans aren't just about to start coming for me. And I know it's going to get worse, but it is what it is. Okay? It's just, whatever, dude. It's a Thursday. Okay? Check log. Security gave signals just before. And a lot of feelings right now. One is that this is a person that I have known and have been that I've debated in public settings since 2016.
He was set to debate Charlie KIRK at Dartmouth College on September 25th.
It is the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
And jumping on with us for our call.
Maybe made more horrifying by the fact that I know him personally. I've known him for years and was supposed to debate him. I don't know. And the way you handle the situation is disgusting. Your voice is heard by millions. You got to do a better job of informing people that this is never the way to react when you disagree with someone. Brother, I need you to understand something. You're currently watching me react in real time, and it's on CNN. Okay? And at no point did I say that this is acceptable or appropriate. As a matter of fact, if you had the capacity to understand words that you are hearing, you would have probably picked up on that. You know, you could probably pick up on that from just looking at my reaction. But you're not here. You're not here for that. You're here to fight a battle that you have made up in your fucking mind. It's just Ethan's new talking point on his Instagram. Reaction is different from words said. What, do you not hear the words I said? At what point did I say this was appropriate? Or are you completely oblivious to what I've said and you just made up your mind because you listened to another person who was, actively farming this situation because they fucking despise me? I think for a lot of people, this is what I was talking about. This is it. This is the performative aspect that I was referencing, right? Where people are just like looking for anything, right? People are just looking for anything to get mad about because it's not enough that this happened. They're angry and they have to, easy to see when you scroll through your Twitter. What? Again, you're just launching. You just realized that the way I handled this was not inappropriate, but now you are looking for different reasons as to why you think it is. But it's just like, what is the expectation here, right? I think this is abhorrent. Political violence is abhorrent. It's completely unacceptable. I've said it a million times over. I don't think that's what Charlie KIRK deserved. Okay. Having said that, if your expectation is that I'm going to turn around and like lie about his background, lie about his perspective, what the fuck are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to say? Who would be the equivalent on the left? A young media star not elected with a pretty big following? Like, I pay attention to this stuff, but I don't have a list. Ross Barkin says Hasan Piker. The left does give more grace to the right when someone on the right is killed and vice versa. Major Democrats have been respectful of KIRK. Hard to imagine, to be honest, the same happening if a leftist or socialist was killed. Interesting. I didn't know him. Maybe I'm losing a step. Haha. Seems like the right-wing influencers have more mainstream sway. I've never been on the right, but I know a lot of them. Grew up on MSNBC. Leaned to hate it, but never actually caught the next gen on the left. Hasan Piker gives a thoughtful, wide-ranging print interview, though. I do not think these weirdos are angry at all. I think they're excited by the possibility to mess with you and justify whatever actions they may do going forward. Yeah. And it's crazy, but it's like, it's crazy to consider because it's not like the Republicans are currently being like, well, we are in our moment of grief right now. Like, everybody, we need to take some time away from politics for a second. Like, they just very quickly turned around and were like, we need to immediately persecute every political dissident in this country. We need to throw them in jail and maybe sometimes assassinate them. Like, they didn't even stop. They just immediately went, Charlie Kirk was the guy who wanted to talk to you and you killed him. Like, who is this you you're talking about? Especially when talking about someone like myself, like I very clearly chose to talk to him, right? And a lot of these people are not even factoring that into the consideration. They're just like so angry. They just want to fucking kill. They want to kill. And like what he does for a living. I mean, look, I have a policy of not living in fear. And, but we'll see. I might have to reconfigure certain things.
Piker urged his followers to stop making jokes about the shooting and expressed deep concerns.
Like, that's why I'm saying I'm a little bit biased in this situation. Obviously, it's like very hard for me to see. It's very hard for me to see this as like anything but an immediate threat to anyone that does this. I wish they had talked about what I said afterwards, because I said the retaliation to this is going to be tenfold. Yeah. Basically, what they want everybody to react to this is like this. Okay, hold on.
I'm so this is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. They just murdered Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. Oh shit, I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. Would have been our next president. I'm so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Ah, damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving down a Provo right now.
It's not a bit. This is a real person expressing his real feelings.
I'm so pissed. Damn it.
Bro, I wish I had any hero like this man had. Well, wish again, because obviously you don't want to feel this way. The Republicans use it for cover. They just went in with the nuclear option. Yeah, there's never this level of anger when it's children. There's never this level of anger when it's Palestinians. It's obvious, like it's just because it's Charlie Kirk. Like, these guys had a parasocial relationship with him, and that's it. Yeah, this guy, I think, definitely had the gun in his pants. Look, you can kind of see it here. Or wait, maybe not. What the fuck? Wait, how is his leg? Okay, doesn't it look like he has the scope right here? Clearly not, if his leg is moving this way. He was limping before when he was walking, and I assumed he had the gun in his pants. But the pants are too tight anyway. He took it apart on the roof, I thought, allegedly. Oh, he had knee pads on. GOP just introduced a bill to have Kirk's body lie in the state capitol rotunda. Shut the fuck up. CNN thinks he built it on the roof, so why the fuck was he limping? Authorities also recovered a screwdriver near a rifle, an indication shooter may have used it to disassemble and reassemble firearm before using it, investigators believe. Removing stock would help shooter conceal weapon in bag or even in his clothing, they believe, per Evan Perez. This appears to be more trans or trans sympathy violence. These people need to be taken for what they appear to be, mentally unstable. Just look at the social media platform Blue Sky. That will tell you everything you need to know. And then they turn around and go, why are these people so violent with their statements? We will be introducing a resolution authorizing Charlie Kirk to lie in honor in the Capitol Rotunda should the Kirk family wish for him to be honored there. Kirk devoted his life to defending the freedoms defining our nations. He inspired millions, led countless souls to Christ, and never wavered in the defense of the First Amendment. He definitely did waver in the defense of the First Amendment. He said it was great to deport people for speaking out against Israel. What are we talking about? This is what I mean. These guys are just like, no, he very famously wavered in the defense of the First Amendment. The GOP wants to put a statue of Charlie Kirk in the Capitol. Representative Anna Paulina Luna is circulating a letter calling on Speaker Johnson to put a statue. Okay, am I crazy? Do I feel like the normies are going to react to this differently? I mean, I don't know, because like every outlet has glazed him so much. Every outlet has glazed him so fucking much that maybe a lot of people are just seemingly seeing him as like a figurehead, like an MLK style individual or something. When I see stuff like this, it makes me feel like maybe I'm just out of touch or something. Like I just don't understand. Like, grief aside, for a person that you really liked and you really liked the opinions on, like this level of martyrdom feels fairly heavy-handed. So we can have a statue of George Floyd, but not Kirk. Wait, what? Is there a statue of George Floyd? What are you what George Floyd? Why are you bringing up George Floyd? Is there a statue of George Floyd in the Capitol Rotunda? What is going on? What does that have to do with anything? Yeah, I love and support Charlie Kirk. Please let his soul rest. Again, totally made up grievance. Okay? Totally made up grievance. Is there ever a thing that conservatives get mad about that isn't totally made up? Oh, the left, every Democrat needs to be fucking killed because they are all fantasizing about killing all of us. It's like, no, that's not the case at all, actually. Just listen to the words coming out of people's mouths for once, please. Let him rest in peace. Here's letting George Floyd rest in peace. Yeah, he never stopped. He posts so much about George Floyd. And I assume that's the reason why a lot of people post, like a lot of conservatives also they love talking about George Floyd. Like they will always bring up George Floyd for some fucking weird reason. Statue of George Floyd. Where is this? It's in, I didn't even know this existed, by the way. The piece was briefly displayed at Face and Fair House Theater in Harlem, New York. It was donated to the city of Newark and installed on Juneteenth in 2021. Is this what you're referencing? I don't even think the chatter knew this. That's in Newark, man. Days after installation on the night of June 24th, the sculpture was vandalized. The face of the statue was painted black with the name of a neo-Nazi group painted on its torso. The paint was removed shortly by Newark Public Works Department. They bring up Floyd because he's one of the rare instances the murderer in uniform was found guilty of wrongdoing. I know, and they have never let that go, man. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts. It is so crazy where they were just like, nah, this dude literally fucking choked a man to death over like a check fraud, potentially, okay? Alleged check fraud for like 10 whole ass minutes. And it was so awful. A counterfeit $20 bill. Sorry, I don't even remember the exact details. But it's like, and people have just never let it go, dude. People have never let it go. For Black Lives Matter and for people that have experienced this kind of fucking systemic violence, this is unfortunately an all too common incident, right? So of course for them, their fight continues, right? But for the racists, they were like, how dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare you punish a dude who is supposed to protect and serve the citizens who, much like many other cops, refused to do so in that moment and instead just did unlimited violence and killed someone. It's just so weird. And they talk about George Floyd's background and they're like, oh, he was a bad guy. He did this, he did that. It's like, none of that fucking matters, man. What the fuck are you saying? He just got murdered. That's unjustifiable. You know? What did Charlie do though? Well, again, okay, there you go. Do I say it's justifiable that Charlie Kirk was murdered? No. Yeah, that's my point. That's my fucking point. Anyway, so fucking annoying. Oh, they're going to try to get me killed. Right Angle News Network. Breaking. Numerous clips of Hassan Piker calling his viewers to kill right wingers are growing viral after the slaying of Charlie Kirk with calls of his immediate arrest, fomenting violence as Twitch refuses to take action. No one will touch you ever. Elon Musk replied to it. He's trying to get me killed. Whatever. It is what it is. We are so cooked with all the dumbass shadows proving it. What do you mean? Where was I? It's not only in America, it's these zealots too. The first city in Israel to commemorate Charlie Kirk, the mayor of Netanya, announced today that a new square in the Ir Yamim neighborhood will be named after Charlie Kirk. Oh, that's crazy. The Reddit of countries back at it again. Yeah, I know. Anyway, so there are photos that were, there are closer photos of the shooter that the FBI released. And someone was saying this is like a disabled veterans t-shirt or something. I briefly looked through the clips. And it's like some of them are not even me. Like some of them are like Dan Clancy. Some of them are Michael from Pennsylvania. And then others are like me talking about how people were threatening Tom Tillis, you know, me talking about people threatening Tom Tillis in his fucking, in his phone, talking about the discontent that was fomenting amongst normies. And the guy who posted the clip is literally like, he's making it seem like I'm all of those people. The Rick Scott moment. Yeah. The shirt is not a disabled veteran t-shirt. It's like a born in America, born free t-shirt. Yeah. Hank Pecker scammed me. I'm right wing. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I love being right wing where, you know, I get mad about stuff like this Trey Parker and Matt Stone have blood on their hands. Remove South Park from all streaming devices. Yeah, it was me. They gave that shirt out to disabled vets. It doesn't say anything about disabled vets, but they mailed them out. Oh no, Comedy Central pulled the South Park episode mocking Charlie Kirk after assassination. Cowardly self-destructive move, says Matthew Petty. They did nothing wrong with lighthearted mocking of a public figure. Kirk himself made it his profile picture that no one in their right mind expected to be killed. Now it looks like they actually did something wrong. Exactly. This is one of the worst aspects of the no charity environment that we exist in, where if you behave in an overwhelmingly gracious, overwhelmingly charitable manner, people will literally use that as a point of legitimacy. They're not removed from streaming, but removed from rerun circulation. It doesn't matter. The reason why it's being reported on as such is to offer a W. Just wondering how far it needs to go before you would think about taking legal action against all these people trying to get you harmed. Guys, I don't know how to explain this to you, but you are living in fucking la la land if you think that this administration or any of the existing institutions that haven't been completely gutted and dismantled are actually going to care about the truth or actually fucking defend someone such as myself. This is why I keep reiterating the point that we have no one but ourselves, okay? We have no one but our neighbors to help us. We have no one that is coming to help us. If you think that being overly litigious in this moment is actually somehow going to save me, you are insane. I just want to point out in your Tom Tillis coverage. Here is Senator Tom. You repeatedly said, I disavow. It's kind of wild to use that against you. It's not. It's not wild to use that against me because they're trying to clip stuff together so they can just like make... They're trying to put stuff together so they can just be like, this guy is bad. He should be killed. Okay? That's it. And it's something that I've had to deal with my whole fucking life. You just got to keep it pushing. You just got to, if you see misinformation in the wild, you can correct it, but that's it. Okay? There's not really much else you can do about it. People are going to make up their minds regardless. Okay? Here's the modern version of the shirt now in white, but they were previously printed in black. Oh, it just says like land of the free, home of the brave. Do you understand? Don't give more ground to shit like this. Streisand effect, kind of, yeah. I mean, there's a militant push regardless, so it doesn't even matter. There is a push that is AstroTurf pretty aggressively. In the same way that I think like the mourning period for Charlie Kirk is a little bit heavy-handed. I think this is like the counter narratives and the counter attack is also like being pushed in some way. And obviously the owner of the platform that I'm on, where a lot of these violent narratives are trafficked on, is of course not exactly too fond of me. So it is what it is, I guess. Let me finish this.
Are we serious? Like, but now you want to wake up. Oh, but now we want to wake up. Now suddenly we're awake? Oh, okay. So yeah, that kind of really grinded my gears. So if that's you, I'm going to leave you with one big...
Nice. Premium Hoggett Rage, is this the one?
You mother...
This is the one, right? This is the same one.
Fucking animals! You liberal, progressive, deranged fucking animals! You are so hateful in your hearts to go out and shoot a young man who's...
Like, what are we talking about? No one knows who did it. We still don't know who the fucking shooter is, man. And even if it was a fucking left-wing person, right? Because, like, obviously Charlie Kirk is right-wing, right? And that's the reason why. That's the reason why they're fucking running on with this narrative, right? They're riding this thing into the ground, okay? But even if that's the case, like, what are we doing? That we have to just, like, punish every Democrat, punish every liberal, punish every leftist? Like, what are we talking about? How many fucking mass shootings have been conducted by Donald Trump's own loyal fandom? Yeah. I mean, he did January 6th. Charlie Kirk participated in it. You know, he bused motherfuckers to the Capitol. He paid for bus rides so that people could participate in a fucking insurrection. And he's president again. What a crazy situation we have found ourselves in, where these guys are just like literally everyone on the left, anyone that's marginally to the left of me, that has at any point in their lives exhibited empathy, is now open to attack.
Hurted anyone with Christian values, a young, beautiful family, a husband, a friend, a son. You shot him! Why?
What do you mean
because
you...
you didn't agree with his politics? Because you didn't agree with his ideology?
Yikes.
I will not be silenced, and I will talk until your ears bleed. Okay? I am Charlie.
It's time we rise.
Oh my god.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is he doing the Mockingjay? I just watched the Hunger Games for the first time ever. Oh my God, he's doing the Mockingjay whistle. Oh my God. Like, this guy thinks that the current administration does not resemble the Capitol. And it's like an eclectic group of leftists and liberals that actually resemble the Capitol, that control all the halls of power, control all the levers of power, that are just like dominating his life. Amazing. Amazing.
Lace up your fucking combat boots, boys. Let's give the fucking left what they want.
The fuck is this, man? Found this earlier. Is Charlie Kirk and Hunger Games related? The healthcare games? Seen the Hunger Games tonight. Can't wait. The healthcare games. When the government runs healthcare, odds are never in your favor. FBI press conference has been announced. Oh shit. It's cash. It's cash money, baby. FBI Director Kash Patel, Utah Governor Spencer Cox, and other top officials will hold a press conference at approximately 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. So 6:30 our time. It's coming up, and CNN will have the live coverage. Do you think that the right-wing insanity is being prolonged by the fact that the shooter hasn't been captured? Yes. It's a bit of an opportunity for the right to fantasize about whoever they think. Like, you know, it could be the shooter was family court, the family court judge that took his kids away. You know what I mean? The shooter is the guy that the neighbor that is kind of woke, that listens to NPR, that cheated, that fucked his wife. You know, like, the shooter is everyone that has ever harmed these people. Okay. Sometimes the shooter is the ex-wife. Sometimes the shooter is trans. Always. The shooter is always trans somehow. You know, they straight up are using this lack of information as an opportunity to fantasize about who the shooter actually is. And it always comes back to somehow being an eclectic group of like left-wing values and liberalism that has harmed them in a meaningful way, that has wronged them in a meaningful way. We don't know anything about the shooter's background. TPSA host Alex Clark called for public executions in a deleted tweet about an hour before Kirk got shot, but the left is the violent ones. On a more serious note, the delusional freaks are hyping themselves up.
I'm ready. I'm locked and loaded for Democrats. I'm locked and loaded for Democrats.
I don't know why he's looking at me when he said that.
What the fuck? She breaks this down well.
Charlie Kirk was shot dead today. Let's take a look at the legacy that he will leave behind. So how about we start with his campaign to dismantle the legacy of the civil rights movement. In a December 2023 speech, Charlie Kirk didn't just critique Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he launched a full-scale character assassination, labeling him as awful and not a good person, claiming he's only admired for saying things he didn't actually believe. Now, he went even further. Kirk called the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964 a huge mistake and argued that it created a permanent DEI type of bureaucracy. Now, he pushed the radical theory as well that the act, in his words, superseded the U.S. Constitution. And then when he was challenged, he doubled down, calling MLK a mythological anti-racist creation, and then bragged about targeting the sacred cow of modern America. On abortion, he publicly celebrated the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And here's what he said when he was asked if he would force his own 10-year-old daughter to carry a pregnancy to term after she was assaulted.
And she was 10 and she got raped. And she was going to give birth and she would, no, wait. Oh, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Now on gun.
How do you think the right would react if it turns out to be like a Nazi groiper? They just move on. They still keep fantasizing about how trans the person actually secretly was. I mean, that's you're basically describing what has already happened. That happened with the Trump shooter, right? Like, the Trump shooter had the demographic profile and all the cultural signifiers of a fucking hog. And initially they said he was trans, and then they just moved on. And they still to this day say he was a leftist Antifa, or, I don't know, funded by BlackRock, or numerous other weird conspiracies. We're talking about a group of people that just totally find new made up narratives to suit their purpose. You understand? When David DePipe was outed as a Republican weirdo, everyone said he was a gay lover of Paul Pelosi. When the dude who shot the Minnesota congressperson and her husband was outed as a far-right evangelical Christian, they literally turned around and were like, nah, he's a Marxist leftist, actually, and he's working for Tim Walz. There are still tens of millions of Americans that unironically think this, okay? This is what happens when there's no interest in subscribing to reality. I don't know. I don't know what to say here. This motherfucker says you. I just gave you multiple examples of how Republicans hallucinate an alternative reality and believe it and get mad about that alternative reality to only continue this fucking anger boiling up instead of like honestly reflecting on the activities that people engage in on that side of the political spectrum. And his response is, says you. So yeah, if this guy turns out to be like a groiper who was pissed off at Charlie Kirk because he's not like radical enough or whatever the fuck, right? They're just going to move on. They're going to say he's a leftist. He's a leftist Antifa. That misinformation already, I mean, there isn't even need for misinformation really for these guys to just like hallucinate. Once again, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Democratic lawmakers were assassinated by a right-wing nut job. And these guys said it was the left. Okay. So even when the victims are Democrats, and the assumption, understandably, just like when the victim is Charlie Kirk, the assumption is that like this person is probably going to be on the left. When the victim are Democrats, they still think it's the left that did it. So it doesn't matter. They keep saying he worked for Tim Walz. Motherfucker, he wanted to kill Tim Walz. They still say it. The dude killed Tim Walz's friends. That's it. And I don't know. I don't know how to deal with this. It's like, it feels like we are held hostage. We're held captive by a terrifying number of schizophrenic people and their delusions. We're held captive by whatever they choose to believe. They are experiencing collective psychosis, and we just have to sit there and be like, please, I hope you don't. Like, you know how people talk about, oh, you go on the subway and there's a guy who's like experiencing a mental health episode, and the expectation is like you just kind of avoid it and you just sit there and you go, oh God, please don't fling feces at me. It's like that, but at the societal level. Okay, that's what it fucking feels like. And it's just like there are tens of millions of genuine psychopaths out there who just keep fucking imagining an alternative reality and have these like violent delusions. And there is no way to try and get them to shake them out of their stupor, to try and get them to come back to fucking reality. And I don't know what to do about it. There is a real attitude in this country right now amongst conservatives where they actively believe that the left and the liberals are so violent that they can't speak their truth, that they can't speak out. But also simultaneously, they're such pussies that, they're at the mercy of our bloodlust. We're going to go and we're going to kill him, brother. Like both of these things, they believe at the same time. It's inconsistent. It makes no sense. And yet they believe it. Yeah. I posted about this on my Twitter, on my Instagram. You fuckers have no idea what you've done. Yeah, dude. Your esoteric, lolicon, child pornography style Nazi advocacy is going to make real big waves amongst the normies now that the Charlie Kirk dam has been broken. Like he was the only one stopping people from cranking it out to children being drawn in a hentai format. I am racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, fatphobic, ableist, anti-Semitic, ageist, classist, pedophobic. The last one seems strange because, your Twitter avatar kind of makes me feel like you're not. Netanyahu down, rushed to private hospital, allegedly. I don't believe that. That's crazy.
Violence, he consistently downplayed America's gun violence epidemic.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
On race in Black America, Charlie Kirk supported a ban on DEI, overturning the Civil Rights Act and promoting a whitewash version of history. He supported banning AP African American Studies and even said that when it comes to slavery, there's a lot more to the story. And when it comes to Black professionals, on pilots, he stated, if I see a Black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He also blamed Black people for the air traffic controller crisis. He frequently disparages Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson as a diversity hire and insisted that she was only appointed because she's a Black woman. He denies that systemic racism even exists and supports punitive sentencing and then referred to George Floyd as a scumbag. He even led the efforts to pardon Derek Chauvin, the police officer that was convicted of his murder. Now, on women and misogyny, he's no better. His misogyny covers us all. He went on a bizarre rant directed at Taylor Swift, instructing her to submit to her husband, and he also claimed that men don't want to date women in their 30s because we're not at our prime. On LGBTQ plus rights, Charlie Kirk has labeled the LGBTQ plus community a cult. He even cited a Bible verse that calls for gay people to be put to death as God's perfect law. He advocates for a nationwide ban on gender-affirming care and calls the transgender identity a lie that hurts people and abuses kids. On democracy and January 6th, his group, Turning Point USA, was deeply involved in efforts to try and overturn the 2020 election. He bragged about sending 80 buses to Washington, D.C. on January 6th for people to fight for Donald Trump. And then when he was subpoenaed by the House committee investigating the insurrection, he pled the fifth. On Palestine, he denies the very existence of the Palestinian people and their homeland and says outright that Palestinians in Palestine just doesn't exist.
I don't think the place exists.
What?
Because it doesn't. It's called Judea and Samaria. It's not
So
called Palestine.
You don't believe that Palestine have the right to exist?
No, everyone has a right to exist. Show me where it is. It's a non-existent place.
He has routinely championed what Israel's doing in Gaza, a genocide. He's championed it, and he's a friend to Israel. Also rallied.
Yeah, that's why I was like taking that, and the fact that I was like literally supposed to debate him on that issue is what really pissed me off, and that was the reason why I was pushing back extra hard on people claiming that he was like pro-Palestine.
Against COVID-19 and public health measures to stop the spread of the virus, spread dangerous vaccine information. His organization also said something blatantly false about Jamie Foxx and said that he was paralyzed and blind from a COVID vaccination. On student loan forgiveness, he opposed student loan forgiveness despite his own group, Turning Point USA, taking $350,000 in COVID relief PPP loans that were later forgiven. Charlie was the founder of Turning Point USA. Their tactics include a professor watch list that is designed to intimidate and harass academics, a school board watch list targeting officials who support public health measures or the teaching of accurate history. He also meddles in student government elections to defund progressive groups. On Trump and Christian nationalism, he played a huge role in getting Trump elected. He organized voter drives and events, and he's often credited for delivering the youth vote for Trump. He invokes the Seven Mountains Mandate, a call for conservative Christians to seize control of all aspects of society. He says Donald Trump is a crucial figure in restoring this so-called Christian morality and has even called for a full military occupation of American cities after the DC occupation to restore order. So knowing all of that, how do you think Charlie Kirk will be remembered?
I know how he will be remembered. He'll be remembered as like an incredibly positive force for American politics, which is why it's so frustrating that like a lot of these liberal outlets are not actually reflecting on his output, his advocacy, and simply talking about it as though he was just like some guy who had a political opinion. Let's not even talk about what his political opinion was.
They want me to talk about
what the fuck is this? Please react, King.
this boy, Charlie Kirk, who got shot in Utah. Him getting shot in Utah makes him, I believe, American number 18,533 who got shot in the U.S. this year, shot and killed. And I think that there were 3 more people who were killed.
I don't know who this guy is, but all right, we're gonna watch we're gonna read the Politico article that took place that took place last night, where Adam Rand interviewed me about this instead of a 12-minute TikTok, because I think this was a decent summarization of how I felt at the time. Okay, I'm so sorry that we're talking under these circumstances, but I want to talk to you about Charlie Kirk's death and your first reaction. It was pure horror. I had a couple people say while we were streaming that there was a guy on Twitter being like, Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck at the event I'm at. And I was like, there's no way. I investigated a little bit further. I knew these kinds of events are filmed by many different points of view because there's lots of people. Charlie Kirk's whole team is there. They're filming. I was like, there's no way this is happening and no one knows about it or no one is showing footage. When breaking news stories normally unfold when I'm live, especially if it's like a shooting, there's a lot of misinformation that gets thrown around. So I usually will wait for official confirmation, whether it's a journalist or whether it's the police coming out and releasing a statement or whatever. But in this circumstance, I knew that there were a lot of cameras that would be at an event such as this one. So I just started with my community scouring the internet. Very quickly arrived at a couple different live streams that showed a bunch of people running around, one shot being fired. There was one other video that was filmed from above that showed the moment of impact, but not too much else. But it was very clear that a shooting had taken place and he'd been shot in the neck. And then I saw the actual close-up footage of it, and it was truly horrifying. I think it's interesting because I cover all these atrocities unfolding in Gaza all the time, every day, and there are so many. And as a part of my profession, I see a lot of horrible images in general throughout global conflict. I think seeing someone who I know, not someone I'm fond of, but still someone that I've known for years, someone that I've debated before, someone that I was supposed to be debating in 2 weeks, someone who I guess is in the same field as myself, someone who does basically what I do, but on the right, that is the one fear that's always in the back of your mind when you engage in any sort of political advocacy when you do these events. As a recipient of millions of death threats at this point over the years, watching that unfold in real time was devastating. Are you afraid now for the same kind of events that you do in the future? I've been thinking about that quite a bit. I don't know. I think right now I'm just going to wait out the environment. I'm just going to wait for the temperature to lower a little bit, but I'll probably go back to it. As a part of what I do, I also go to protests. I get shot at by cops. I'm constantly in these uncertain environments. While it feels like there's an air of vengeance right now with a lot of people immediately being like, well, we got to go and kill people, even naming myself and saying we're going to go kill Hasan in retaliation. There are a lot of people who are just very angry and frustrated and want to redirect it towards those who they believe are responsible for this. I've never advocated for such a thing and never would. I would put myself in the crosshairs if that was the case, right? I was supposed to be sitting next to this guy 2 weeks from now at a public event. I'll probably just wait it out. But at a certain point, you can't let fear dictate your life. And that's been my modus operandi in spite of all the death threats that I've received for many, many years at this point. It's just unfortunately part of the process. It shouldn't be. So you've already seen the death threats since Charlie's death. Yeah, but I received death threats even before this all the time, nonstop. Like I said, it's almost seen as a part of the industry. What does it say about our nation that you're already receiving assassination threats and that Charlie was assassinated? I'm skeptical that we can come back from the precipice here. Like I said, it's a little different when you watch someone get assassinated. But unfortunately, I think political violence has become more of a forefront in our discourse, in our generation's discourse, more so than ever before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have recency bias, but I don't remember any point in the past decade of my career where it was this transparent, it was this out there, it was this celebrated to this degree. And why do you think this is? I mean, that one is easy. This is something I talked about in the aftermath of Brian Thompson's murder as well, allegedly at the hands of Luigi Mangione. It's seen as a pressure valve for people. Democracy is supposed to be a pressure valve. So when democratic institutions are not working to meet the demands of the overall population, there's a lot of discontent. And then I think people find themselves in the throes of desperation, find themselves so angry that they can't deal with it, that they end up engaging in adventurism, decentralized violence such as this. And I think that's where a lot of these instances of political violence and instability come from. What do you think it said about Charlie Kirk that he thought debate was one of the ways to release that pressure valve? I don't think he was ever debating people for the purpose of finding the truth or from a position of intellectual curiosity. I think a lot of people say that. Debates are only productive in the sense that it can test your opinions against your interlocutor's opinions, and it's good. It's galvanizing. I've always said that 40% of the audience on either side have already made up their minds, and they're not going to change. But then there's 20% of the margins that could swing in either direction, and it's for that 20% in the middle that you entertain the intellectual sparring. For Charlie, I think the format was more so just to humiliate his ideological opponents. And he was very successful at doing propaganda of this sort by going to college campuses and listening to what people had to say and then giving them the right-wing talking points on the matter, getting a couple dunks in the process. That's a big part of debate culture. Having said that, it still can be productive. There are still people who can have their minds change in the process, where they go, wow, my worldview that I took for granted is maybe seemingly not so smart. There's some productivity that you can derive out of debates, which is why I was entertaining doing it with Charlie. You mentioned Luigi Mangione. Do you think we're going to see more of this kind of political violence in the future? I think if left unaddressed, a lot of these societal wounds are not going to heal. They're only going to worsen. So unfortunately, the future does seem kind of bleak in that regard. We need structural solutions to these systemic problems. It does feel like there's this political football, this back and forth about culture war narratives, culture war issues, demonization of the political opposition, rather than seeking to address these problems. At first, it might come across as just simply unproductive, or maybe productive if your goal is to change the discourse away from seeking out constructive answers to the issues that people are facing, but unproductive in the long run. Because, like I said, if left unaddressed, people become increasingly more resentful, and in that volatility, they do dangerous things. This is me and Charlie Kirk at Politicon. Tell me about your decision to debate Charlie, who the invitation came from, how you decided why you thought it was important. It was Dartmouth, I believe. They reached out to my team. I said I would do it. Charlie Kirk is a conservative firebrand who has seen a lot more real organic growth, especially with his TikToks in the last couple of years leading up to the election, and certainly during the election and the aftermath of the election. He is someone who is very well connected to the administration. I don't usually shy away from debating people like that. I think it's good and maybe even productive to have this kind of back and forth discourse to show what his worldview looks like and to test it against mine. How do we heal the discourse? I don't think it's necessarily about getting together and singing Kumbaya. I don't think that's the way to solve it. There's a social contract that everyone abides by. When they consistently feel like that social contract is getting violated with regular frequency, oftentimes due to structural violence that they experience, poverty, things of that nature, the affordability crisis that people are experiencing. Housing is incredibly costly. Healthcare is incredibly costly. The only method of upward social mobility throughout history has been to get a college education. That's incredibly costly. Everything seems unaffordable. Everything seems worse than it was for the previous generation. And I think that's what we have to solve. If we don't solve that, people are going to continue growing frustrated and angry. People are resentful. People are more malleable and more susceptible to radicalization. And they're more willing to act out in a violent manner when they feel like there's no hope, there's no other option. I'm curious, what do you think about some of the response to Charlie Kirk's death on Blue Sky? They're sort of making fun of it and mocking it right now. It feels like a real hellscape. I don't go on Blue Sky, so I can't speak for people on Blue Sky. But I think it's the same in some ways to the Luigi Mangione situation. I think the reception to that was rather positive. It was shocking for a lot of people, myself included. And I think the reason for that is because we've just become more vicious. I know this from my own personal experiences as well. I know that if I were to be assassinated in a similar fashion, the right would erupt in joy, probably even more loudly than what some liberals may be experiencing. I think that's just how it is now. We are very polarized, and in some ways that polarization is understandable. In many other ways, I think the rhetoric that came from Charlie was understandably seen by many people as being inherently violent. A couple that quickly come to my mind is, even in the aftermath of school shootings and gun violence that takes place in the United States of America, far too commonly, far too frequently, Charlie Kirk has said things that I think a lot of people have been frustrated by, saying empathy is a weakness and that we shouldn't be guided by empathy in the aftermath of these horrifying mass shootings, or things like gun violence is an unfortunate byproduct of having the freedoms of the Second Amendment. I think when people see that, they fight fire with fire, if you will, in their minds. They think it's fine. A big part of that is we have also become desensitized, utterly desensitized to violence in general, both as a byproduct of our foreign policy around the globe, but also because of how violent America has become. I mean, this was the 46th school shooting that took place this year, the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And while that was happening in Colorado, there was another school shooting that took place an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot. That's not normal. After a certain point, people only see so much of this and they go, I don't really care about this. And I think that's where we're at. Obviously, I try to maintain my humanity and I try to urge others to do the same, but I do understand, even if I myself don't partake in it, where this resentment comes from. How do you maintain your humanity, twitching and then absorbing images like the ones you saw today and just being an increasingly digital world? My family, my friends, and going out in public, I think, is the perfect antidote to the vicious nature of the internet. People become a lot more cruel under the guise of anonymity. There's a cliche, right? Oh, you wouldn't say that to my face, or you're a keyboard warrior. And in some respects, that is true. I feel like a lot of people are far less vicious when they get to see the other person, when they get to be around the other person. And recently, before the internet, before the technological availabilities, that was the overwhelming majority of our interpersonal relationships. It was always in person. It was always face to face. And I think we've lost that. And that's how I try to keep myself as grounded as possible, which is ironic, of course, since political violence such as this one also makes it harder for me to go out in public. But that's why I said I can't let fear dictate my life. Why do you think Charlie resonated so much with Gen Zers? It's something that I think about quite a bit. I think there was a lot of discontent towards Joe Biden and his policies, or at least a lack of movement in a positive direction in this country. And for a lot of Gen Zers, they didn't experience the first Trump presidency. They were too young to fully comprehend it. And I think their adolescence was, to a certain degree, taken away by lockdowns during COVID. And they saw that as the left's invention, even though they happened under Trump as well as Biden. And it wasn't as rigid as people remember it. But regardless, I think they just saw that lack of economic hope, lack of job opportunities, the notion that they'll never be able to own a home or retire at a reasonable age, becoming a reality for them in real time. I think that was poisonous for the collective consciousness of Gen Z. And they attributed a lot of that to the existing administration for understandable reasons. They haven't been around for too long, right? They haven't seen that both Republicans and Democrats oftentimes contribute to the same pain and lack of movement in the appropriate direction. So they thought the same thing that people thought in 2016. They thought, let's give Trump a shot. The institutions clearly are not working for us. Let's put a hatchet through the middle of these institutions. Let's destroy and rebuild them anew. Though the Gen Z opinion on Donald Trump has swung dramatically in the opposite direction again, I think that discontent is already clear. What's the best case scenario where we go from here as a society after Charlie's death? And what is the worst case? Best case is reasonable, comprehensive gun reform in the direction of safety. That sounds insane. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But worst case is what I'm seeing on Twitter. More and more of Twitter becoming real life, where people are getting increasingly more belligerent, increasingly more angry. There's eventually going to have to be a boiling point, right? There has to be a point where all that anger and frustration mounts, and in the absence of any sort of pressure valve to release that anger, I think people will look for different targets that they have designed as the reason for why they feel the way they do. It could be a litany of different marginalized populations, black and brown people, undocumented migrants, trans people, the left, broadly, liberals, broadly. I fear that this is the worst case scenario. People in this decentralized way seeking out vengeance, seeking out some distorted sense of justice in their own minds. And then I think of the political persecution as well. I mean, Trump just came out and released a video in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination where he said, we're going to go after the left. We're going to go after everyone that's demonized the right, while also simultaneously saying, we're going to do this in the spirit of free speech, which is interesting because I feel like he's spelling out a clear-cut violation of the constitutional protections afforded to every American. I fear that this is the worst future possible. Political repercussions, political persecution on the systemic side against political dissidents and enemies of the state, and decentralized acts of violence on the individual side. That's what I said. I am gonna watch the press conference in 20 minutes when it comes out. Now the question that I have is like, if I can do this off the cuff in an interview after talking for 10 hours that day, okay, how the fuck can't Ezra Klein put together a couple words that actually reflect accurately on what is to come? You were mentioned on Barkin's New York Mag piece on political violence by Ross Barkin. Kirk, for all his dynamism and influence, was never a force on the scale of Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X, and since he was not an American president, merely the appendage of one, he will be no more than a historical footnote half a century from now. But Americans of the past decades, if coming of age in a far more violent and terrorized eras, did not have to reckon with such blood-drenched visual spectacle as the videos of Kirk shooting that have circulated widely on social media. Technology did not permit them, minutes after the deed, to consume all of it in full, to drown in unmediated horror. Imaginations or grainy photographs and film had to suffice. JFK's brains were blown out in the Zapruder film, but it was not broadcast publicly until 1975, 12 years after Lee Harvey Oswald aimed and fired in Dallas, and even then, it was an 8mm film shot with a Bell & Howell home movie camera. Hasan, as a 20-year-old Gen Z, I think what you said about why Charlie was so magnetic to us was entirely accurate. I'm a leftist myself, but watching my 15-year-old brother go through the same thing, and as a current college student, even in the medical field, I don't feel confident that I'm going to be able to afford a home or have a life. It was very well put, as always. Kudos to you. You got it. Is it like very hard for new immigrants to come to America now? Yes, dude. 100 P. Kirk's death was everywhere all at once. What is this, home invasion? This doesn't mean, however, the violence is going to stop, or at the very end, or at the very minimum, this sort of targeted violence that is aimed at those who hold power or representative of an elite that must be in the febrile and diseased mind of the killer brought to justice. As assassination attempts surge anew, the mass shooting as a reality of American life begins to fade. There are still such shootings, as seen at a Minnesota Catholic church last month, but they were, to a disconcerting degree, far more common in the 2010s and early 2020s. All one needs to do is recite the place names: Sandy Hook, Aurora, Isla Vista, Charleston, Las Vegas, Parkland, and Uvalde. There have been so many that an American can begin to conflate them and the killers themselves over time lose notoriety. Columbine in 1999 inaugurated this heinous era, and there was a long, dark period when alienated young men could dream of the infamy bestowed upon Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Other mass murders like James Holes, Adam Lanza, and Elliot Rodger, best remembered for his incel manifesto, became for a brief period. Pop culture figures in the media wrestled with its role in publicizing the identities of these men and the sinister screeds they left behind. Mass shootings proliferated with the wide availability of firearms, assault rifles in particular, and the realization on the part of the killers that slaughtering unarmed people who are not famous is far less challenging than plotting the death of an American president. Ronald Reagan was wounded and not killed. Gerald Ford survived 2 assassination attempts within 17 days in 1975. The mimetic theory of desire, pioneered by French historian, philosopher René Girard, posits that humans look to others rather than to themselves to determine what it is they want to do. They long for what others long for and sculpt themselves accordingly. Violence itself may follow a similar current. One mass shooting begets another, which begets another. Would-be killers aim to imitate their dark idols. Now the political assassination seems to be making ugly reappearances in America. There may be more men. They are usually men, stewing in the shadows, waiting for their opportunity. Hassan Piker, the leftist streamer who was set to debate Charlie Kirk later this month, reacted with great sadness and horror to the assassination of his right-wing rival, even as many of his own followers did not feel much sympathy for the conservative who had vilified the LGBTQ plus community, the immigrant community, and many other marginalized groups. The reverberations of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome, Piker said. He understood right away that he might be a target too. These are times in which we now live. Seeing sections of Ezra Klein piece that has me feeling completely insane, I genuinely cannot comprehend, not even a little bit, what liberals think is going on. Status quo maintenance, especially of late, requires an endless string of feigned delusions, retcons, and amnesia. I am not being flippant when I say it's a genuine skill, and like any artisan craft, can be very well compensated when it is in demand, as it's now more than ever. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think that's precisely what's going on. For the likes of Ezra Klein and many other liberal thinkers, they refuse to reckon with the reality that is imminent. They are getting paid handsomely to dull the masses into submission, to make them feel as though fascism isn't here. Okay? Genuine question, have you received direct threats since yesterday? Are you joking? Yes. Sometimes I forget that, like, that's not a normal part of the political process. So whenever I joke about that kind of stuff happening all the time, it comes across as like shocking to people. Yes. Damn, your TikTok audio is being used to spread awareness.
Before people say, wear a bulletproof vest. Again, he got shot in the neck.
A bulletproof vest would not have saved Charlie Kirk. Okay? Security did not save Charlie Kirk. The only thing that could have potentially saved Charlie Kirk from getting shot in the neck was if our administrations, prior to this one and this one as well, actually had reasonable gun control as a policy provision in the immediate aftermath of, I don't know, 100 other school shootings that took place. That's crazy that people are lip syncing that. What was on? You look different? Yeah. There's another take on Klein's op-ed. The leftists are not mad at Ezra Klein for speaking out against the killing of Charlie Kirk. We're mad at the specific claim that a man who spewed hate for a living was practicing politics the right way. Most of us abhor both his killing and everything he stood for. Speaking only for myself, I think it's good when people across the aisle condemn the killing and offer sympathy to his family, and silly to be mad at Zoran for doing so. But there's no reason to praise a man who ever extended that basic humanity to anyone outside his own tribe. And it's so unbelievably fucking stupid that we have to pretend, even for a minute, that the far right in America isn't openly fantasizing about killing us every single day. It's like the role reversal that liberals engage in. You know how I said, and we'll keep saying over and over again, that like modern conservatism is about inventing a reality to get mad at and then constantly getting mad at that reality that you invented to get mad at. Like liberalism is almost the opposite side of the coin, where there are monsters, okay? You're stuck in a room with bloodthirsty monsters in this hypothetical scenario, okay? They want to kill you. They don't hide that they want to kill you. They're salivating. They're talking about the bloodlust that they have. And the liberal in the room is just saying, no, just it's fine. It's fine. It's the room is dark. You're just imagining things. Everything is going to be all right. Let's just keep it chill. I mean, look, there's obviously differences in opinion. Those guys want to eat us. We don't want to be eaten. But I think there's room for compromise here. There's room for bipartisan compromise. Maybe we can get half of the leftists to be eaten in the room, and then everyone will be fine. Their appetite will be satiated. They'll be okay. Let's just dialogue. And that is becoming increasingly just as psychotic as the fucking reactionary worldview that is built on fantasy, pure hallucinations of like being in a permanent state of victimhood. At what point will liberals turn around and go, okay, maybe fucking things are not fine, right? Because for a lot of people, a lot of normal people, they look at what's going on and they go, things are not fine. But when you look to the liberals in positions of power, whether it be the Democratic Party or whether it be the writers, the people like Ezra Klein, the thinkers, they just keep saying, no, it's just, everything's okay. Everything's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Civility must continue. They are going to civility themselves to the fucking gallows at this point. They're going to be like, there's going to be a fucking rope around the necks of prominent liberals, and they're going to look around and go, well, at least the procedural hurdles have been cleared, and the process is actually still stable. The institutions remain. The institutions remain, even if it's being used against me right now in this completely bastardized fashion. How is that not different than living in denial? Sure, it's not like the violent denial, the violent reality denial that reactionaries engage in, okay? But it's just fucking naivete. And at a certain point, it's beyond naivete. It's either complete capitulation, appeasement, the idea that like you will be spared by this violent behemoth of an ideology when you certainly will not. History has shown that you will not, right? Unless you become a loyal champion of said violent ideology, you will not be spared, okay? Liberals would be like, oh, thank God the Holocaust was legal. Exactly. Who was it who said the liberals are the ones playing the soothing music while the Titanic is sinking? I don't know. There was one other piece, but Jasper Nathaniel says, Klein's last op-ed warned, this is not just how authoritarianism happens. This is authoritarianism happening. 4 days later, he cast Trump's most devoted disciple as a paragon of democratic politics. Insane. Yeah, that's crazy. And I don't know if these guys are doing it deliberately. I don't know if they're doing it out of a fear, out of like a real discernible fear of political persecution or something. They're using their institutional prominence to like whitewash, launder the reputation of Trump and Trumpism in general. But it's just, I don't know. I can't understand it. Maybe a good test is, would I have said these things about Charlie Kirk when he was alive? If not, then perhaps you are under the mistaken impression that being murdered ennobles you. Yep. And for the record, liberals do believe that. They do. Once you're dead, you have to be remembered as a good guy, no matter what. Hamas Piker has no shame. Okay, got it. The ultimate fear, political commentator says after Charlie Kirk's shooting, political influencers who debated Kirk were visibly shaken as news spread. Commentators across the political spectrum were shaken up in the immediate aftermath of the fatal shooting of right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk at Utah University campus. This is the ultimate fear for a political commentator. This is it. This is the thing that you don't want happening. This is the thing that you never want happening. Hasan Piker, popular socialist streamer known for his Gaza war advocacy. What does that even mean? Gaza war advocacy. Incredible to watch the Charlie Kirk shooting receive 100 times more media coverage than Israel assassinating the prime minister of Yemen. Yep. I mean, that in and of itself is a reflection of white supremacist values. Okay. The tribute of Charlie Kirk to look at, worth looking at. Stop, bro. I said I wouldn't, but it's going to be tough not to see this, you know.
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous, woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed a father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good man tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care.
I love that. Yeah, he went so tired of the hatred and the wokes are terrorists right in unison. Like in the same 2-second sequence. I'm tired of all the hatred. We should kill all the leftists, bro. We should murder all of them. Where is the violence? Why is there so much violence? Why haven't we murdered every leftist so far? My mom sent me this after disowning me and claiming I'm on the side of evil. Charlie Kirk dying ruined our relationship. Insanely absurd shit.
Of us, the system is failing us. When good men die for the things that they say, and I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change.
Dog, you are literally Canadian, bro. Stop it. Wait, someone said look at his previous video. The devil is a Democrat. This is all he does. There can't be a market for this, man. Like every couple of weeks, he just comes out with a song like, I hate family court. Like every couple of weeks, this motherfucker, who is Canadian, by the way. So people cheer when Kendrick gets political, but this is trash. Yeah. My dad loves this motherfucker, dude. That is so embarrassing, bro. That is so embarrassing. That's crazy. I'm so glad I've never actually been around a dude who just like puts this shit on the aux. I don't know what I would do. I think I would just perish on the spot. As an Ohioan, trust me, there's a market for this guy.
It all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up. I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us. The system is failing us when good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
Albertans have brain worms. I mean, I see that. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Dude, it's fire. I put that shit on, dude. I put that fire on. Hold on. Canada does not claim him. He's yours now. Bro, you can't just give another fucking right-wing hack to us, bro. I hate this shit. I love Canada. Okay, I love Canada. I love my Canadians. But the one thing I can't stand is that you motherfuckers send all of your worst demons down here, bro. And then they're all right wing. They're all so right wing. All your right wing want to be American anyway. But like, you need to stop pushing these dudes down here. Seriously. What the fuck? Brother, there are so many demons in American politics right now that are just straight up Canadian. So many right-wing demons, dude. I just don't understand why Canadian reactionaries will be like, I'm American, actually. And then they will literally migrate to the United States of America just to be American reactionaries. It's a good trade. It's not. We need to put a fucking tariff for that shit, dude. Honestly. Stop having a place they feel at home in. I'm trying my hardest, bro. I am trying my hardest. You don't understand. It doesn't work. The more I try to make it so that like right-wingers feel uncomfortable, the more people keep saying, the more people keep saying it's I should be killed. They leave Canada because they think it's communist. I don't know what to say about that. I'm gonna be honest. That's I mean, Canadians are sorry, donated $20. They leave on their own so they don't have to be around us woke commies or whatever. This is divine punishment for the Canadian slander. Bro, the Canadian slander came because of this. Is chicken or the egg? All right, we got more on this. While we wait for the press conference, Democrats react to President Trump blaming the radical left.
Well, look. The bottom line is this is a time that all Americans should come together and feel and mourn what happened. Violence, which affects so many different people of so many different political persuasions, is an
They made a website with a list of people they think incited the shooter. Yeah, I mean, that's Israel shit, low key. I feel like the American right is becoming more Israel style by the day. Like they are making like Canary Mission style websites to like dox people for not reacting in the way that they wanted to Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. It's pretty crazy, but you know, we are Israelifying every day. Very cool. This is why I used to always say like fucking Nick Fuentes and those like American fascists. They're just like they mostly come across as like jealous that they don't get to do what Israel is doing, but for white people here in America, you know?
affliction of America. And coming together is what we ought to be doing, not pointing fingers of blame.
This moment requires leadership that brings the American people together as opposed to trying to further divide us. Political violence in any form against any American is unacceptable, should be denounced by everyone, And moving forward, we have to figure out a better way to come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans.
Charlie was outspoken on the trans issue and many issues, many.
See, they're saying it. Like, how come the New York Times can't write that in the obituary? You know what I mean? They're saying it. Republicans love it. So for me, it's like, if the Republicans are openly presenting it as like a good thing, but the liberal newspapers are refusing to talk about this shit, then what are we doing? Like, it almost feels like you're priming up your audience to feel some type of way about this, where it's like, this guy just got taken out. Like, it's not even about like creating a structure of permission or justification for what took place. Okay. But it's just crazy to not even like put a footnote in there to be like, yeah, this guy was pretty incendiary.
Issues. But there's one particular group.
Because if you do, then you have to admit he deserved it. No, I've been saying it all day. I've been saying it for the past 2 days. You know, I don't think he deserves it. I don't think anybody deserves that. But also, I think it's important to be fucking honest. You know, it's important to be honest. The reason why the New York Times is not doing that, of course, is because they are worried that their audience might think that. Can you just admit the time of liberal institutions aligning themselves with fascists is now? What do you mean, can you just admit? That's what I'm seeing, I'm experiencing, and I'm yelling about it every day. What the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm trying to snap liberals out of the stupor that they found themselves in, where it's like, the time is now.
That's been running around killing Americans in the name of transgender ideology lately, and it's transgender activists or individuals or those who proclaim that they are. Doesn't mean they're all murderous, but there's a particularly high
Wow, she's woke. She didn't say all trans people are murderous. Some of them are very fine people, I guess.
Percentage committing crimes these days, and it is responsible.
There's a very high percentage of trans people that are committing crimes these days. What are you saying?
And important to say so, which is what Charlie was doing. The thought that this was a person acting to avenge some sort of trans person or objecting to Charlie's stance on the trans issue is entirely chilling to me, because when Charlie and I first became friends, this was an issue he wasn't even talking about that much, but he was seeing was resonating with some on the right and was a growing issue. And he told me that one of the reasons why I kept coming into his algorithm and catching his attention was because we were talking about this issue, and his sister, who's also outspoken and a Christian, had been forwarding him, I guess, a bunch of videos she'd seen on our show. That's what he told me. And of course, like many on the right, it became more and more in his lens over the past few years because it's grown in the public sphere. It's hard to avoid. And you've got the vast majority of Americans right now ignoring it out of a sense of politeness or kindness. And then you've got this smaller faction of us who have been jumping up and down about it. And Charlie became one of them. And I, of course, had become one of them and am one of them and will continue to be one of them. And on that front, to Charlie's killer, there's no such thing as a trans child.
I'm sorry, but you're an insane person. Actually, I'm not sorry to say that. You're out of your fucking mind, lady. What are you saying? There's not, like, we don't know anything about the fucking shooter, man. What are you saying? What is going on? She's out here being like, nope, I know for a certainty that this was a trans shooter. She even basically alludes to the fact that, like, this trans issue wasn't that significant until we realized that, like, a lot of dumb fucks respond to it so positively. So we've just been harping on it over and over again. Isn't it cool NBC gave this person a show and millions of dollars? Yeah. Like, what is happening? How do you live in this media environment? I know the FBI presser is about to start, chatter. I'm literally here. I'm here. I'm watching it. Is that guy, does that guy have a fucking mohawk? Oh my God. Oh my God, that guy has a mohawk. Oh, that's crazy. That's cool. That's cool. And he's a gamer. He's got an Alienware laptop too. Yeah, that's the AT guy for sure. That's not a law enforcement officer. What is this?
Who's a big Hasan Piker fan said he was on his stream today being like, guys, this we should not be excited about this. This is not good when rogue individuals think that they have a right to take out people on either end of the political spectrum, right? Because I think Hasan was scheduled to debate Charlie KIRK in like a week and a half. And I don't disagree with him at all, right? This is not the way that we solve problems. This is not the way that we deal with situations like these. And arguably, Charlie already did the greatest amount of harm in the last several years, indoctrinating, brainwashing.
What if it was your dad? He had kids, man. What are you talking about, brother? You're making it. Okay. Here's what we're not gonna do. Okay, going forward, I love having Republicans in this community. Okay. I love having Republicans in this community. I love hogs. I love doing hog watch. You are welcome here. Okay. But if you're going to address a grievance, it can't be made up. You can't cry about a thing that I didn't say, for example. Okay. Because it used to be more fun when we used to wrestle with the hogs in the mud, when they would, at the very least, like arrive at something that I had said and that they'd gotten mad at. Because this is not a productive conversation, right? It's not a productive conversation if you're just like making up a scenario in your mind about what you think I've said that I've never actually said, and then getting mad at that thing. Because then it comes across like I'm dealing with like a schizophrenic person. You see what I mean? Like, I'm fine with you coming in here and addressing a genuine grievance that you have with something that I have actually said, right? It's awesome. I'm fond of that. Right? But you can't just be like, the implication here is that like, I think this was good. And that's not something I've said. As a matter of fact, we're watching a video of someone who is repeating that I was talking about how this was a bad incident. And it's always very interesting because like people only chime in. People only chime in about this shit when it's like very clearly press conference about Charlie shooting about the shower. I know. You did a whole interview saying it's bad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anomaly uncle. Okay, I'm trying to understand. All right, good. You can hate me all you want, by the way. I don't have an issue with that. I actually kind of like that. Okay? But just like at least make it directional at something I have said, right? Also, the Republicans are and not even Republicans, but like this guy is literally just a fucking this guy is a straight up Nazi baked Alaska. Here's communist scum Hassan the Hun. Reason the for his viewers to kill right wingers until their intestines fall out. Why the fuck's he not in prison right now? We can't do this. We can't do this thing where like I'm very clearly being sarcastic, or I'm very clearly making a joke, or I'm very clearly talking about like what someone should do at a debate. You know what I mean? And then take that sincerely. Okay. It's one of my most it's just a pet peeve that I have, that I absolutely despise, when people do this thing where they're like, well, this guy is my opposition. This guy's my ideological opponent. So he is incapable of using metaphor, using analogy. He is very clearly being sincere in this request. It's like, that's not what's going on. Okay? That's not. Don't do that. Most serious lies here, him saying this was recent. It's not even just me, chatters. It's literally fucking Dan, the Dan, the CEO, and then like Mike from PA, and then me talking about like Tom Tillis, and then me having a conversation with Dan Stalkman back when we were actually friends, as a matter of fact. And it's repackaged from Tech Tone as well. I guess Dick Tone is still out and about. Also, that's not even the worst version of that. There was another right-wing account that also boosted that, and then Elon Musk replied to it. Are you the only one they're laying this at the feet of? No. Hassan, you need to seriously take these threats and delusional people seriously. Like, I hardly say this, but I'm genuinely worried. Don't do IRLs in America for at least a couple months, please. I'm sure they're laying it at other people too. I'm just seeing it because I'm the recipient, you know? But I'm certain that they're yelling at like everybody. No, the press conference hasn't started yet. They're yelling at yelling at Ilhan Omar. Obviously, that's another person that they're yelling at. They're yelling at everybody. They're yelling at like Nancy Pelosi and shit, man. You don't understand. Like it's not coming from a place of it's not coming from a place of like logical disagreements or whatever. It's just like it's just angrily posturing at perceived enemies that have created an environment of perceived victimhood, you know?
Young men for the alt-right pipeline. Like, so much damage has already been done. So I guess what I'm saying here is that it's okay to have complicated feelings about it. It's okay to say my feelings don't fall into one side or the other of some of the public reactions that we're seeing. This is not good. I think the political right will spin it in a way that's very bad. They will try and use it to take away our, Second Amendment rights. We're already watching the Trump regime trying to trample on and take away the Second Amendment rights of trans folks. And
Bro was so horny to fucking say that someone is claiming that I'm calling for the murder of right-wingers when I have not. That they sent a threads.com post. I'm sorry. That is like that's worse than going to Blue Sky, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. You might as well send me a Pinterest. Apparently Threads is huge internationally.
In this country. I made a video just last night where I was talking about how political violence delegitimizes resistance movements. It turns popular opinion against resistance movements, and it gives the regime an excuse to try to take away more of your rights and to crack down.
What makes you different than Charlie Kirk? This could happen to you. Not trying to be baity, but you should be careful, man. Bro, I know. Why are you guys telling me something that I already know? And it's been repeated a million times over. Like, I get that it's coming from a place of like kindness. It's a sincere opinion. You're like worried, right? Opinion. You're like worried, right? But like, I know this already. I know. Y'all gotta stop being more anxious about what might happen to me than even myself. Hey, was a government official in Utah that was fired today by the Utah State Legislature for social media posts about Charlie Kirk. Oh my God. Where the fuck is Kash Patel, bro? Oh, they're coming out. Right on cue, baby. Let's go. You're about to see the worst press conference. I'm telling you right now, Kash Patel, incapable of sticking to a script, utterly incapable of coming across as a sincere person. It is about to get crazy in here. Who knows? Who knows what kind of information is going to come out of this press conference? Kash Patel,
Thank you for
baby.
being here today. My name is Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel.
Our takeaway from this is going to be like, did Kash Patel do this? Because the way he's talking about it is like so suspicious.
Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor, we'll kick it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
I'm done. If the TMZ watermark is on that, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Okay, it's not. It is a new video.
If you look up in
Okay.
the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that.
They have nothing, by the way, which is crazy.
So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it.
Dude, that's crazy.
A pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right.
bro just walked away like Ezio, bro. This is Assassin's Creed.
This is where he moves over into
no fall damage.
This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements.
Bro, that's okay. Okay, look. I know the shooter profile made it seem like he's like some fucking young possible groiper, but I mean,
so here's the still
this dude.
I mentioned these have been enhanced.
He looks skilled, man. Am I crazy?
Earlier, please pay close attention to the T-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you go to the next picture, please.
Oh, what the fuck are they going to leak?
As well, all identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify and lead us to this suspect. Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo, and again, the T-shirt. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out. And we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you.
The suspicion is the rifle was in his bag, and it was put together on the spot.
Mason, I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now,
bro, there's got to be a mother out there that's like, that's my son. You know what I mean? There's got to be a parent out there that's like, well, my son hasn't been around all day. What's going on?
I do want to share a couple.
You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk.
They got nothing, dude. This is terrible.
We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We're going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families.
Okay, this guy really loved Charlie Kirk, by the way.
We are tracking our our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries
love him,
violence.
dude.
China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and to spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the KIRK family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
Wait, nothing from... That's it? That's it? No cash money? No cash money? Dude. Bro, they knew if they had Cash Money Patel on there, people would be like, okay, you did it, right? Like, why are you being so weird and finicky? But it is alarming that this is the only new revelation we got from this. It's nothing. It's literally nothing. They gave us nothing. They know less than we do, man. What the fuck's going on? They know as much as the guy who was using Grok to artificially enhance the images that they released earlier. They're probably being careful and don't want the killer to know if they know more. Very common in investigations. Yeah, very common in investigations when you go, hey, we're right at the precipice of apprehension, but please, we are begging you to send us any information you have because we don't know shit. American public, save us. The fact that the FBI is so hamstrung now that they can't find the guy who shot their friend does not bode well for everyone who is not their friend. Incompetency. Yeah, what the fuck, man? No, that's what I was thinking too. It's like, dude. This puts the conversations that I've had with federal law enforcement in the aftermath of receiving like what they consider to be credible death threats in a totally different light. It makes so much more sense. They'll just have like a Discord printout of a screenshot and they'll be like, hey, this seems like these guys are fucking useless, man. What is happening? I thought that they were just like fucking around. I thought they were fucking around, like they're just, trying to do like busy work or something. It turns out that is how it works in the background. All of the billions of dollars of television was just to make us think that there's like brilliant dudes back there, like, a team of lawyers. Like this is because that's what the FBI is, right? Like CIA's the criminals, FBI is supposed to be like a bunch of suits, bunch of lawyers, and they just get together and they investigate, they're diligent investigators. Turns out that's just movies, man. They just straight up are like, I don't know. You'll be like, where is the guy? You don't have anything on him? You don't have anything on him because this is the guy who killed your friend. This is the guy who killed your friend. And you're over here talking about like, as Charlie Kirk would want us to put our phones down and touch grass. It's like, no, man, keep the phones up. Keep dialing. Do something. What the fuck? You made this a big deal, okay? And in some ways, especially, once again, too close to the issue for myself, okay? I am too close to the issue. So for me, I'm like, what is happening here? There's just no punishments. There's no penalties. There's no investigation. What's going on here? What the fuck? Not even a little bit? Not even
today. Maybe he hurt himself during that jump, but I know he's a shooter and I know this. I mean, that could be happening right now. The purpose of tonight's press conference was to put out that video, not because you can identify him from that video. It was to garner more interest, garner more play, get more eyes on those photographs that come with the video. Yeah. They're trying to stir the pot because they're waiting for that call.
Yeah, I mean, they had this press conference scheduled for a little bit earlier in the day, and it's been postponed. I mean, actually now almost 6 hours since they maybe more than 6 hours since they last said that they were going to have one, saying that the developments were coming rapidly. Do you see a difference between what we know today, based on what they said, and what they knew perhaps yesterday evening?
Well, I think the big thing right now is the video, right? So now they have this description, they have this the visual of the suspect. They walk through in this press conference. They walk through very specific details: the hat, the details of the hat, the details of the shirt, the details of the shoes. Why? Because something like that is going to stick out in somebody's mind and go, wait a minute, that guy has a Converse sneaker, he's acting a little weird, I'm gonna make a call. So crowdsourcing information by law enforcement is a common tactic, right? But the challenge right now is, we heard them talk about just the amount of tips that they're getting. The challenge is volume and velocity of these tips coming in. Every single one of them has to be reviewed, researched, and adjudicated as to, is this a valid lead? Is this actionable? Again, if you think about the volume, that is a monumental task right now for the FBI and local law enforcement to do that. But it's that needle in a haystack. It's that one person in the McDonald's that says, I think I see this suspect. And that's where they can action off of it.
We also have with us Andrew McCabe, a former FBI deputy director. Andy, I wonder what you think of the progress of this investigation so far. They don't have an identity of this person, and they are.
Turns out when people don't like you, they don't want to help you. Brother, if you think the current FBI, who is led by a fucking right-wing podcaster who knows Charlie Kirk personally, doesn't like Charlie Kirk, I don't know what to tell you. What is shocking about this is, like, this is a government run by podcasters, and they killed a podcaster. This is a government run by right-wing podcasters, and this dude shot a right-wing podcaster and killed him. So even if they didn't personally like Charlie Kirk all that much, or maybe they had like a disagreement or something, I feel like they would, at least out of, ensuring that this doesn't happen to them as, brothers in bond, other podcasters, they probably, I assume they would be demonstrating a level of competence beyond what they're doing currently. Not good. Bo Mason, the head of Utah's public safety, told NBC tonight the authorities have no idea about the identity and location of Charlie Kirk's killer. A remarkable definitive statement. This clip just aired on Psaki briefing on MSNBC. What? What?
I know you can't say too much here, but is it your understanding that this individual...
Okay, this also kind of makes me feel like this is like an inside job or something. Like, this is... No.
...may be close by or still in Utah?
We have no idea. We're exploring leads for individuals out of state. And
this man said, we know you can't reveal too much, but what can you reveal? And the dude said, we don't know anything. We don't know anything at all. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl. I don't know what state he's in. I think we found his gun, but it could be somebody else's gun. Really, it's Utah. There's a lot of guns around. Why would they reveal anything? What are you talking about? Have you guys never watched like a manhunt, like a high-profile manhunt before? Is this your first interaction with law enforcement? This is remarkably bad. It's worse than, dude, they literally apprehended not one, but two random people, okay? Like in the immediate aftermath. And this wasn't like a murder that took place in a quiet neighborhood far away from prying eyes. Like, this was a public event at a fucking college campus where there are a fuck ton of cameras and a fuck ton of people filming the event. Do you understand? Like, with Luigi Mangione, they fucking went nutty mode, okay? They put the fucking island on lockdown. They put New York City, Manhattan on lockdown instantly. No one in, no one out. He still got away, and they still were incompetent in the process, but at least, like, it seemed like there was a fuck ton more effort and fuck ton more competence. Please lock doors, my handsome angel. Okay. Like, lock in like you did with Ryan Ruth. Is he a lib or a hog? I can't tell. I mean, he is hog-coded in the fits, for sure. Okay? He's hog-coded in the fits. And as soon as I took one look at Ryan Ruth, and I was like, that's a liberal. Like, that's like a, he is wearing Converse, though. Hogs wear Converse, too. Converse is a lib shoe. I mean, I don't know. I think he might be griped up. Yeah, it's definitely a results-based business. This is a disaster. I will say, like, how many fucking libs are in Utah, dude? I mean, there's some, but I feel like you need to be in a super densely slammed, libbed up environment to have a lib that's like cracked enough. You know what I mean? Like there's not that many fucking, I mean, I know they're all in Salt Lake City, and I know it's a college campus, there's libs there too, right? But you have to, it's a game of, I mean, you're looking at this like a game of statistics, right? Like there is a higher likelihood that there's going to be a crazy lib in an area that is super densely slammed with a bunch of liberals. Because a person coming out and like taking the initiative and like planning this thing out and you know, taking the shot, all the stuff, lining up the sights, taking the shot, running away, all of that requires something extraordinary. A lot, like you have to be a lot more invested in the average person. So it's already statistically very unlikely that you're going to arrive at a person that's willing to do that. But then for that person to also be like in the minority in a state like Utah, it just makes it even harder. I mean, the fact that he like assembled and then disassembled the gun on the spot is also pretty crazy. What was the private jet theory you mentioned this morning? There is a private jet that flew out and like the ADB tracker was shut off, or at least like couldn't get triggered. But I don't think that was that's not crazy. It's easy to do that, dude. That's not that easy, man. And it wasn't an AR. Chatters, you say, okay, let me tell you something. You say like, oh, first of all, the gun's not even an AR. It's a bolt action rifle. Okay, that's number one. Number two, even if you were to, even if it was an AR, okay, it's not that easy to fucking assemble an AR and then make sure that it's working and then shoot a person, a human being. Like that's not, why are you saying it is? It's not. A lot can go wrong. There's so many points of failure. This isn't fucking Call of Duty. What the fuck? Plus, he didn't even have an AR anyway. It was a bolt action hunting rifle. This is why it makes me feel like this guy is at least like military trained or something, but I don't know. Maybe it's Utah. Maybe there's a lot of fucking people who grow up around farms. They go hunting at an early age. If he has that shirt that like disabled vets have gotten, as some in my community were saying, like that's a shirt that was sent out to disabled veterans. Even narrowing the timeline, he could have I guess he could have a disabled veteran relative if it's not himself, because he looks too young. There's a big difference between hitting a target from that distance and landing a kill shot in one attempt. According to reports, the casing was still in the chamber. He didn't even plan on taking a second shot. Yeah, I'm a disabled veteran and never got that shirt. Well, L for you, Chatter. That's a L, big dog. Thank you for your service.
Individuals that live close by, we literally have persons of interest, tips coming in on the tip line that are spanning far and wide.
Hope you at least got maximum disability. You know what I mean? Hopefully you got 100% at least. You got your shit paid out. SPLC says there's an active Oath Keeper group in the UVU area. Great. He instantly unscrewed that barrel of the rifle. Yeah, it has to be halved when he's jumping off that roof, correct? What's in his arms on the ground when he Assassin's Creed walking? Yeah, it looked like he just disassembled it. He assembled it when he got up, and then he disassembled it, and then put it in his backpack. But then it doesn't make sense because he like trashed it later, right? Because they found the gun, and I think they found the gun assembled, or at least that's what they made it seem like. So that doesn't make a lot of sense either. So what, like he fucking disassembled the gun and then assembled it again only to trash it? That also doesn't make sense. Is he wearing meta glasses in the new angle? No, I don't think so.
The focus was inside the courtyard area where the shooting had unfolded. Abby?
Yeah. I'm back in the room here in New York. Jonathan Wackrow, that neighborhood is, as Ed Levendera just pointed out, going to have a lot of information embedded in it. A doorbell camera.
Bro, we have a crazy amount of surveillance in this state. Like we live under a surveillance state, and it's kind of shocking when you see something like this where like a dude with a hat and glasses can just absolutely nuke all of that. Like that is crazy to me that a dude, one hat, one skin tight Oakleys, and red states are basically living, it seems like, in an era where you could just like kind of do a murder, and if no one saw you physically do the murder, you were basically good to go. Or like bank robberies, you know what I mean? Remember back in the day, obviously I'm not that old either, but back in the day you could just like kind of kill people and then, you know, they just had nothing. If nobody saw you do it, there was like no way to figure out if you actually did the murder. I didn't say back in my day, I said back in the day, okay? And it feels like, I guess if you're in fucking Utah, they're still like operating as though it's 1930s. Looks like the weapon is in his hands, wrapped in a shirt. You can see him handle it as he climbs down. Yeah, if you're a white dude with Oakleys and a baseball cap and like, you know, an American flag long sleeve tee, it's over. You're going free. They have to arrest. What are they going to do? Arrest 80% of the state? They can't do that. That's 80% of the state. They can't arrest everybody.
It's both of those are good things.
Yeah.
Tons of video to go through. And, you know, as Jonathan said, you know, you do that video canvas till you don't see him anymore.
Someone also brought up a really good suggestion. They said he probably has arm tattoos. That also does make sense for why he was wearing a long sleeve.
You want to get him as far as you can get him till you don't
Potentially.
have him anymore, because that might take you to the vehicle he jumped in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, knowing whether there was a vehicle that he jumped in is super important. And I'm not sure, that hasn't been
that's the
publicly
gun
revealed,
wrapped
but
around
if
the
they know
shirt.
that would certainly
Or
be
like
a
some
big,
kind of cloth.
Step.
Yep. And I mean, then, you know, there's the possibility of, well, did he go to the interstate? And then there's the second question, which is, we know the university parking lots had license plate readers, but the interstate might. The state police would know where they are. And, you know, if that vehicle, even if you didn't have the plate from the video, if it passed an LPR, you would get that as a piece of data. The point is, absent somebody giving them a great suspect that they arrest and confesses tonight, they'll do the hard slog, no matter how many days or weeks that takes.
Until the right tip comes in, because essentially that is...
Think about it this way. Look at the investigation to the Utah student murders.
Yeah.
Right? No real witness except who saw a dark figure leave the house. No motive, no connection between the victims. And they were able to piece that together with tiny bits of evidence that then came together with so many different techniques, from the video to the license plate to the cell phone towers to the video of the car stop from a police officer months before of a person who had already changed the license plate. These can come together with one bold call, like Luigi Mangione from somebody in a restaurant and the mom starting to get suspicious in San Francisco that might be her boy, or it can come together through 1,000 pieces that finally fit together like a puzzle.
And Juliet said it. I mean, if you look at those photos, if you know that man, you know him.
Yeah.
That seems clear. I mean, we can't see his face and his eyes, but his demeanor, his height, you would know that person. Andy McCabe, I just want to ask you, Kash Patel, the FBI director, flew to Utah today, but did not speak. And this is after a couple of days of several tweets that really got ahead of what they actually had in terms of a suspect or a subject in this investigation. What do you make of the fact that we didn't hear from him tonight?
Cash money.
Yeah,
Cash
that
money
was really
Patel,
hard to
baby.
figure out. There are many good reasons why you wouldn't go. If you're the director, you would not go out to the scene of an ongoing crisis, post-crisis investigation. I think that's many of the reasons why, you know, typically directors don't do that. One of the reasons not to do that is because the presence of the director imposes a huge burden on the field office. There's all kinds of arrangements that have to be made. There's all kinds of security concerns that arise. Transportation becomes very complicated. And that's the last thing you want to do to the field office while they're in the middle of investigating a critical incident. So again, it's strange to go out there under those circumstances. Why he went and then did not say anything at the press conference, I really don't know. I'm a bit at a loss to understand, like, what was the purpose of going out there. If you're there, you know, you probably want to at least make very perfunctory comments about appreciating the hard work of the men and women that are doing the investigation, and of course thanking your partners for the sort of access and the relationship that you have. So
yeah. It is puzzling.
I don't even know how to kind of guess at that at this point.
Yeah, I am curious, Jonathan Wackrow, do you have any thoughts about that?
No, it is odd, right? Because you announced that both the deputy director and the director were there. They came out. Yeah. They walked the site. They assessed it. Now you're sitting at a press conference in front of the nation, and there's silence. Again, it's something that. Again,
and that burden of the director and the deputy director in the field office. I mean, we were just talking about how much they have to do, how many tips they have to go through. Mm-hmm. Helpful, unhelpful in this moment?
It can be detractive, right? I mean, it's not additive to the investigation. There
is that risk that when your boss's boss and your boss's boss's boss show up together, that the distraction is we're going to put a lot of effort into briefing the bosses.
Right. And the briefings were definitely mentioned tonight.
About everything we know and everything we're doing and answering their questions. That's time when the leadership is focused on briefing their bosses instead of leading the investigation. It can be very distracting. When they canceled the noon press conference because of fast developments in the case and announced that the director was flying out, I speculated two things. One, there's a break in the case and they're going to announce a name or an arrest. Or two, that there isn't a break in the case and they wanted to bring the power and voice of the FBI director to generate more coverage, which just makes it odder that he did show up dressed in an FBI raid jacket and jeans and then didn't speak. It's just,
and that was a lost opportunity.
If nobody else will say it, I will. This guy looks a bit like Charlie Kirk himself. Very strong possibility we're in a Looper-style situation.
Like that was the moment to reassure the public from the director's point of view. If you're there, tell the...
Bro, I mean, they've run out of options. They have no idea. Might as well go with this. Don't let Kash Patel see this. He's going to run with this narrative, okay? If you see Kash Patel, if Kash Patel sees this, he's going to go along with it. Anything is possible. Anything is possible, man. Yes, I have seen the transvestigation of the shooter.
This is a moment of incredible tension for this country. And it strikes me that, particularly on the right, there's been a skepticism about this idea of foreign influence and even this word disinformation. I was surprised to hear it uttered at this press conference, but it must be so serious that it was raised. I mean, what do you make of that?
It is, and I want to sort of pick up on the narrative of what is Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, whose biography is not consistent with the biography of former FBI directors, and who has made fundamental mistakes as an FBI director over the last 24 hours, getting ahead, tweeting an investigation, being wrong, focusing our attention on an Arab American or some crank in the crowd. All of it distracting.
That is what they did, by the way. They did. They literally, oh my God, that was actually kind of funny. They immediately went and arrested the only Arab dude in the crowd. Turns out he was a fucking Heritage Foundation guy. They arrested the only Arab guy in the crowd. And it turns out he was a fucking Charlie Kirk supporter.
The state is looking at this. It's worried about disinformation.
And they interrogated him and then they have to release him.
People who
but they also revealed his name in the process.
All citizens of Utah. And I thought that was interesting. And I don't know if that explains why Patel was not.
Why are you milking an assassination for meaningless content? Fantastic take, man. You're right. I should actually refuse to look at CNN. Have you seen any of the major news outlets? This is the news, okay? Obviously, I have my own proximity to the story as well, but, you know.
People are angry. The president is directing our focus on a theory of the case that we have that is just not true at this stage. We don't know who the guy is. We don't know what his motivation is. There's allegations about various groups and identities and sexual identities that are just not true. And that's where the Chinese and Russians
cover the
space with
the threats being made to HBCUs.
That pit Americans
the DNC headquarters received a bomb threat as well.
When we are looking for leadership, it is important to commend the governor.
As a former sniper, I can say that this accuracy doesn't require professionalism. You do need some experience, maybe 100 to 200 rounds total with a scope and a bolt action. However, what makes me think this was a professional acting is the fact that he got away so far that requires planning in cold blood, considering the amount of cameras and smartphones around. That's what I said. Like, I think the shot is also, I think the shot also requires training, especially when you're killing someone, like a human being, okay? But the fact that he was able to, like, set this up and then get away with it, and it's not even like, it's not like a totally random situation. Like, this is a major event. There are thousands of people there, and there's hella cameras everywhere. And even on the cameras, if you notice, like, his face is hidden, like, not touching the railing, like not touching the fucking stairway rails. I don't know. The bullet drop was calculated within a margin of error too, even if he wasn't aiming for the neck. The guy's a trained professional. There is no way that he left zero DNA behind. Also, that's the other thing. Like, how do you not leave any? Like, I mean, sure, you got the arm sleeves, right? No arm hairs or anything, but like nothing. Like, you were on the gravel. He was laying down on the gravel. No hair. He left prints behind that are being processed. Look into the prints they found. Yeah, no, I heard. No, he has footprints, and they said paw prints. I don't think they said fingerprints. Dude's a paw prints, palm prints, manimal. Yeah, he is a manimal.
Politics saying now I am nervous about my public opinions, which is perfectly valid.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are scared.
You know, Congress talks about, well, we want security details. But as Jonathan knows better than anybody, okay, so that's 6 person for 540 members of Congress, which comes out to 3,000 something. You'd have to double the size of the Capitol Police to be the equivalent of the Philadelphia Police Department.
We also have all of these hoax calls,
swatting
calls into HBCUs.
Also, fucking guy who left nothing behind. I can't believe that they were. I can't believe that they were making it seem as though this dude was like a trans activist that put imprints on the bullet.
Copycats or retribution. And if I were not just a member of Congress, but anybody in the public sphere.
Article about the shirt.
And is the FBI? Our law enforcement.
Last year, Holoscope Mag, we looked into why the specific shirt is in so many thrift stores and found out the charity behind it produces them en masse to guilt potential donors.
Right? And we became comfortable with that.
Wonder how the DVNF is going to feel now that their shirts are going to suddenly get very popular in a very different context.
Since Luigi Mangione.
Have you seen the shirt? Land of the Free Shirts, a national thrift shop stable, come from the most insidious veterans charities.
Targeted killings tied to ideology have become almost the norm. This is the 3rd or 4th assassination attempt that we've seen, and it's not going away. And just going back to, that there's a killer on the loose. This individual went all the way through the pathway of violence.
Wait, what is this? The ATF bulletin said the agents found engravings that are interpreted as expressing transgender or anti-fascist ideology on an ammunition inside a weapon believed to have been used by the murder of Kirk. 2 law enforcement sources told CNN that agents quickly ran an initial search on one of the markings, including a series of arrows, which analysts initially interpreted to be a connection to the transgender community. That information remains unverified. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's literally the fucking bullet markings. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're so stupid. Oh my God. No, it's the fucking, no, it's not Iron Front, dude. No, it's TRN. It's most likely TRN. And it is literally the fucking, the stamp that they put on the back of the bullets. Oh my God. How can you be at the ATF? How can you literally be at the ATF and not know that these are like regular stamps that they have? Yeah, that's it. And I saw another bullet with a stamp with like arrows on it. Our Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms knows nothing about ammunition. They thought that an arrow imprinted on a cartridge was a transgender symbol. It's actually a head stamp. Every cartridge on Earth has this. Some have arrows. It identifies the manufacturer. Idiots. How are people at the ATF unfamiliar with like common? No, it can't be, right? Like, it has to be something different, right? There's no fucking shot. There is no shot that the Bureau for Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is so oblivious to shit that is a common practice. It has to be someone that fucking saw this and literally thought like, that's why it was in the preliminary assessment. Some fucking dumbass said it, most likely, I assume. And then And then it was in the preliminary assessment, and it wasn't actually a part of the final analysis, but it got leaked to Steven Crowder. It got leaked to Steven fucking Crowder. So we just went out with it. And then Wall Street Journal and CNN both, in an effort to not be outflanked by Steven Crowder, went along with this information as though it was valid, because they probably saw that the report was valid, but without making an additional assessment on whether or not this was ready for this was finalized and ready for approval. And that's how we arrived at, like, the shooter was trans, and there's like trans engravings on the fucking bullet. Insane that this is still up. Yeah. Wall Street Journal just posted this and did not even retract it. Crowder already went in court for bad reporting. Yeah. He also got a cease and desist from the ATF for this bad reporting as well. The ATF is suing Steven Crowder now for, I mean, that's also criminal liability too, because you're technically interfering in an active investigation. Tehran doesn't make ammo in that caliber. It could actually be markings. Okay, chatter. It might not be Tehran. It might not be Tehran. It might be a different thing that they, it might be a different bullet marking that they thought was like pro-trans or something. What's more likely, that the shooter actually, the shooter that literally left no imprint, like did everything physically possible to be able to get away with this, actually wanted the weapon to be found, so we just like left it behind with like some kind of, wait, what the fuck? Is it effing? Many people are saying no F. I don't know why people are saying there's a mini F. Anyway, after a few followers mentioned they thought this might be referring to a manufacturing stamp, I had a quick look. Many manufacturers stamp with arrows, iron sights, or initials including TRN. This seems like something that anyone in law enforcement should know if they aren't a podcaster. I don't understand how you can be at the ATF and not know that. Paw prints are a dead giveaway, but sure, keep lying to the masses. That's true. He is a manimal. Yeah, it's right. You're right. I'm going with that as well. The shooter must have been half man, half animal. He gave paw prints away. Oh, fuck me, dude. Holy shit. But yeah, it's from a DVNF a charity that the shooter got their shirt from. But he could have just like basically CCNN. He could have gotten the shirt from, what is this?
From your conservative colleagues. I don't know if you've been on the Hill earlier today, or I mean, is that improving any, or is it still as tense as it seems?
Well, one, you got to understand that Congress is a microcosm of the United States, right? So there's a lot of tension within the United States. I would argue that the president is right here, and he's right for blaming the left, because just look at the facts. The facts are the school shooter in Minnesota was a left-wing lunatic. The facts are the school shooter in Tennessee was a left-wing lunatic. So these shooters are more and more becoming these radical
Nazis.
leftists.
Both of them were
so
fucking neo-Nazis in a Telegram group.
I can guarantee you this. President Trump is going to hunt down and find the killer of Charlie Kirk. And if he's not dead already, he's going to bring him to justice. And we should all be rooting for him, because this has rocked the foundation of our republic. When you don't have First Amendment rights, regardless of if somebody's left-leaning or right-leaning, it absolutely destroys the fabric of our nation.
I just want to note, though, I mean, you cannot omit, just a couple months ago, Democratic Minnesota state representatives were assassinated.
By a left-wing lunatic.
No, not by a left-wing lunatic. And so I do think that...
No, say it.
I think the point
he was right-wing. Just say he was a right-wing lunatic. What is going on?
If we want to get to the bottom of
it's the
violence, political violence, division, and hatred that leads to violence, that might lead to retribution if this is not handled properly, don't we have an obligation to talk to all of us, not just to talk to one
I hate this shit,
part
bro.
of the country?
The
I think that's what you saw tonight, right? The reason why we had this press conference was to put everybody's eyes to find this killer, right? And needed everybody, regardless of who was tuning in or not. The sooner we find this murderer, the better this country is. And if we don't find it, it'll be at a detriment to everybody. Sure.
Congressman, with all due respect, this country is hungry for leaders. And you are an elected member of Congress, and no one's been apprehended yet. I understand what you're saying about political violence, and there has been political violence perpetrated by individuals who identify as on the left. But there's also been political violence perpetrated by those who are clearly on the right, as the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband makes abundantly clear. Please, I am begging you, lead the country from your position of power and try to bring the temperature down. I knew Charlie Kirk personally.
Right.
Charlie Kirk and I disagreed on almost every political issue.
Mm-hmm.
But what I appreciated about Charlie Kirk is he provided a platform for people like me to speak to a completely different audience and make my case. And I appreciated that about him, and I would like it if members of Congress, both on the left and right, found a way to harbor those types of conversations, both on the House floor, the Senate floor, and also on shows like this.
Well, first off, if anybody is murdering, if anybody is using political rhetoric and using political violence to silence their people that they don't agree with, we should all be against that. We should all push towards curbing that. Not just elected officials, but everyday individuals should also push for that. And part of that is we got to hold one another responsible and accountable. We can't just say, oh, it was somebody else's fault. All of us play a role in this. You know, we forget it's 9/11. We forget it's the Memorial Day of 9/11. And where was the president? He was at Yankee Stadium today, shaking hands, bringing life to it.
Wow, he was
I'm not a
really,
Yankees fan.
he was
Did you
really
see
bringing
that
America
picture
together.
with him and all the Yankees baseball players.
He
the
was
crowd.
also referring to the political left as radical lunatics.
He was at the U.S. Open.
He
was at
speaks from
UFC.
both sides
The
of his
president
mouth.
has been very
and
active,
since
and I
his
appreciate
election
that.
in 2016,
Can
the
I ask
political
you-
rhetoric in this country has devolved further.
Can I ask you to respond to that part of what she's addressing, which is what the president said? When I saw someone say this this week, when you hear people, usually online, say they did this, they did that, when we're talking about one man who is a lunatic shooter, criminal, that is so discordant to a lot of this country they're just normal people who are appalled by this. But when you generalize an awful event like this to
Oh my God,
a whole
stop.
half of the country, as President Trump seemed to have done today,
That's crazy.
you're saying that that's bringing the country together, but a lot of people don't hear that.
What I'm saying is, sadly, there isn't just one incident. This isn't just on a decline. This is
this person who is
of where there is more and more
an elected representative has just been lying the entire time. And even Anna's pushback was like not as aggressive as should be. He's just straight up fucking lying. He's like talked about 3 Nazis basically being radical leftists.
And instead of blaming one another,
it is happening. It is happening. And the fish roster
We're
to head
agreement to
down.
that. But I think the problem is you, sir, as a congressman, just singled out leftist attacks, and that, of course, leaves out things like the attack on the CDC just a few weeks ago. It leaves out lots of other attacks. I think the point is, particularly in your point of
yeah, I forgot about that.
Particularly on a day like 9/11, there's an obligation not to try to get political points, but to look at the broader cycle and to say we all need to step up. And we all, so am I, sir.
I mean, look at the school shooter at Minnesota. What are the facts in that case?
You apparently don't even recognize the facts around the assassination of the state legislatures.
Look at the fact. Let's start with the alligator nearest to the boat, which was the Minnesota school shooter.
Great.
Right? What I'm getting at
The
is
person was
these
a
aren't just
fucking
one
neo-Nazi.
issue.
Was in a neo-Nazi telegram group. Was in a white supremacist neo-Nazi telegram group. I'm losing my mind. Has all the patterns. Has literally all the patterns of previous white nationalist shooters. Literally put the names of previous white nationalist prominent neo-Nazi mass shooters. What are we talking about? How in the ever-loving fuck did this conversation turn into, oh, the person was actually a leftist? What do you mean? That's crazy. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. It's just a lie. He's just lying. He's just straight up lying.
Makes people afraid.
I can't watch this
I
shit,
play
man.
What
I can't.
Senator
This makes
Kevin
me so
Cramer
pissed.
said about what the mood is on Capitol Hill among his colleagues about this issue.
I was thinking yesterday, trying to drive out of the Capitol off the plaza, you've got 1,000 people working their way on foot, and we're very, very accessible. I like being accessible, but being accessible is starting to look like being vulnerable. And so I think there's a lot of us that are concerned about that.
Being accessible is starting to look vulnerable. Do you feel that way? Are you concerned about your own safety?
I am. I am concerned, and so are a lot of my colleagues that are concerned. But this is how you defeat evil. This is how you defeat terrorists. This is how you defeat people that try to change our way of life, is you go right at them. This Saturday, guess what? We're having a campaign event. There'll be hundreds of people there in San Antonio. We are not going to back down. We're not going to be shy. We're not going to be silent. We're going to be vocal. And I think everyone should be that, whether it's a liberal view on the world or whether it's a conservative view on the world. We need to get back to having dialogue. And these people that are using political violence as their solution, they need to be the outliers, not the mainstream. And part of that is us being, the world has changed though, Abby. I mean, I'll give you a prime example. Why weren't there drones at this event? If there was one drone in the air, it would completely change our view on things. I mentioned that because I'm a cryptologist.
You mean like a video of
a physical drone? If you put one drone in the air, all of a sudden, every rooftop is covered. I mentioned that because this isn't the first time there's been a shooter from a rooftop. I want it to be the last time. So let's
he's right. Woke Utah didn't do drones. How much you want to bet this motherfucker's invested in a drone security thing? How much you want to bet this motherfucker's invested in like a mass surveillance drone security company?
The future is going to look very different for these types of events. I want you to all stand by. For
I guess they didn't have rooftop control, man. What the fuck? Drone control, not gun control, drone control.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative.
Oh my God. Yeah, also, so was the shooter in the Evergreen High School shooting yesterday. Desmond Hawley, 16, who was suspected of shooting and critically injuring 2 students, had been radicalized by an extremist network, the authorities said. Very high likelihood, also a part of that fucking Telegram network, just like the Minnesota shooter, just like the Minneapolis shooter. But hey, guess what, dude? They could just say, oh, these guys are woke. They did it for wokeness. These guys, at this point, like back in the day, not every one of these guys would fucking leave like a manifesto behind, right? They wouldn't leave like telltale markers of what their, opinions are, who they want to kill, why they're doing this. Nowadays, they just write it out. They put a fucking manifesto online. They film themselves writing the manifesto. They fucking cover their guns. They cover their guns with like white supremacist shit. They say they're doing it for white supremacy. They say they're doing it because they're fucking neo-Nazis. And then, after all is said and done, all the right needs to do is turn around and say, that's a leftist. And that's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Right-wingers will look at a person that is screaming that they love right-wing politics. They love it so much. Once again, the Minnesota shooter hung out with Brandon Herrera, who ran for office. He's a fucking right-wing gun tuber who ran for office in the state of Texas. Okay? Said he liked Brandon Herrera. Had Anders fucking Breivik slammed on the gun. Numerous other white supremacist mass shooters. And it's so crazy. It is so crazy that that liberals look at all of that and instead of being like, what the fuck do you mean this guy was left-wing? What are you talking about? He has slurs all over the fucking gun against the guy. Oh, Brandon Herrera ran against the guy that we just saw on that panel. Amazing. Amazing. So this guy has to know. If a guy who ran for office was mentioned by a fucking mass shooter, you probably know about that, right? So you know the shooter wasn't a leftist, right?
Was shot. Taking a question from somebody who did not like him.
That's right.
Somebody who totally disagreed with him. And very few people are willing to subject themselves to that.
That's actually very true. And I do really appreciate that about Charlie Kirk. I appreciated the fact that he wanted to, again, provide a platform for people who disagree with each other to have civil debate. And I think what we have moved away from as a country is a shared identity as Americans, regardless of what your political views are. You know, after the biggest and most tragic terrorist attack on U.S. soil on 9/11, the one thing that was different then compared to what's happening today is that Americans came together because they saw each other as fellow Americans. They had that shared identity. I don't know why we've moved away from that. I don't know why we have like dug in our heels in all the different things that make us different. But we have to be able to live in this pluralistic society, respect one another, and accept the fact that we're going to have political disagreements. It doesn't make you a bad person to disagree with someone.
No, that's the essence of democracy.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact. And part of that means recognizing you can disagree without demonizing people. But what's happening is dangerous. We've been through periods like this, the late 1960s and early 70s, there's a lot of political violence.
Exactly.
But you look back, today is 9/11. On 9/11, 2001, I was on the steps of City Hall, and you saw the way our country united.
Yeah, to kill Muslims.
For man-made disasters to unite, but
to kill random people far, far away, by the way, that had nothing to do with it.
Our country did not unite.
And also their neighbors too. That too. Company, the country was so united.
We can't demonize people we disagree with, and political violence is always wrong, whether it's on quote unquote your side of the aisle or the other side.
John, let me give you an example of where this is working. Why am I here in New York? I'm here in New York because there's a bipartisan congressional delegation that came here to D.C. Came here from D.C. As part of the House Homeland Security Committee, both Democrats and Republicans going and visiting the 9/11 memorial together. Right now on Capitol Hill, you can't get Republicans and Democrats to be in the same elevator. More or less get us to travel with one another and spend this. But I tell you what, that was the first time that I had visited that memorial, and it was somber, the emotions I went through. I spent 20 years in the military. You know, I remember 9/11 like it was yesterday. Like less than a week later, I was in Afghanistan. So here was an area that really changed the whole scope of my life, as did a lot of other veterans that served in Iraq and Afghanistan. So to your point, it is happening. There are some bipartisan moments that are occurring, but there needs to be more, and they also need to be more public.
Yeah, and people need to be honest that they're happening, because some people don't even want to admit it. And next for us, I want to talk about a disturbing revelation from the governor during that news conference that we just brought you about foreign actors in all of this discord.
Hold up. Didn't it take a few months to invade Afghanistan? I mean, yeah, but that shit, the preparation for it, you know, there was a lot of hatred that needed to go somewhere. One big issue leftists face with this is Hawk's view, Groyper's as socialist because the Nazis identified as nationalist socialists. Okay, well, that's crazy. Oh, Mr. Drone Tech. Oh, Mr. Drone Security. There he is. Representative Tony Gonzalez. This is the way. Back in American drone technology is a win for our economic and national security interests. I'm telling you, man, these guys don't go on television for no reason. Every time they go on television, it's to improve their bottom line, okay? They about to blame this on China if they don't find the shooter tomorrow? No, they're just going to keep blaming it on trans people, like, and the left. That's also part of the reason why I'm like, you know, just, I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just, so far, the biggest source of disinformation hasn't been Russia or China. It's been Kash Patel and anonymous agents, the trans ideology, and Antifa bullet. Remarkable statement from Governor Cox on social media aftermath of Charlie Kirk's murder. There's a tremendous amount of disinformation. He says there are bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation. I would encourage you to ignore those. You know what's funny about this is, like, this is us. This is homegrown. That's your fucking neighbors. That's your followers, Governor Cox. That's the motherfuckers who voted for you that are running around being like, that's right, Antifa, transgender, Antifa. That's the ones who are running around. It's the fucking president. It's the president that's spreading misinformation. The president is literally implying over and over again that this is a leftist assassination. There's no information whatsoever. He's like, well, it's done. It's over. You don't even need to find the guy. I already know who it is. We're doing it to ourselves, and dumb fucks, both on the left and the right, okay, still keep going, well, it's got to be the goddamn Chinese. Let me tell you, all of this misinformation got to be the goddamn Chinese and the Russians. No, man, it's a dude named Hank, okay? It's Brave Eagle Patriot 1776 on Twitter, okay? Maybe some of those guys are, you know, not coming from China, but India usually. But, like, most of the time, it's the dumb fuck Americans who are homegrown misinformation specialists, okay? We just watched a Republican elected representative go on national news, on CNN, primetime, and just straight up lie through his fucking teeth. He said, well, it's the left, it's always the left, talking about like three different neo-Nazi mass shooting incidents that have taken place in the last couple of months, claiming that those guys weren't neo-Nazis at all. They were just leftists. Yeah, we can just keep going. Oh man, it's the Chinese. Yeah. Why don't we have healthcare? It's the Chinese and the Russians, dude. It's really fucked up. It's the goddamn Chinese and the Russians. Why do we have so many guns on the street with no reasonable gun control solution? Up the goddamn Chinese and the goddamn Russians, dude. Great. Let's not fix anything, okay? Maybe throw Hamas in the pile. Throw Iran in the pile. It's the Iran. It's the Iranians. Ugh, I don't even fucking know what to say anymore, man. All right, I got a lot going on, obviously, and I have to work on it. This one chatter keeps saying audio delay over and over again, which is really funny. Stop. You're the only one who keeps saying there's an audio delay. It might be an issue on your end, but I gotta go. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be live tomorrow because, like I said, brother's wedding. So if I'm not live tomorrow, I'll be live on Sunday. All right. But you know, had to do a little bit of overtime here. But catch me on the news. Obviously, there are other outlets that I'm going to be speaking to this over the weekend and stuff. And that's it. Here, I'll end it on this.
On 911, they stepped on our
Peace,
heart.
everybody.
They tried to tear our country apart, but we stood strong. And when the dust cleared, they saw the USA. Yes, we're still here. Together, together, together with Old Glory, we're together, together, together under God, we're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA. Yes, 911, we will never forget. Flight 93 saved us from a bad hit. People of the world saw our twin towers gone. Cries of help were heard from our Pentagon. But we're together, together, together with Old Glory. We're together, together, together under God. We're together, together, together we're the USA, 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 USA. Another time, another call. The jewel in the sea, Pearl Harbor's call. They sought to rip our country apart. Instead, they awoke our giant heart. Together, together, together with Old Glory, rest together, together, together under God. We're together, together, together we're the USA.